Come on, girl.
There it goes.
That's it. It's up and kicking.
I see
That's
it.
I thought Robbie was coming in.
Yeah.
Thought it'd be here by now.
No, he saw my QX3 and got scared.
Oh, mate.
Good girl.
So yeah, like I say, it's with those backup batteries, if you can put the same voltage in.
Yeah. And I change mine in the chroma every year, even if they don't go out, just to be on the safe side. I don't want them leaking and things like that. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So how many emulators are you taking up with you?
I've got an emulator 2. I've got a 3 and a 4. These are only the modules. And what I call the emulator 5, which is actually the emulator X, which is running on a Vampire rack mount 2-unit PC, which I designed when I was working with Athena Systems back in the day. So that's quite good.
Okay.
So I've got a big rack that's all out there in that other room. This is the back of my office, you see. That's why I don't usually come on at night, because I usually have to go home, which is just across, it's only across the driveway, it's not too far away. But so yeah, it's great because the wife, Sarah, doesn't tend to come in here too often, which is quite useful because I can have little packages delivered. You know how it is.
Yeah, I get the occasional meal coming, so
yeah,
which is all right. But normally I'm down in the workshop. But I had this really unusual occurrence today, which was, I think it was about 1:15. I finished everything that I had here.
Oh,
I had no work to do, right? And I thought, brilliant. I'll spend the rest of the day pissing about. And I walked, so I closed the workshop up, closed the door, and all I've got to do is walk up the garden to the back door.
Yeah.
I open the back door, and Fiona's sitting there at the breakfast bar on the phone. She goes, right next to me. I go, what? She goes, CS80 restoration.
Another one?
I go, yes, any, you can drop it off any time. And I go, what? In the time it took me to walk from the workshop to the back door, work's coming. So,
my job's good like that.
So, I mean, good work, so cool, and
Well,
all
yeah.
the rest of it. But you know what I mean? It's just like, do you know what? I spent 30 years trying to get to that point where there was no work in the house for me to do.
Yeah.
And it lasted 30 seconds. It was like,
yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, so...
Well, I run a planning consultancy, and I get people out the shit when they build houses where they shouldn't, and that is forever.
You must be really busy. You must be really busy.
It's funny.
Because I tell you what, Bellway would build a house on a fucking dead body.
It's the permitted development. These people think, oh, I can build what I like with this permitted development. I don't need planning. Yes, you do. So yeah,
We used to have a beautiful school playing field out the back here. Now it's in a slope.
Yeah.
The bottom half of the field every winter used to turn into a lake,
right?
Even though it's right next to a river, and they've built 171 homes on it.
Really?
Good luck. Literally at the bottom of the garden, they start.
Oh bloody hell!
So it's like, yeah, okay.
Well, it's, all these rules about floodplain building, but they still do it, don't they?
Yeah, well, somebody's walking away with a few quid at the end of the day, aren't they? So.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on still, definitely.
yeah.
Big brown envelopes, yeah.
Well, the thing is, the reason I ask about the emulators is because I've got that E1 here.
Yeah, Robbie was saying it'd be nice to get the whole suite, wouldn't it?
You get the whole suite that way, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's still not being claimed then, no? You know who it belongs to?
Yeah. No, it's been here 3.5 years.
Right.
Now. It still looks fine because I resprayed it because it was really rusty and you know scratched up and all that sort of thing. And the guy wanted it as beautiful as it could possibly be.
Right.
And so I resprayed it.
Okay.
And I go, okay, so I've got to find emulator grey.
Yeah. You can't find that in Holford's.
Yeah. And, but fortunately, over in Epsom here, there's a chappie. He does. He literally works out of a wooden shed.
Right.
On a bit of waste ground, but he does some wonderful custom work, and all he needs is a sample. And unfortunately, as you know, there isn't very much of a Mark 1 case you can actually take apart. No. So Fiona loaded the M1 in the back of the Chrysler, took it up there,
Right.
opened the back, backed up, opened the tailgate, and went, "Can you match that?" And he went up to it, and you go, "Yeah, no problem." Knocked her up 4 tins of aerosol.
Right.
And she come back and she goes, "Got the match." I go, "Right, we'll do this. We'll wait for a nice day." And did, and it was.
Came up a treat. Right.
Yeah. So I've asked him to keep a record of it. Of course, the chances of me ever having to respray an emulator again is, it's not going to happen.
But,
So, and of course, the old EMU modular's got no relationship to any of those colours at all.
No, not at all. No, you're right.
Although the emulator blue might have.
Yeah, that's true.
The blue might have. So.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah.
But this guy obviously doesn't want it back in a hurry then.
Yeah.
Or
No,
just thinks it's safe with you.
absolutely no rush at all. So.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, that'd be useful if Robbie could pick that up.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to get down here. All right, mate.
Hello.
Fellow
Hello.
Husky owner.
That's the one.
Good man. Well, no, you went to town with the Huskies, though.
I certainly did. Yeah,
I'm so jealous.
you're not, Ken.
Oh, I
You're
am.
not. You would need at least half a dozen of your little vacuum cleaners running around the floor when they blow when they blow their coat. They'll be chasing after each other. The dog fur.
Yeah.
Nah.
No, seriously, mate, I don't care. I really, really don't. It's
How many
only
you got?
because
2?
We're down to 4.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, I got 4 Shih Tzus, but they're somewhere around here.
Yeah.
Asleep.
Yeah.
oh, I
About
used to have a
as-
couple of Shih Tzus. Yeah,
They don't molt, which is quite good.
we had Megan and Moog.
Oh, yeah. Very good.
Yeah.
Very apt.
But
Yeah.
we're down to 4, and there's 2 other dogs as well. So
Yeah.
Right.
yeah.
No, but Huskies, man. Oh, love them. Love 'em. Mind you, I love all dogs. The trouble is, Fiona has to keep saying to me, because I'm going through Facebook, and there's a dog
Oh,
that
no,
needs a
yeah.
home. And she's there going,
No.
no. I show it to her, and she goes, "Oh, yeah. Oh, oh.
Yeah.
No. Because she's as bad as I am.
Yeah. Well, I can just about manage with 2 on each, 2 leads. Just about where it's with 4
Yeah.
dogs when you're walking. Till they meet somebody else, and it's hell. But,
Well, my record at any one time is 9 at the moment.
oh, right.
And that was fine.
Yeah.
No problem.
Got 8, you may as well have 9, ain't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Might as well. We've been up to 10 a couple of times in the past.
Have you?
Wow.
Yeah, but it will be generally 9 Huskies and another dog that
Yeah.
you could generally let off the lead. But we used to walk them. And the other thing I'd say, Peter, is to walk, for walking dogs, is to buy a walking belt.
Yeah, that's a good idea. They do tend to get tangled up when it's poo time, though.
Yeah, but I'm
But you
just
can put the
saying.
reverse one. Yeah.
Just saying, me and the missus used to walk 4 or 5 dogs each on a belt,
Yeah.
and probably a standard 6-foot lead.
Right.
Yeah.
And we got round, but it eventually ended up you got more and more people in the area with dogs, and they wouldn't keep
Yeah.
your dogs away from you,
No,
which
exactly.
were just dogs are so pleased to see other dogs, and they'd be
Well,
just
yeah.
trying to pull you from pillar to post to
Yeah.
because they want to go anyway. It doesn't matter. I mean, they I walk a couple at a time now. It's
Yeah.
quite easy. One on the flexi, one on a 6-foot lead on the belt, and that's quite manageable.
Right.
Because I must admit, I mean, I would love to have been able to, especially with these 4, is to teach them to always go round the lamppost on the same side.
Ha 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 ha.
God's sake.
Yeah, know that one.
It just, oh,
Ah, here he is.
There he
it's
is.
like canine
Hooray.
knitting. Hello,
Right.
It's
Echo.
Echo.
Yeah.
You look like you got saggy tits there, Kent.
Yep. Trust you to notice, you filthy pervert.
Wow, it's the first thing I look at.
Yeah, I know.
How you doing, Peter?
I'm all right, Rob. Yeah, I thought I'd try this out. So I watch it when I'm working. I thought, why not?
There you go.
It must be you, Rob.
It must be
What do you mean?
yeah.
Must
Well,
be
it
me.
wasn't echoing until you came on.
That's because I haven't turned my speaks down.
Twats.
Yeah, don't. Yeah. Oh, dear.
Mr. Professional Podcaster.
Yeah. Who'd have thunk it, eh?
Yeah, fucking hell. Yeah, I've just been talking with Peter about that Mark 1.
Oh, yeah.
Get that if you want to get that involved in the...
Be good.
Yeah.
The whole set there, wouldn't it?
Indeed.
What's the actual concept with Cambridge? Is it a case of people shuffle round past us? Well, we've got it all set up and they sort of stop and have a play, or...
So, it's quite small.
Yeah, I gathered that by the pictures.
The museum itself is quite small. So they have a main museum area where, like last year, they had a bunch. So the owner he's into it all a bit, and he brings out things like prophecies and D50s and other bits and bobs, and he has them laid out. But then there's usually 2 or 3 large sort of tables where, like last year, they had a whole bunch of like. And with all due respect, nerdy computer geeks, with various different sort of home-baked projects. And there was a guy there running a system that's the same computer system that used to run in the movement drum computers. Okay. It's got a name, I can't remember it. There was another guy there demonstrating video game music emulated on a little Raspberry Pi, so you could play your old DOS games that used to demand either a full GM module or he did it all within this. So they got all of that. But then there's this other room which is off the main sort of reception cafe area where they stick us lot, and so I'm trying to sort of equate. I mean, there's a good number of people in there, but yeah, Tony sets it up. He's the guy that organises it, or he sets it all up, and then we can just move things around, move tables around if we need to, or put things on tables, whatever. But yeah, he'll stick us somewhere, and then people just come in, they walk around, they have a chat, they have a play.
Right.
Yeah, it's very, very relaxed, very casual, and generally good fun.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. And I think I might bring a microphone and show the art of actually sampling as opposed to just playing lots of presets as well.
Indeed.
So that's basically what it's all about, isn't it? Indeed. I need to go and see Ty, actually. Ty's only up the road, and get my he's got a load of my discs at the moment, so I get those.
That's right, yeah.
And, sort that out.
Sounds good.
No, it's good. Looking forward to it. Definitely.
Yeah, I keep thinking the time is just flying. It's like,
I know. Well, it's Super Booth soon, isn't it? I've got all that ready up for that as well, which is good.
So, yeah. I just had my landlord on the phone because he's putting a new patio down the back because they've got decking there, but it's about 20 years old and it's fallen to bits. So he said, I'll put a new patio in. And he's just phoned up and said, I reckon we can make it sort of like middle of May. And I'm thinking, oh, fuck, I might not be around. And he said, well, that's not a problem because they don't need sort of access. And my wife's like, she's not very keen. And then I thought, actually, they're going to want to stick a whole pallet of slabs, and there's probably a skip or something. And I live in one of those kind of modern housing estates where there's virtually no parking apart from the space that you have, or the spaces that you have. Right. And I've got 2 cars, and if I take both of those off the driveway, I have no idea where I'm going to put them. So actually I thought, if I'm away in Berlin and the car's in the airport, that might be a better way. So I'm just trying to figure all that out. Don't need that fucking... Anyway, hello, Noah.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you. Say sausages.
No, he doesn't say it, but he will eat them.
He will eat them,
yeah. But where are you going? No, your ass is off the... You go flying, you will.
Yeah, my 3 are. They're in the back somewhere. I don't know. When are you actually flying out then, Rob?
Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm going to Wednesday, but it's Bristol flight's Wednesday, sort of in the night, so I won't get there till late at night, and then.
Oh right.
But then they give me all. Yeah. But
It was like Ben last year. Ben couldn't fly from Manchester, which I thought was odd because Manchester's.
Yeah.
But he said he couldn't get a flight from Manchester, so he had to come down here, and we went from Stansted. But yeah, Stansted is I think 11:45 in the morning.
Oh right, yeah. I get in about 9, but I get the whole of Sunday, which is quite good, so I can explore a bit of Berlin, I suppose.
Yeah. I think I go about 2:45. I think on Sunday afternoon.
Right.
But I don't know because I've got friends out there, so I'm trying to figure out when I'm going to go and see them.
Yeah.
Yes. It's gonna be good.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it. I think it'd be very good.
There's gonna be some very cool stuff there.
There you go. That's better, isn't it?
Something I've got my new Sonicware somewhere between here and Japan at the moment.
Oh right.
That got shipped yesterday.
My Carvera is still at Southampton.
Is it still there, for fuck's sake?
And we'll be there for another week yet.
What are they doing with it? Somebody's using it, aren't they? Oh, well, that's it.
Yeah, they're making something with it, I suppose. Yeah, it's still there. They're talking about maybe 1st of May-ish.
That's mental.
Yeah. So, I mean, the ship arrived on the 16th, so it's been there just over a week, isn't it? So
is that a customs problem or what? Or just...
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
They just want to have a look at it.
Yeah, well, customs have got a lot more stuff to look through now.
Yeah, I suppose they have.
There's Brexit was such a fucking wonderful idea.
Yeah, but we got the blue passports.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a guy doing some stand up, and he said it was something like, in the year 2170. He goes, a man returns to life after being in suspended animation, and he comes around and he goes, where am I? He goes, you're in the year 2170. He goes, He goes, Brexit, did it work? It's too early to tell.
Yeah, about right.
Yeah. I saw something on LBC today. Some bloke had phoned in complaining that he's not allowed to celebrate St George's Day, and the bloke said, "Who's not allowing you to celebrate St George's Day?" Well, everyone's not. I get called a racist and this, that, and the other. And he said, "But is anybody actually stopping you celebrate it?" He said, well, no, but they say I shouldn't. But are they stopping you celebrating?
Who are these people who said you can't?
Yeah, exactly. He said,
twats to task.
He said Rishi Sunak. He's told it. Said everyone's happy St George's Day. Keir Starmer wrote an entire fucking letter about how he's proud to celebrate St George's Day and all that. Who exactly is it that's telling you? Yeah. Oh, it's these flag waving wokerati, and if they don't like it, they should fuck off somewhere else.
Perhaps somewhere like, I don't know, Palestine or Arabia or somewhere. Where George came from.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, we can have that debate. Because who the patron saint of England was before St George, who never came to England, never fought dragons, was Syrian, blah, blah, blah. It's a guy called St Edmund, who was English, was a martyr, came from Bury St Edmunds, just up the road here, and they got rid of him in favour of this St George guy. So...
Well, he had a nice smock, didn't he?
Yeah, he had a nice smock, and he was tied to a stake by
his wife.
What's his face? No,
filthy cow.
It was some Viking. Oh, what was his name? The Darkness wrote a whole song about it. It was brilliant. Oh Jesus!
Was it Eric?
No.
Oh, all the Vikings are Eric.
It was I want to say it's not Ragnarok. Was it Ragnarok? I don't know.
I don't think so.
It was Edmund the Martyr, honestly, you should hear the song that the Darkness did. It was utterly brilliant.
Was it Bluetooth or
Death?
Or couldn't get a good connection? Oh, slow burn.
Yeah, sorry, I'm reading. I can't do two things at once here.
I've heard that about you.
Yeah. It was a proper, hack and slash type thing. Great heathen army went on to invade Wessex, where they were confronted by Ethelred.
You can't make your bloody mind up, is it?
Grey.
Up, down,
Edward was
up,
buried
down.
in the wooden chapel. Oh, I don't know. It was some.
Well, that sounds like a lyric.
Some Danish or something, Viking-y type person. Anyway,
Right.
He was English. He was the patron saint of England, and then he was knocked off his perch. Yeah, yeah. Boy, you're too fucking woke. Piss off. We want some Arab.
Yeah.
Go figure. Yeah.
We want a camel jockey. Fuck off.
Yeah. Oh dear.
I don't know.
Yeah, go and check out the Darkness. What was that? I can't remember what the track's called now. I mean, they're a bloody brilliant band. If you don't like the Darkness,
I've got Specsavers coming next week.
oh, they come and see you. Very nice.
Mainly because I don't know if you can see that.
That looks expensive.
Yeah, that was PSN. That was.
Yeah.
Trying to clean my glasses on PSN.
Don't blame us. I'm not paying for them.
What do you mean us? Like it's PSN is not including me.
Exactly.
Oh no!
should
Well,
not
I tell you
blame
what,
us.
when it comes to the fucking freebies, it's freaking just like
You shouldn't have
look.
you shouldn't have lent them to Uri Geller. That's all there is to it.
yeah, yeah. Because I'm like, oh no, they're a little bit loose, and normally you can just sort of like give them a little bit of a bend and put them on. So I'm giving them a bit of a bend, and it just went. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
And I just balanced them on my nose for the rest of the show. Tried not to move my head. Yeah, so yeah, it will be expensive because it always is.
Always is Specsavers, isn't it?
Yeah, they go. Oh, the glasses are £49, but if you want the varifocals, they're 127. But then there's the coating that you put on, and what kind of frames do you want? And the next thing you know, they're 850 quid.
Yeah.
Yes. I went to Specsavers for my annual eye test, and
They go,
other
yes,
than
you've
the
got
£10,
to. Now piss off.
yeah, so because I paid the £10 extra to have the scanning thing because of the glaucoma,
Oh yeah, yeah.
and he said, "Oh, your prescription hasn't changed." I actually walked out of there. I was only £10 lighter, and he said,
That's
"Don't
a
need
good
anything."
diet.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you're coming up what mid-50s?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Thanks for reminding me.
yeah. Oh, fuck off! Wait until you get to my age. Round about mid-50s, I went for a few years without the prescription changing, where it was like changing every year, and then just stopped for a little while and started up again.
Yeah. Well, I've got my diabetic eye scan coming up.
Oh yeah.
A couple of weeks' time, I think, because obviously being diabetic, that's one way of making sure, checking that everything's kind of doing what it should do, or maybe not. And the last time I went, they said we detected very early stages of retinopathy, which is when part of the retina starts to die. But hopefully with the tablets I've been on for these last few months,
Yeah.
and the positive, my blood sugars have rocketed down, which is good, and I've lost a bit of weight, which is good. Fingers crossed, they won't find any other nastiness, because at the moment it's all fine. And the optician, so they do their own computer scanning and stuff, and he said, he showed it on the screen, he said, this was you a year ago and this is you today, and there's virtually nothing different. So fingers crossed,
Good news.
we've knocked that on the head. There's one less thing to worry about. But you're talking about age. I was having a conversation today with my boss, and we HR, right? So I work for this big international company, and HR have started to implement career progression ladders, which is all very upwardly mobile and good for the young kids. But for people like me, it's just like, career? What career? I'm almost at the end of it. And she said to me, "What did you think of yesterday?" And so I'm like, well, I thought it was a load of old shit, but I've got, it's my boss. So I said, yeah, it was very interesting to understand, all the different levels there are within my role in terms of, job descriptions and where I, gives me an idea of where I can go, which isn't very far at all, unless I completely change what I do. And I've been doing this for 20 plus years. So right. It's a bit too late to retrain this old cunt. And so I've got to be honest with you, Josephine. I said, I'm 13 years off retiring. And it was just like, oh my God, I am 13 years away from retiring at the moment, because of course the government will probably put the age up every year. So as my accountant said to me when I started the business last year, he said, you do realise, Rob, that we are the generation that will probably never retire because we can't. No. And I'm like, thanks for that. I
certainly can't.
Yeah, exactly. So, but God, it makes you feel old. 13 years away from retirement.
Yeah.
I'm close to popping my clogs.
I'm 4 years away from retirement.
I mean, you should have retired last week. Or last month, or whenever it was that you said you were going to retire, and you still haven't.
I was going to. It wasn't because
but you haven't.
Yeah, because I can't now.
It's like talking to my son, isn't it? Jesus.
It's because I can't. Because somebody didn't pay.
You're about 3 weeks away, aren't you, Keith?
About 8 months.
8 months.
Yeah.
In dog years, it's 3 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
It's having enough in the pot to do it, though, isn't it?
Well, exactly. Yeah, but look at Keith. I mean, he's rammed there. Look, he's minted. He just sells all that. He'll be fine.
Yeah, you do the same, I expect.
Yeah, but you've got to find a buyer. That's the odd bit.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get a DX5 in the end?
No. Andrew got a cash buyer for his. So
yeah, I know he sold it. Wasn't sure he sold it too.
No. I'm still waiting for this bike accident money to come through. So, the chance of picking another one up at that price and things.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, it was sort of. It would have done me really. The way I was looking at it was, a retirement present.
Mm.
But I mean, I can only find one for sale at the moment at 5k.
It's ridiculous how much they're going up.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I still aim to buy a synth for a retirement present, but I just haven't settled on one now. Simple as that.
See, James Dyson bought, as in our James Dyson, not the gun that makes...
The chain. The gun.
Well, let's be honest. Yeah. No, he bought an Essence FM. He got that delivered today, along with a... What's that thing? Was it a Lyra 8?
Yeah. Soma.
Soma. I'm sure it was a Soma Lyra 8 he got. It's his birthday today. Happy birthday, James, if you're watching. So it'll be interesting to see, because he's doing some pretty good sound design work. Oh, and there's another pack of free presets coming to Patreon soon. So that'll be cool.
I think it was a very, very clever idea to design a synthesizer that nobody knows is actually working or not. Because the Lyra 8, you go, is it supposed to be doing this or not?
Yes,
or is it broken?
I know what you mean now.
I thought Elisa's did that with the Andromeda.
No, you know when an Andromeda's not working. Boy, do you know.
It's just propping your door up.
Yeah. It's the same with the walled-off waves. They're easy to spot.
Yeah.
But, the sad thing for me is I would dearly love an Andromeda A6.
Won't we all?
But, if you hit that unreliability broken phase, then it's game over. It's an expensive game over, isn't it? So
very much so. Yeah.
Has Robert sold his now?
I don't believe
Because
so.
I didn't see it behind him last time he was on.
No, but he does put it away, sort of out of view or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, there's one up on eBay at 4k for 100. So I don't know whether that's his, whether he sells, whether he's on eBay under Native VS, or it's not under Robert or Native VS, but there's one up there at the moment.
Yeah, it's just one of those synths, like, that Hartmann Neuron Waldorf Wave. It might be working when you buy it, but when it doesn't, you've just invested in a very expensive doorstop. And
Yeah.
Did you see on one of the Behringer Facebook pages today, Axel Hartman had gone on and said 23 years since the Wave 2, is it, came out?
Yeah.
23 years since the Wave. I was, you know, it didn't have the option to share.
Right.
Otherwise, I would have shared it onto PSN. But...
Yeah, because I wrote on it. Now, what would be nice is to have some spares for the first one, and then just backspaced it. No, I'm not going. I'm not
It
throwing
seemed
that
a strange.
shit.
It seemed a strange post to put on the Behringer site because it just seems so out of place. That's all.
Did he put it on? I thought he put it on his own page. Well, I certainly saw him post it.
Well, I saw it on his own page.
Well, no, he probably did, but I'm not friends with him. But it was under his name. Yeah, under his name on the. Anyway,
unless somebody shared it, I don't know. Like Uli, make this.
Well, I didn't think it was shared. Maybe they did. I don't know.
No, I don't know.
No.
It just seemed odd for Axel, like you say, to post something on the Behringer page.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very odd.
Yeah.
Now you see, that's when you know you're getting old. When there's a synthesizer you can't buy because the screen is too small for your eyesight. See that marquee in the chat going on because the screen's so small, can't use it. Yeah, something we never used to have to worry about, was it? One time a day.
Well, back in our day, we didn't have screens.
No,
that was true.
We just had red lights.
No, we didn't have red lights. No.
Red lights?
We didn't even have that either.
No, LEDs.
Well, we're allowed.
only expensive things had LEDs on them.
Yeah, it's true.
You got a knob and a switch, and be thankful.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Lucky I used to have to learn the gravel bit. Yeah.
Oh, hang on, we're turning to the 5 Yorkshiremen in a minute.
Indeed. Yeah.
You used to have to get up at 3 hours before I'd go to bed.
My dad would murder us all.
Yeah, if we were lucky.
Mad.
So where's Mr. Frome tonight? I haven't seen him on.
Well, I don't know. I mean, he's barely got furniture, let alone. I know he's got an internet connection. He's got his priorities sorted. I'll give him that.
Yeah. Mind you, internet connection down there. It's sort of like, I don't know, it's semaphore, isn't it? So. Yeah. So where's Ian moved to? Oh, the 1530s.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh.
Bye, comrade. Yeah, so... Yeah, so the website apparently has been bringing in a lot of work today.
Cool.
Yeah. Some of it, okay, some of it...
Not so much.
Some people don't seem to realise what the word vintage means. So, that's for sure. Although there's been a lot of machines that have been backtracking a little bit. They're actually more vintage, modern stuff than the original vintage stuff, you know. So.
Vintage modern. Oh, that'd be the Oasis.
Yeah, I think it was a guy's. He had got a JP 8000 with no output. I went, oh, I know what that is. That's that stupid, weird op-amp chip that Roland thought would be a good idea to put in it. Really weird, bloody thing. Oh, I can't remember the name of it now. So I go, oh, I'll try and order one of them. And I had to get it from my vintagey parts place.
Your vintagey parts place?
Yeah. So technically a JP 8000 is a very vintage keyboard.
Andy Synchrotron's got a JP 8000 that's dying on its output. I think he's in the chat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Don't know if he'd want to.
Dying or dead?
No, I think he's dying. He's in the chat. He'd probably be along in a second.
What's vintage?
Well, I tell you what, buddy. I bought 2 of the ICs, so so they should be here either tomorrow or Friday.
What is the official cut-off point for vintage?
There isn't one.
Sure is one.
I mean,
Because in antiques, or in the antique world, should I say, vintage is generally
well, vintage
up to
is generally
50.
25 to 50. But you know, a 50-year-old keyboard is normally junk by then. But
Depending on what it is.
yeah, depending on what it is. I mean, that would apply. No, actually, it doesn't even apply to pianos.
Yeah, no.
You know, vintage pianos are sort of like they're more like 200-year-old. You know. So I think what the cut-off point of where something becomes contemporary to vintage varies depending on what the item is. Cars is normally about 25 years, isn't it?
Yeah, because 25 years you stop paying
Road tax and things.
don't you? Yeah.
Yeah,
But
and then
Got
then
onto
you-
classic car insurance.
But then you go to veteran after that, don't you, on cars?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So that's
The
got
money
me
pit.
yeah,
Money
antique.
pit, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, imagine there are synthesizers that are classed as antique, but there's so few of them and impossible to operate that it doesn't really matter. I suppose Ondolines could be considered antique now.
Yeah.
And then there was that other thing, fucking. It weighed something like about 110 tons. What was it?
Novacord?
No. It was some sort of mechanical, but it's using the word synth very loosely. Do you know what I mean?
Tritonium?
Oh look,
Say, yeah.
Oh, look.
It's fine.
Welcome to Froome.
yeah, he's finally got a connection.
I heard
It's not a very good one.
heard you
He's in. Yeah, he's in. Your internet is so slow, mate. It's still Friday there, isn't it?
It's so slow, he's still on dial-up.
We're speaking to you from the future. Wow.
So no internet until the 8th of May.
Oh, dear.
I've got to plant the telephone pole.
What are you doing for porn then?
Sorry?
4G.
What are you doing for porn? Or is there a lot of sheep
no
down
chance,
there? Or what?
Absolutely no chance.
Oh, dear me.
I went back up to Yorkshire yesterday.
Is that bad, is it?
It's still there.
Was your braces caught on the front door? Was it?
Still open.
Got all the way there and it's like, there's
He
something
lost
pulling
his
me
whippet,
back.
it ran all the way home.
I've clearly pissed off the guy who bought our house though, for some reason.
Oh.
I don't know what I've done, but I've obviously done something because communication is zero.
Oh.
And we had some stuff to pick up from the next door neighbour.
Maybe he hasn't got internet either.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Or maybe he's found your stash of old porn and doesn't want to give it back, so he's just thinking,
Yeah, well.
Perhaps he's
All the
wanked himself to
bases
death.
put
Who knows?
Oh dear.
That's the way.
So how are you finding Froome then, Ian, down this part of the woods?
I think he uses a map.
He's gone all very frozen. Look.
No, he's frozen. Yeah.
That's it, he's gone.
Nope.
I've seen
Oh,
seen
oh.
that.
It is dial-up.
Seen a map. Yeah. I think I picked out there a bit, didn't I?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah. No, you're just down the road from me.
Yeah.
We're in Calm. Well, so
Oh, right. Okay.
just up the road.
We
Yeah.
should get together and have a cup of tea.
We should. Well, we use Westbury. Westbury's near you, isn't it? Because we use that for the. We got a house in Dawlish, so we use the train from Westbury.
Westbury, yeah, 6 miles away, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, careful. He just wants to use your internet.
Yeah, we looked at Westbury first.
Pretty fast, yeah, I must admit.
And not for that reason.
Yeah.
missed that. I missed all of that.
Yeah, just leave me for 10 minutes on my own, thank you. Oh dear.
Ay, ay, ay.
Ay, 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 indeed.
Ay, ay, ay.
Why, ay.
I used to work,
We've got more
work near there.
furniture now.
Okay.
We picked up a kid's table yesterday from up in Yorkshire that we had. So we got a kid.
Gone again.
Stealing child's furniture.
I missed that.
You broke into an infant school, you mean?
No, it was my own furniture.
Oh, okay.
Has he frozen, or is he just...
He's just thinking about it.
I don't know.
No, he's definitely frozen. He's not blinking. He's either that or he's dead.
Oh, dear.
Bless.
Yeah, it'll be a little while. When did you say? 4th of May?
8th.
8? Oh, Christ, that's another 2 weeks yet.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, he's back in.
Oh, here we go.
No.
No. Oh, hang on.
How could...
Oh. Try turning the coat hanger a couple of degrees. No.
It's 3 channels, and if the president's on, your night's shot.
Are you just going to sit there and stare at me?
Totally gone.
Ay, ay, ay. Stop action, Ian. Yeah. That was our animated guest. Oh, God. Yeah, do you know what? I find myself now on Saturday mornings when
Is that any better?
Oh, that's better. What did you do? Put a new battery in?
I switched to the computer off because you obviously can't handle two web browsers at once.
So it's a Windows 95.
Do you know,
wish it
yeah,
was.
Robbie, you should try this as well,
A
mate.
little quicker then, wouldn't it?
Sorry, what should I try?
On what I do now on Saturday mornings, you know when Synth does his synth show in the mornings,
Making actual music with modular, yeah.
exactly, and playing with the guitar and stuff like that. I now come downstairs, make a cup of coffee, lay on the settee in the front room with that playing on the TV, and just it's lovely.
And then every few minutes he throws in that really nice little chuckle that he has. Because he'll read a comment and he has this little chuckle. It's very endearing, yeah. It's very good. I do like it, actually, yeah.
Yeah, but what amazed me was you'd think that, you know, for a very small, say, 2 or 4 bar, you know, kind of repeating thing would get either boring or annoying after an hour and a half, and it doesn't. I went, I'll try it, and I tried it here, and within about 3 minutes I've gone, oh fucking hell, shut up. I couldn't do it. I can't do it. It's very strange. What are you eating now?
Buddy.
Oh, Christ almighty. That's the sweet wrapper you were licking yesterday and the day before. There's nothing left. You'd licked the bloody writing off it. Oh, mate. I'll keep them quiet. So, do you know what I thought was very telling? You know we had our little private pub on Tuesday.
We did.
with the idea of playing music. And for 4 hours, we just talked bollocks to each other and didn't play a single fucking note. It says a lot about us as musicians. You know that?
Yeah.
Mm.
I kept thinking, any minute now he's going to say, right, let's shut up, let's do... No, we just carried on.
No, I did 3 times. I did. But
Did you?
Yeah.
Me and Andrew must have been talking.
Yeah, I go, come on, let's do some music then. You go, oh,
You
no, hang on a
never-
minute.
you never did.
I did. I did.
Don't
I think you did twice.
Maybe. Oh, I don't know. Was I drinking? No. Oh,
Doggy
it's
coming.
Tuesday.
Well, we were awake, so yes.
What are you trying to say?
Oh, nothing particular. So, yeah, it was just weird that. And I thought at the end of that, and I went, that really says a lot about us as musicians. It really does. Ooh, oops.
That we're not, maybe?
Well, we're not as committed to it as we think we are.
No. Yeah. It's far more entertaining to put the world to rights.
Or believe we are, or want to be. Pick one of them.
Better than telling it, bud.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we haven't got to tell you either.
God, he looks like Moog. He looks like little Moog as well.
Is he?
Yeah, little Moog looked like that. But he had a grade 3 jaw and his tongue always stuck out
Oh,
one
really?
side. Bless his little... And he was always a bit weird and he laid down funny all the time. And then when he was about 8, he was in the vets for something. He'd done something and they decided to give him an X-ray or a scan or whatever it was.
All right.
And the result was they went, there's a massive growth in his gut area.
Oh, shit.
Huge thing. And we go, oh no, what could it be? They go, well, we'll do a biopsy and we'll find out and all the rest of it. We go, oh, God, here we go. And they did this, did all these tests and all the rest of it. And then the vet comes back and he goes, it's what do they call it? I can't remember the name of it now, but basically a twin.
Oh, Stone.
Oh, really?
Stone Baby, yeah.
Yeah,
shit.
bioptic twin or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she removed a ball like this big out of his
So
gut.
it's been growing in him. Still growing in him, was it?
Yeah,
It happens, it's a rare thing, but it even happens with humans. Ectopic twin.
Twin. There you
Yeah.
go.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and it was like there was sort of bone and material in
Be
it.
hair and stuff, yeah.
Yeah. And once it was removed, his we always thought he was a picky eater.
Yeah.
Turns out
Not
he
anymore.
had this tiny little. It was all his stomach and organs all pushed up one end. Poor little sod.
Shit.
That's why he was never running around a lot because his lungs were pushed up this way.
There is, it does happen in humans, and they basically call them stone babies. So it's basically a twin that
Right.
didn't develop, that died at a very early stage and wasn't picked up. And so generally they're about sort of like, maybe the size of an orange or
Yeah.
there or thereabouts. And it basically gets consumed. And a lot of the time, apparently it happens a lot more than they know, because if it happens early enough, whatever is left gets kind of consumed and then is just gone, so it just kind of dissipates. But other times it doesn't, and sometimes they're not even picked up until the 40s or the 50s. And by which time everything's kind of grown around it, and it's not going to do you any harm, but getting to it could. So a lot of the time they just leave it in there.
Leave it there. Wow.
Yeah, it's a weird thing.
He was a much more relaxed dog after he'd had this.
Well, I bet.
So he recovered all right afterwards then? Yeah.
Yeah, he was fine. He was absolutely fine. He went on for quite a few years afterwards because they're not the longest living of dogs.
No, we've
are
had
they?
them before. 14 and 15 with our last couple.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I think we lost Moog, and his sister round about. They were about 14, I think, when they went.
Right.
But my Jack Russell was 20.
Wow.
He wouldn't, and he'd had a stroke and all the rest of it. But that dog grew up with me. He used to love vodka, Southern Comfort, chocolate. I mean, he had an awful diet, and it was fine.
There's hope for me yet.
Yeah, there you go. Same for me with all my bloody Fly's chocolate cream.
I'll just identify as a Jack Russell. There you go. And I'll be sorted.
So, because he had a stroke, he was completely paralysed, and the vet said just put him down, and I was like, no, I'm not letting this dog go, and I gave him half an aspirin, lots of massages. I carried him everywhere. I took him out in the garden at night when he wanted to go for a poo or a pee, and sort of like running around the garden, regardless of what time or whether it was raining or whatever. 6 months later. 98% mobility back.
Wow.
And then he went on for another 5 years.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, he didn't want to go, so I wasn't going to make him.
Well, of course not. No, quite. Definitely.
But when he went, oh my God, because I'd had him since I was 12.
Yeah.
Right? And, and it was like, I'm now, 32? I've always had this dog, and then suddenly he wasn't there. It was like, which is probably why I ended up with 9.
Yeah.
I'm going to make up for this.
Well, we both said we're not going to have any more, but we had a cruise, went back to America and back, and then we had 3 more. You just can't not be with the dog, can you? Well, I can't anyway.
Oh no. One day. It was after the last of the 9 died. Which was Pepper. She was the last one to go. And that was on a Thursday. And then on a Friday, no dog. And I went down the road, got some bits and pieces from the shop. I come back, walked in, and there's no dog to greet you.
Yeah, it's horrible.
No dog looking at you, nothing, right? And it was abject silence. And I went, I can't cope with this. No. And then Fiona came home from work, 'cause she used to work then, and she come in, and she went, "Oh God, this is awful." I went, "What?" She goes, "No dog. This is just awful. We can't." She goes, "I can't go another day like this." And she just gets her iPad and she's sitting there drinking her tea, and she goes, "Oh, there's a beautiful dog. They need to get rid of it. In was it Guildford or wherever it was over that way?" And she goes, "And look, it's a beautiful dog." I went, "Yeah, okay then, little puppy." I said, "Yeah, I can go for it." So she went. Oh, God, we paid the price for that. That was Nelly, wasn't it? Because the woman said, "Oh," she goes, "I can't cope with the dog and the kid and everything." It's I don't go. "Oh, I will take the dog off you." What she actually meant was, "I can't cope with the dog." Because Nelly was just still is a complete lunatic.
Hypo.
Yeah, just tried everything to sort of like. I mean, you can train her to do things, but then she has her own agendas. Yeah. She goes, "Yeah, I'll do what you tell me to do, but if there's something I need to get on with, sorry, I've got to go. Get on with it." So.
But Charlie's the coolest dog on the planet, isn't he?
Oh, Charlie, you have to hold a mirror up to his nose to see if he's still alive sometimes. There's all sorts of stuff going on and stuff like that, and he's laying there and go, "Mate, there's food going in the kitchen." "Oh, can't be arsed, mate. I'm laying here." I've actually showed him. He's been down the garden, and he's laid out on the lawn, and he's been out all day. It's pissing with rain, and he's laying on the lawn. He's loving it, right? And dinner time comes round, and for about 45 minutes before dinner time, I'm being pestered mostly by Noah to start with. He just stands there next to you and just goes like this. Then Siri comes up and she just pushes her face into yours, no matter what you're doing, and just pushes her face in because she wants you to whisper in her ear, "Ding dings."
Right.
So she keeps pushing her face in. So then I go, all right, din-dins, and they all go clattering into the kitchen. And I'm dishing it up, and I'm banging bowls on the side and everything like that. Nothing from Ian, you know. I literally have to rap on the door, show his packet of dog food up on the glass, point at it, and he gets up and he just wanders in. Okay, and goes and stands by his bowl. Give him his dinner, and he eats slowly, and very, 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 very nice. The others have all finished, they're all standing and staring at him. But he's a lovely guy, but my God. He's sort of like, no, you know what, this whole dog thing, I can't be bothered with it. You know? So, although Nelly has told him to sing at the door when the doorbell goes. So he sings.
Get a beverage.
A beverage, sir?
Beverage, yes.
Aye.
He's gone.
But that's literally it. That's my life, I think. Synthesizers, dogs. That's it.
Yeah.
Isn't much else. So, Peter, what exactly have you got in that room?
Right.
Everything.
Well, I started. When did I start? 1985, and I've not really sold anything since.
Yeah, good man.
Well, I did. You know, I had a CS50. I bought for £120. A bloke in Froome, actually, wasn't me. This is back 25 years ago. Been in his. It's actually in his garage. Anyway, worked a treat. I swapped it for a E500 Ultra. I know, mad. But, you know, things like that. Oh, it's Ty.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello, darling.
Hey,
Hello, Ty.
I know what not to play.
Good. Well, don't fucking play it.
Oh, it was just, you know.
How are you, darling?
Is that better? Do you feel better now, Justin?
Kinda.
Good. Well, let's leave it there.
You all right, sweetheart?
Yeah. How are you?
Okay.
That good? Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
that good.
Good. Good. Well, I'm glad we got that one sorted. Oh, we've got Froome Face himself. Yay!
Sort of got
Hey,
internet.
Chuck.
How is it down there? Is it all right?
The internet's rubbish.
Yeah.
Yeah, the house is okay. We've got
Good.
furniture, and that doesn't turn up for at least a fortnight.
Oh, so you got Fortnite on camp beds and
Yeah,
that kind
so
of
we've
stuff.
got a blow-up bed,
Oh,
two
God.
camping
Your
chairs,
favourite dinner.
and a kid's
your mate.
table.
Wow.
Hi, Ty.
It's bonkers. And annoyingly,
Sorry. Go on.
Everybody.
the Wi-Fi doesn't turn up until the 8th of May either.
Thanks, baby.
Wow.
We're running
Okay.
it off, I'm running it off my phone at the moment.
Wow.
But Froome himself is lovely. Come and visit, Ty.
Yeah, I might do. No, I might do. It's lovely
You got
down
the car
there.
for it?
I have.
Actually, I'll turn the camera off because I'm getting it's breaking up a bit. So,
Okay.
but I'm still here.
Funny enough, I was watching a YouTube video with a guy with a was it a Taycan? Taycan?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Taycan.
about how it's literally a
Plummeted.
disposable car,
Yeah.
and the dealership
Yeah.
wouldn't even buy it back off him.
Yeah. Yeah. The electric Porsches are kind of going that way. So
Yeah.
I got off at a good point, but
Yes.
no. But already I've had my first request for, well, my son's going to a proms, and we're looking at hiring a car.
Yeah.
I don't suppose you could possibly. I'm thinking, oh my god, I've literally had it 2 weeks, and already I'm being rented out.
You're going to get a lot of that.
Hey, rent boy.
Well, yeah, I've been called that many times before. But for
Weddings are
completely
going to be
different
difficult.
reasons.
There's no way to
Well-
tie the ribbon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, and Peter, how are you?
I'm all right, mate. Have you copied them discs yet? Of course you
Oh,
haven't.
don't, please don't. I'm
Tell you what,
such a
can
shit.
I borrow them? Can I borrow them? for
Of
this
course,
show?
mate.
And then
You
I'll
don't
bring
have.
them back.
They're yours. How can you possibly call it borrowing? They're yours.
Yeah,
They're absolutely yours. No, what I think the best thing to do is you do exactly what you need to do with them, and then I will, after you've done whatever, I will then kindly request on bended knee if I can possibly borrow them. That's what
I'll pop up and get Super Booth out of the way, and I'll pop up and pick them up from you.
Yeah, no, it's I'm very embarrassed. What, Peter? That's really not a nice thing to say about him. He's not been on. Calling him a cunt is not
You're a
nice,
nasty
Robbie.
piece of work, you are, fucking unwin.
I'm used to it.
Whoa, hang on. Whoa. Can I take a few steps back there? I'm a nasty piece of work. Any particular reason, or just generally?
Generally, yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Oh, that's all right. No, nothing specific.
No,
I was
nothing
going to say,
specific,
I can't
in
argue with
general.
that. I can't argue with that.
Have you got Dom's GX21 with you, or has Kemp still got it? Because
I've got it.
You've got
Yeah,
it. Okay.
I've got that for you. I picked that up for you. I've got that.
Got it.
Yeah,
Thank you very
that's
much.
here.
Okay.
So no.
Did
not
I
a
have
problem
it?
with the slightest. Yes, you had it, and then I took it. I took it back to Sophia's. At which point, I'm there going through a list, going, "Why have I just bought this back to Sophia's? Because it's got to come back with me." So it then went back in the car and is now back up here. So
Okay.
I know that the 21 is here, but
Okay.
yeah. So
Okay.
all good. How are you anyway, cunt features? Not you, Peter. Obviously, not you, Keith, and not you, Justin, and not you, Kent. That only
Surely
leaves...
I'm included. Come on.
No. No.
I'm alright, you?
Yeah, good, thanks, mate.
I tell you what, buying a birthday card for him is a nightmare.
What, for Robbie?
Yeah, because have you seen, you go into WH Smith's, hardly any of the cards have happy birthday cunt on it.
No, that's why you have to go to Thoughtful. I've told you. I've shared you my collection.
Oh,
of
yeah,
cards
you gave me
from
the
Thoughtful.
link,
They all, honestly, they all have cunt written all over it. I told you, my favourite one. That honestly, the best card I ever got was everybody. Oh yeah, it's a picture of Jesus, and it puts Jesus loves everybody except you, you cunt, which was my favourite all-time card. Although the best card I ever bought was, I told you about the time when I bought all those cards for Pip and I got all the numbers wrong and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But the best one was sit on my face and glaze me like a donut. That was that. Honestly, it's the cards you can get from Thoughtful are amazing.
I'm making a note of that one.
Yeah. They're honestly, there's some really good ones. So yeah.
Right, that.
Yeah. I'm not going to go into any more detail on here, but I think I did tell Kent about it. But if you don't know the story about that particular Valentine's, Robbie, it's most entertaining. I think
you have.
Wood.
I can't remember now.
You've been
There's so many.
regaled.
Yeah, there's so many.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Ty, sorry for not phoning this week. I've been working. Would you believe?
Oh, no, well, no, that's absolutely fine. I did. It's fine. I called you again today, but
Yeah.
yeah, I did. It's fine, but because I've been indeed working, and I can't even stop tonight, really, because I've got a deadline. Fucking hell, they've come back to haunt me, and
Is
so
it
I've
the
got
dog?
This is pre-titles for Cancer.
Oh,
So it's not a new version of Stand Up for Cancer. Yeah, new version. Pre-titles for Cancer.
Yeah.
No, it's the thing about the Cancer Kids. So I've got to do the pre-titles. And I got it this morning. They turned and went, don't suppose we could have it by tomorrow, could we?
No,
well, no, I've got to say yes. So I'm literally just that. I'm in the procrastination stage where I'm just sitting there going, I know I'm going to be up all night doing this shit anyway. So
it's a dance number, is it?
No, amazingly not. But I tell you, these kids are. I mean, I said it last time I talked about it, they are flipping amazing.
Yeah.
Honestly, us grown-ups could learn a million and one things from these kids. They are unbelievable, their attitude to it all. Yeah, they're just fantastic. But anyway, so that I've got to do that. I've got to do that tonight. But yeah, other than that, no, all is well. I just thought I'd just
Ian's
stick my head in.
determined for me to not finish my dinner.
Sorry,
Are you just trying to annoy us, Ian? Is that what it is?
He's up and down like a horse draws.
Oh, I say he's in and out more than a turd on a long bus journey.
Robbie's speaking from experience again.
Yeah. As Pip would say, as Pip would say, is the turtle showing its head again?
No.
But anyway, but no, I just thought I'd stick my head in and say hi. That was all, because I don't do it very regularly now. Say again?
Haven't seen you for ages.
I know, it's been great, hasn't it? Yeah. But do you know what? It really makes it, though, especially now that you portrait, it really makes it so much more special. Why you portrait? Turn it round, for God's sake. We don't want to see your light. That's better. Oh, that's better. There you go.
It's fuzzier, though.
What are you doing in a dental surgery waiting room anyway?
Yeah.
There's a
With a mutant
TRS-8
wasp.
down there.
Oh, is that to keep you entertained?
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you what. I mean,
nothing else.
Kent knows about this. About me putting wooden end cheeks onto a Akai AX80.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's my biggest achievement. I love the fact I'm not actually joking with this. My biggest achievement in the last I don't know how long is I put wooden end cheeks onto an AX80 without having to get Kent to do it.
Yeah.
I actually undid it and I did it myself with a screwdriver.
And the same week.
And yeah, it took me 2 days.
Yeah.
It took me 2 days, but
day a cheek.
Yeah, well, it was more one.
Same with Fiona.
Yeah. I'm not even going there.
I normally wait for her to move out of the way because it just takes too long to walk round.
Very brave, Ken.
Yeah, well,
Don't ever confuse brave with stupid.
No. I don't have to worry about her hitting me or anything because that would mean her getting up and walking somewhere. So I'm completely safe.
dig yourself a bigger hole.
Well, mine's in Dawlish. I hope she's not bloody watching this.
I said something to her on Monday that I couldn't even repeat here. But she knows I don't mean it, so it doesn't matter. It cancels itself out. Mind you, she has a fair go, must admit.
Oh yes, definitely is give as good as you get.
Oh
relationship.
yeah. But that's why I love her, because she can take it.
And
this is all just. I was going to say this is all going down a whole different. Wait for Longhurst to get on, then it'll all. Actually, can I point out I did watch that one because Andrew did call me and he turned and went, "Oh," I said, "You know what you've been up to?" "Oh yeah, I went on the pub the other night and yeah, probably a bit of a mistake because I'd had a drink or 7, and I was a bit pissed." And I went, "Oh, I'll watch it back." He went, "No, I wouldn't if I was you." Anyway, I did watch it back. Fuck me. It was just, I mean, Longhurst at the best of times is, you know what you're going to get with Andrew. But it was like kind of Andrew where you don't quite know what you're going to get. Oh, you do know what you're going to get. You're going to get what you normally get, but then a bit more. It was incredibly entertaining. But in a kind of, rather you than me, and. But anyway, so there we go.
And how is your lovely lady?
Mine?
Mm.
She's wonderful. All is good. All is very well.
Good.
I just, yeah, that's it. It's all just...
Are you my friend at the moment?
Who, me? Yeah.
I love
am.
that picture of her as a pup.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Yeah. She was just quite, they really needed to fatten her up. They did a good job. Nice. Did a good job on you. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, I suppose I best actually go and do some work. I might stick my head in later when I get bored at midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So I may stick my head in later, but I've got to go and do something.
All right, darling.
So,
when you starting the big one soon?
Yeah. Do you know what? I remember some problems with my console one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's just, it appears that on the really big projects, it's not working. So the software's working, but the way it's connecting to the hardware's not doing what it should be doing.
Oh.
So I'm trying to... The problem we've got is I don't know whether it's got anything to do with Nuage as well, because obviously it's kind of... So the computer's talking to Nuendo, which is talking to Nuage, and is talking to Console 1. And, on the bigger project. On the small projects, it works absolutely fine, but on the big projects, it's not playing ball. So they're sending me a new Console 1 tomorrow.
Oh, cool.
To see if it's the hardware or the software. So
yeah, because if they weren't, you could borrow my one.
Oh no, I've got two. No, I've got two of everything of the old one. This is the Mark III. Sorry about that, everybody. That's just for Robbie. And I've got the Mark IIs, but this is for the Mark III. The Mark II still work. It's just the Mark III. So anyway, but no. So but yeah. But I now have finally got the template for the big one. It's a great template, I have to say. It's full of lots of juiciness.
Christ, that's half the work now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a big template. Yeah, so but it's good. So that's taken a fair while. Anyway, I need to go and do some cancer shit.
Before you go, I haven't
yes, Robert.
Forgotten your request.
Okay. No, that's great. Yeah.
You're in touch with...
Yeah.
Or putting them in touch yet. So I'm going to check. You've reminded me. I'm going to chase them up.
No, absolutely fine. I actually... Do you know what? And I actually told Kent this. Was it last week? I wrote a patch, and it's probably one of the best kind of filmic ambient patches that I've written on any synth. And guess what synth it was on? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Timberwolf. Sorry.
No, it's I tried it. I knew exactly what I had in my head, and I tried it on a few things, and I just thought, do you know what? I'm going to go left field here, and so I didn't use my normal. I kind of went a bit left field, and it came out absolutely great.
Send it over.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite patches. It's fairly awesome for doing the kind of shit I do. It's a bit awesome. So.
Oh, somebody did buy Dom's Hydrosynth.
Oh, have they? Oh, thank fuck for that. I see someone bought. Look, that was a nice price. Oh, brilliant! I'm glad it's gone.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, it's been hanging around for a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I need to speak to Sphere anyway, but
yeah.
I mean, she just wants it gone now. She just wants everything gone. So there's some really nice stuff in there that it just needs to go to a good home. So, but anyway, I've got strict instructions not to just go and be silly. So like I follow strict instructions. Anyway, on that bombshell, I may see you all later. Apart from you, Robbie, couldn't give a fuck. Couldn't give a fuck if I see you or not, Robbie. Everyone else, it'd be lovely to see later, but
I know you don't mean it.
you know I don't mean it.
You definitely have a special place in Ty's world, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, do you know, now that Robert's not around, you see, that's the thing. I have to take out my vengeance on somebody, and Robert never puts his face in. Well, not when I'm around. He definitely never appears. So,
You only hurt the ones you love, so it's fine.
exactly. He was my kicking boy, and he's not here anymore. So,
Yeah, he's been about.
has he?
Yeah,
but
it was
he
him.
he often comes in later at night. So I presume.
Oh, in
working.
which case, I'm.
When he's got rid of his last client, he.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He's done his last shoot.
He's-
Yeah.
Comes in
After he's had a sloosh.
Well,
after he's been glazed like a donut.
brilliant.
Nearly spewed fucking super noodles all over the bloody Hydra
Sorry.
then.
I should just say, Paul, incinerator. Just forget about. Basically, it is no more. The saddest part about it was he was so close to doing the new version.
Yeah.
It was literally just. I mean, it was more or less ready to go, but it's not. None of that's going to happen. So unfortunately, and we all know what I thought of Incinerator because it's a flipping amazing plugin. But no, it is what it is. So
No more.
unfortunately, very sad, but But in the same way that when I pop my clogs, what will you have to remember me by?
So it can't be licensed on or anything.
I was waiting for. I'm sorry, I was waiting for. I was coming from Robbie there, but it didn't come.
Well, no, it did. I just.
Well, did it? I didn't hear it. What was it, Robbie?
Hard on.
I just don't know where. I don't know where to go from that. To be fair, I'm just.
My work here is done.
Okay. See you all later.
All
right, darling.
Cheers.
Be good. Have a great evening. Cheers, guys. Bye, bye, bye.
Stay
bye.
glazed.
Stay glazed.
All right.
Oh, bollock.
So do you want a quick tour then? Now Ty's gone because I've got a bit of Behringer gear. In
Yes, we were going to tour, weren't we?
Well, you can skip past that.
No, no.
here. Yeah. Right.
Oh, no, you don't have to, because I got a couple back here.
Well, it's got to be done, hasn't it? Right.
Come on,
So-
Bobby. You just done your Ian Body interview.
Chroma
and-
Polaris.
I did that years ago.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh,
One of
yeah.
three.
Polaris.
The others are in various states of repair, but my favourite all-time synth. It's just brilliant. I had that brand new. Bought that in Duxton and Pinker in Bath in 1986, and I paid 200 quid for it because the bloke in the shop didn't know what to do with it. Well, bad, and it still works. So then we got some Roland Gubbins,
Oh, yeah.
like you do.
One or two.
Got the Hydra. Got
Course
the
you had.
Hydra.
Yep.
And then
That's the law.
JX10.
JX10, and I don't know.
I wish I'd have kept mine.
Yeah, brilliant bit of kit. Where are we now? So that's some. Oh yeah, Behringer there.
That's a Behringer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got me.
Oh, it's
me
Matrix Brew.
Brute.
That's
Yeah.
Pro 3.
That's the Behringer version of the
no,
Monopoly. Built like a
Monopoly,
tank,
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's
Behringer, yeah.
Behringer. Yeah, it's great. That's the core reissue of the RP.
Mm-hmm.
XY 55.
This way, yeah.
Yeah, 35. Yeah, that's a Vector,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that an
the
RZ1?
No, that's a Triton.
That's a Triton.
No. Drum machine above the Monopoly.
Yes, it is. Casio
Yeah.
RZ1. Yeah.
Oh,
Love
nice.
those.
Love those.
Yeah, they're great. They are great. Where are we now? Got the Viscount Oberheim, which is
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
turnkey.
OB12.
Yeah, they're great. Nice. I got a Trinity down the bottom. You can't really see that.
Yep.
Sort of over there. The M3, which I've just got a keyboard for actually.
I used to have
Nice
that.
bit of kit.
So
I
mine
got
was
a
a
couple
rep
of
sample.
A couple of MX 9000s from Behringer, which I've had for 25 years and never had a trouble with them. So I'm touching lots of wood.
How do they sound?
They're all right. Yeah, fine for what I do. I don't like patch bays. I hate patch bays. So everything goes in. I've got 96 inputs, and everything's tuned in.
Good man.
Yeah, they
Little
look like they're
MS-20.
built solid too.
Oh, it is. They're solid.
Nice.
Jupiter X.
Jupiter X.
Z8 front panel there.
Yeah.
Yes, that's Z8 is somewhere around here. There it is.
Horrible things.
It is horrible. Yeah, you're right. E5000, another E3. That's a spare E3. I used to gig with them. The other lot are right there. I'll show you in a bit.
Oh, E3s.
That's
3200.
a couple of Akai's.
Yeah. OMW or 3W.
With the ESI.
There's a P2500.
Yeah.
Wagyu's getting a bit of a boner right now.
Yeah, 800. I got an original Pro 800 up there.
Proteus. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
500.
Yeah, fully expanded. Then we have the Behringer rack. But again,
Behringer rack with a looks like a. Is that a System
I've
One?
got a System 1 at the top, yeah.
Cool.
But, at the end of the day, I'm a consumer. And if they're good, they're good. I don't care about politics. And the same with that. I got a nice case built. I got a nice case built for the old 2600 from Behringer. And I only bought that because Cork pissed me off because I had one on order and then they said, we ain't got none left. So
I love mine.
yeah, brilliant.
Like I got a 2600 here where the 4012 filter has just blown its arse clean off, and it's going to be
Really?
600 quid to the door for the replacement. So there's a good reason to get the Behringer one.
Yeah.
Exactly. Ensonic at there, Mirage. And the rest of it's out there. I can't take you out there at the moment because the wire's not.
What's the sequential? There was a sequential behind the.
That's the 6-track.
6-track.
Which I've just changed the battery on it after Kent's advice, and that's worked very well.
Nice.
But out the back, I got an 1850 Collard piano, which I inherited from my mum, and a CP70B, and then all the emulator kits out there at the moment. So yeah, this is the back of my office. I work over there, and it works quite well, really.
Oh, they're wondering if you've got a Jupiter 8.
No, that's a Jupiter X.
No, it's the X.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I've got an 8.
No, you have to be a lord or lady of the manor to have a JP8 now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or the CEO of a water company.
But you think what they used to go for. I got my Bible was the Keyfax 2 from Julian Colbeck. That's what I bought all my stuff with back in the 80s. And they had Jupiter 8s in there for $350. I think, why shouldn't I buy?
Yeah.
Who for a time machine, eh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I had a Synthy AKS, which I bought from my school for 150 quid.
Yeah.
And it went wrong. And I thought, I was only young, and I thought, I'll just get rid of this piece of crap.
Yeah.
We all make mistakes, don't we?
Oh, Christ, no, we've all done it.
Yeah.
My £175 CS80.
Christ.
No wonder the guy drove up the road so fucking quick with it in the back.
But that's, Behringer are quite happy to reintroduce this VC whenever they bring out the VC3. That'd be great. But we shall see.
Yeah.
Yeah, but everything seems to be working with the emulators at the moment, which is good. Oh, we've got to do some publicity sometime, Rob. We'll have a chat over beer at Super Booth for Bristronica.
Yeah.
He just wants... Marco does all these flyers and stuff like that, and he has them everywhere, so he wants us to put a little bit of a blurb on there. So
No
we'll have to
problem.
You've done a job on that one, Noah.
Yeah.
Can do.
Oi. Rearrange marsupials. That's better. Oh. Robbie, Noah's going to just sit here and stare at me now, you know this. I can feel his eyes boring into the back of my head.
Mine's asleep.
Bless him.
Flat out.
Right. Well, Korg didn't make that mod wave very user friendly when it comes to importing in your own bits and bobs, does it?
It's not, is it? It's not easy, is it?
It's
Have you
just
seen that new Korg turntable thing?
Oh,
No.
I glanced at it and thought,
Yeah.
move on.
No.
Yeah.
Move on.
Yeah, no.
No, I've got. When you want to import a bank into, I guess it all depends who does the bank, but you have to import all your multi-samples, and then create a compiled bank, and then put that into a certain folder, and then import a bundle file. It's just fucking hell.
It should be that.
It's a heck of a lot of work. But there you go. Right, so get rid of that.
Talking to Korg, Ian, did you ever sell those?
No. What is it? Is it
No. It's a chord computer. Well, they call it a chord processor.
all right. No, I don't. In fact, I've never seen one.
It was before your time, then.
Very similar, but
Useful bit of kit.
how old is that, Keith?
I dread to think. I would
That's
think.
early 80s, isn't it?
It must be.
Well,
must
I would
be
have
quite-
bought it. I would have bought it mid to late 80s.
Yeah.
From, I mean, goodness knows where. Either, I cannot remember if I went into a shop, local shop, and bought it, or whether I saw it.
I seem to remember it. It's sort of like 84, 85 or something.
That's probably about right. I mean, I've actually got. I can't remember what. Somewhere I have one, which was like on the key ring, which my eldest son bought me. Oh, probably about 20 years ago.
Yeah.
It's got all the major and minor inversions, different versions of chords. You know.
Yeah, I don't think they sold very well because for a quid you could have a chord book.
No, I understand. I can understand that.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean,
yeah.
it was a different, new and interesting way of doing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, they weren't exactly queuing up to buy them.
Korg tuners, Korg guitar tuners were always difficult to sell for some reason.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we really struggled with them. We could sell loads of bloody snarks and stuff like that, but the Korg version, they were probably too expensive because people want a guitar tuner or they want a tuner. They want to pay. And the Korg ones were always like 20 quid,
Oh yeah, good old Musene's chords processor. Well, whatever review is, March '85. So
yeah,
it might
quite
be worth
possible I bought. Yeah, sorry.
it. Might be worth a bit. Collector might be interested in something like that.
Suppose so. I mean, I actually still use it. I get a piece of sheet music, and
Yeah.
it's not a question of always looking at, especially if you've got a melody line and you've got chord symbols. Anything beyond a seventh, and sometimes, getting more complicated is generally beyond me. So
you might find it's quite desirable now because they're a bit thin on the ground.
Yeah.
possibly.
A
Possibly.
lot of people probably left batteries in them and
Yeah, well, this needs a
ate themselves-
battery.
Yeah,
Yeah,
ate
no.
themselves from the inside,
No, I've been lucky then because I mean it didn't get used for years and years and years,
Yeah,
and certainly the last 4 years I think the worst I did was put a battery or two batteries maybe inside it. I think it's two in there.
yeah. Because I mean, Korg haven't exactly got a great history with backup batteries.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. No.
Poly
Not really.
60s, remember
Poly
them?
6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because even when you replace all the tracks, it may work, it may not. Because it eats all the through holes as well.
Without-
Yeah.
Well, I suppose
Nice.
I'll have to pull my Wave Station SR out one day and have a look at that then, won't I? See what's left of the inside.
Yeah. I still think probably the worst one to date is the CR78 though. I think there's enough acid in that battery to fucking wash it.
You should see the what's it? The one on. I forget which card it's on now. In the Fairlight, it's a button cell, but it's like this. It's huge. And when that goes,
Yeah, but
whole
isn't the
card
card
goes.
vertically mounted?
Yeah, but even still,
Well, but that's got some
yeah.
some redeeming.
It's even
feature,
worse
shall
if
we
you
say.
have, like, if you've got cards in storage and you've stored them horizontally. Then yeah, but
Yeah,
even when they go, they're just it destroys the card.
yeah.
I think I had one in the garage that went, and I didn't know what to do with it. And Peter, because I thought, well, shall I throw the card away? Or so I wrapped it in all this stuff, and it was there for about a year, and it started to come through all the stuff that I'd wrapped it in as well.
Oh God.
So it just went in the bin.
Just thought, of course, another one would be what's the one they had a better idea about it? I think it was the Jupiter 4, where they put the backup batteries in a little compartment that you access from underneath, rather than mount it on the CPU board or the key controller board. I mean.
Yeah.
But I think the fumes still messed it up.
But what do you do now? Are there alternatives? Or do you sort of just got to change a battery or whatever? Or is there something you can put somewhere different? Or
Yeah, I mean, if I on a Poly 6, if a Poly 6 comes in and it needs a new battery, I'll mount it
you'll put it somewhere.
away, as far away from the
You needed to finish that sentence after you said you'd mount it.
Yeah, you mount them.
I know how much you love your synthesizers. But
Oh
really,
yeah, mate. But I had a Poly 6 for 12 years. It was my central synth. I rinsed the living shit out of it. But that's because I was poor. You got that. You pay the HP and you go, right, that's it for now.
Yeah.
But yeah, mount the battery as far away as humanly possible. And yeah,
Right.
we'll do it all the time. But I remember, it's funny. There's this thing, right? There's a kind of customer I get. It's the customer who reads things on the net and in forums, and therefore considers himself
An expert.
an expert. Yeah, and regardless of how long he's owned the gear as well. I had a 2600 come in. Well, it was here Friday, yeah. And now the problem with it was, he said that when you plug the keyboard in, you get no sound. But sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. He said, so there's clearly something wrong with the keyboard. And I've gone, okay. So I took it down to the workshop this morning, connected it all up, plugged it in, put it into its sort of like default position, right? So you've got one VCO to start with and all that sort of thing, set up the ADSR and everything, and go up and down the keyboard like that, and yeah, no sound at all. I go, well, that's a bit weird. So I pushed the little trigger button on the front, and it sounds. I go, yeah, okay, so I can see why they think that it's the keyboard. But after I pushed it, I realised that what they've done, there's a switch to switch between ADSR and AR. And when it's set to AR, you can use the LFO, the separate LFO, to do like an ADSR repeat. And it was off. So after about 2 minutes, the keyboard would start working again, because the LFO has now reached the peak of its square wave and will play for 5 minutes and then go off again. So I turned it up and it's going ding 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 ding. Yeah, that's what he's done. Click. La 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 la. No problem. And he's had this thing like 20 years. And at some point you must have come across that.
No.
There ain't that many fucking controls on the front of it. I mean, come on. So I explained to him. I said, no, there's nothing wrong. It was your LFO. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. He goes, no, it isn't, because I'll tell you for why. He said, because my mate's brought his keyboard over and we plugged it in and that played fine. I said, yeah, you turned it on and the LFO happened to be at the top of its cycle.
Right.
I bet you if you plugged your old keyboard back in and had a go quickly, it would be working as well until the cycle finishes. No, it's definitely something wrong with the keyboard. So, I phoned him back 2 hours later and said, right, it's all fixed. My apologies, it's all sorted. 120 quid. And he's happy now.
And the cycle is complete.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and getting into arguments with customers about, the 4012 filter, it's the Moog filter. No, it's not a Moog filter. It never was a Moog filter. Oh, yeah, but Moog sued up over it. Yes, but it was over the input stage of the filter, not the actual filter. It's not a Moog filter. Yes, it is ladder, I'll give you that. But loads of filters are ladder, but they're not like Moogs, so shut up. Yeah, but it's a better filter. God's sake. But it's a grey face, it should have the 4012. No, they made 4012s with the 4072s in it. Please, just stop reading the fucking internet and believe in it. So you can imagine what an afternoon I've had.
I get this for planning, though. I get people ring me up and said, I don't need planning, I've done this and done that. I said, yeah, but you do.
Yeah.
You do.
Yeah,
Why
they phone
this-
up the expert and tell them about how expert they are.
Oh, God. If I'm out surveying with a kit, I always get some old surveyor. Oh, I used to be a surveyor. Oh, yeah. No.
Yeah.
It's all good fun.
Yeah, I mean, I've had the guy with the... Oh, no, I read on the internet that when you're tuning the CS80, you start with the 16-foot. No, you don't. You start with the 2-foot. And then you do the scale. And then you do the other footages. Oh, no. Oh, okay, get on with it then. Enjoy.
Don't watch my video.
Then
Yeah.
come back to me and I'll tell you why it sounds like shit.
You fell foul of planning, didn't you, Ian, selling your house?
Bloody right, I did.
Did you? How was that?
Yeah. I had to have a retrospective planning application on my studio.
Oh, what? Was this a studio in the garden?
In the
or?
I converted half a garage into a studio. And,
So the garage hadn't changed?
The garage hadn't changed, no. But the only thing we've done is we put a door into the. It's a townhouse with an integral garage, and obviously the bottom of it, the townhouse.
Right,
Put
Yeah.
a door into. Going to the hallway. They wanted suspended floor and fire door and fire door frame put in.
So there's more regulations than planning,
Yeah.
then, was it?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah. That's the trouble, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, I never thought we'd move. I thought we'd stay in that house, and I thought, well, it won't matter. And it's actually quite easy. We did for 30 think about just knocking the wall down and turning it back into a garage.
Yeah.
You know. But anyway, it's all done now. Somebody else is living there.
Yeah.
And I've got this.
So you there for life or what?
Probably. The idea of moving to the south of England was because to family. So
Right. Okay.
my kids live in London. Jane's parents live next. Got family, around within an hour and a half of where we are. So,
Yeah.
the idea.
Yeah, I agree. I've got...
So I'm looking forward to getting this place sorted.
Yeah.
Although I have to say, the person we bought the house, they've taken every shelf, every hook, and I've just got walls that are full of unfinished.
Oh, right.
So I've got to sand all the walls in here alone. Sand all the walls for a start before I can do anything else.
Polyfiller is your friend.
Well, it's my friend. Well, it's not at the moment, but it will be. Yeah.
Although I highly recommend actual body filler. U-Pulse
Body-
C. Yeah. U-Pulse C body filler. It's really
Well,
good.
it's easy.
You can even screw if you fill up a hole with it, and then you can screw into the body filler and put a raw plug in it, like it's wall again.
Yeah, that's the problem with polyfill. You can't really do that very well, can you?
No, 9 times out of 10, it's sort of like just
You can just come out,
again. Yeah. Even U-Pole C, not a U-Pole C, the other stuff. Oh, fucking hell. Well, you go into any car place to see small tins of body filler, but I can't remember the name.
I mean, when I used to mess around with cars, I remember buying that kind of sort out my old bangers that I used to run with it.
Yeah.
So,
and plus, it's ready to sand in what 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes.
That's good.
Whereas polyfill is sort of like, I'll come back to this tomorrow.
Yeah.
Especially if it's like quite a deep hole, and it takes forever to properly dry out.
I mean, the intention is we crack on with we're not going to decorate everything. We're just going to, fill holes and blend it in as much as possible, because there's a lot. Literally every room has got either holes or bits of filler that they haven't finished off sanding and all that sort of stuff. Luckily, they have left us all the matching paint for all the rooms, which is quite good.
Yeah.
So while we've got 2.5 weeks before everything turns up, we're better off doing it now than waiting. So that's the plan.
Yeah.
I've already done that porch.
Well, you spend half your time just moving shit around, otherwise, before you get any decorating done.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the big worry is that we've gone from a 4-bedroomed house to what is a 2.5-bedroomed house. Plus, obviously, this is out in the garden. This is out in the garden, is the studio.
Yeah.
So it's a much smaller house, and we've got an awful lot of stuff that we've still got.
So, are you going to get brutal? Are you going to get brutal with it, or are you going to learn how to pack things a lot tighter?
No, we're going to get rid of a lot of stuff. We'd already got rid of an awful lot before we moved, knowing full well that we were going to a smaller house. But once we got here, and we actually came to see the house about a week before we took over.
Yeah.
And we realised it was smaller than we remembered, because it was like 6 months before we actually seen the house. When we first started, started the whole process.
Yeah.
So we know, and we've taken things knowing full well that it might fit, it might not fit, but we're going to have to be quite brutal about. We don't want it to be, full of, all this furniture which is not right for it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because I thought upstairs seems to be. I was going, oh, that's quite under control now. Then I went up in the attic and went, oh God, oh Jesus, why did I look up here?
Well, because I went with you up into the attic. Exactly.
Yes, you've seen it, haven't you? Yeah, it goes all the way to the back like that. It's like, fucking hell, is that a polymog over there?
It's brilliant. Your place is brilliant.
It's ridiculous. That's a Transcendent 2000, isn't it?
Yeah.
See, like Fiona didn't want to get rid of all her mum's kitchen utensils. Pots and pans and dishes and stuff, because it had some sort of sentimental value to her and everything like that. And I said to her, I think it was last year, I said to her, so what's really sentimental about them sitting in a cardboard box in the attic? If they're real sentimental value, you want to use them. She goes, oh God, no, couldn't you? Not with the design of this kitchen, it wouldn't go at all. Okay, well, so, and I can understand. Yeah, I can understand them wanting to keep them. So,
Yeah.
Well, all of our pots and pans when they arrive will have to go, because we've now got an induction hob. Right? None of our pans will actually work with it. We know that. So I bought.
That was the one thing that got her to throw a lot of saucepans out. Was the fact that she goes, oh, I can't use that on the induction hob.
So I ordered a brand new set of pans from Amazon, which turned up on Sunday, I'm literally at the other side of our front door, decorating the porch. Right, the tosser of a bloody Amazon driver didn't knock on the door.
Yeah.
Right.
Standard.
Within the half an hour that I went to actually, sort of go, I get my phone out, I check where the delivery's going to be, because it says the delivery will be any time between now and 9 o'clock. This is mid-afternoon. I thought, it's delivered it. So I go to the front door and it's been nicked.
What?
Yeah. But, I mean, the dickhead had literally left it by the front door where it was so easy for anybody just to grab it and run down the street with it. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
But it didn't knock on the door either. Didn't use the bell, didn't knock on the door, just stuck it there, took a photograph and buggered off.
Oh. Mm.
Anyway, I mean, Amazon have refunded me.
Yeah.
Must
Although
happen so much.
with the supplier, because it's a third party and we were messing around a bit, but Amazon have just given me money back today.
Well, FedEx is even worse. When we got when we got this delivered we had it delivered to New Hampshire, so we didn't have to worry about sales tax. But this was left outside this person's house in the pouring rain.
Oh.
In the box. The guy didn't even knock on the door; just left it there.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, we complained to Sweetwater and we complained to FedEx. But yeah. Mm.
I mean, what we think happens, because it sounds like I'm in a really dodgy area of room. I'm not. It's really quite.
It's only dodgy since you've moved there.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Good load.
It's Chrome. They might have a problem with highwaymen. That's about it, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah.
Maybe the odd pirate.
The Amazon thing, But
no, it's funny though how these delivery companies can actually differ depending on the area.
Mm.
Like for instance, UPS here, really good.
Yeah.
You hear other people go, "No, UPS, they should die. They should be burnt at the stake." Yeah, exactly.
I can go either way on them.
However, Hermes, shit, right across the board.
You're right there.
I've seen both sides of UPS. Back 2015, I bought a PC-88 through Guitar Center. The box shows up, and the left side of the box is just crushed right in.
Yeah.
And then open it up, and so is the keyboard. So I made Guitar Center take it back. I took it back to the store, and we found another one. I had to pay a little extra to get it, and I told them, pack it really good, but send it via freight. And then I get this other one, and it's in a big box that you put a Yamaha 88 note, almost like a Clavinova in.
Yeah.
And wouldn't you know it, this one didn't work. So, again, false advertising. But the other thing with the box for this is there was a nice gash in the bottom of it. Pretty good hole in the bottom of the box. Luckily, no damage to this.
I think I'm really lucky because still working for a company that has one or two staff on a reception desk. So I've had over 4 years, 0 problems, 0 damage.
Yeah.
I had to chase rounds just once. I had to chase round for something they claimed they dropped. Then I went over to the place where they dropped it, because you could see by the company colours where it had been dropped. They denied it, and then while I was out chasing every other business in the area, it turned up. The company where they said I hadn't got it, then dropped it over. But no, I've been ever so lucky. And that's with every imaginable UK courier company. I can't fault any of them.
Well, certainly, every has been the worst company that we've ever dealt with. We mainly deal with Yodel for smaller stuff, and they have companies have problems. Yodel, considering we do it, I'm still doing up to about 30 parcels a week.
Yeah.
We very rarely have any that go AWOL. And if we do, we just claim and we get the money back. But,
Yeah.
I mean, it's something because we had a bin store at the other house, so we literally have notice on saying, "Delivery driver, please leave it in here." Which, although having said that, Amazon would sometimes completely ignore that and leave it on the front door.
Yeah.
You know, but it was a cul-de-sac, so you've got no people wandering into the street. You know, now we're on a main road, really, so anybody could walk in, and opportunities can just walk off with your parcel.
Yeah. We get so much of it in Watford.
Well, I mean, loads of it in Waltham. It's where when I was staying with my youngest, they actually said there's somebody down their street who's nicking everybody's parcels. Everybody knows who it is, but the police trusted. So any parcels that get left out, he would be there nicking it. You know. So Josh would always have his parcel sent to his office rather than risk because there was usually someone in the house. But by the time you get to the front door, it's gone.
Come here. Have a look. Look. Look at the dog.
This is Emmett.
Yeah.
This is our latest edition.
Look at him. Cute.
Now he doesn't look like a Shih Tzu, but he's what they call a Papso Shih Tzu.
Oh, okay.
Slight genetic, because his sister, who's somewhere else, is a total Shih Tzu and all the rest of it. But this one, aren't you? You're a bit strange, aren't you, Emmett?
Oh, bless it.
He's a good
gorgeous little thing.
It's got a bit of a King Charles look to it.
Yeah,
he has got a King Charles look to it. Yeah.
But
and
without the epilepsy.
With the other stuff.
Because they do, don't it? King Charles Spaniels, there's a high degree of epilepsy in the breed.
Yeah, there is, isn't there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
No, do you know what I found was a useful thing to do was to befriend the couriers.
Yeah.
You know, being really chatty with them. Yeah. And there was one guy. I mean, this poor guy. It was in the summer, and he was sweltering. And I go, "You look like you could do with a fucking drink, mate." He goes, "Oh God, you've done only half of it." He says, "I had some orange on the van." He says, "I've used it all up." I said, "Do you want a can of Coke?" And he went, "Oh Christ, yeah." I said, "So I got him a can of Coke out of the fridge, you know." They go, "Oh, cheers, mate." And then when he's delivering stuff, he makes sure nobody can see it from the road and all this. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
I did that with my local postie where I used to live, and that big Fairlight thing that I have on my wall, Peter sent over from Australia. Obviously, that won't go through the letterbox. So instead of leaving it with neighbours and shit, he took it to the local post office, which he shouldn't really do, and left it there. But what he's done, he did this recently. I had mail redirection set up when I moved, and just do it for a year, and that generally covers it. My daughter, however, hadn't updated her address at the bank. So he gets the letter addressed to my daughter at our old address, knows that we don't live there anymore, knows where my mother-in-law lives in the village, and gave it to her.
Yeah.
So that we got it because he saw it was from the bank.
Yeah.
So yeah, but saying that all happened, I got friendly with him because he pissed me off because he delivered a record to me and I wasn't there, and it was in the middle of summer, and he left it underneath my doormat. So that when I came home, I literally walked right over this thing. It could have, if that had got hot enough, it could have warped, all sorts of things. Luckily, it didn't. So, as I tend to do, I went on Facebook, fucking postman, blah, blah, blah. And a friend of mine who lives locally messaged me and says, "I know who that postman is. He's a mate of mine." I said, "Oh, right. Well, tell him he's a cunt." And then the next day, there's a knock at the door. It's the postie, and he says, "I am so sorry." He said, "I didn't realise what was in there. Had I known, I wouldn't have." And I said, "Don't worry, mate. It's fine. It's all okay." And we got started talking.
Yeah.
And we've been mates ever since. But he always looks after you. Always looks after you.
Yeah.
Pays to be nice.
My UPS driver, he's this big, burly, quite muscular African guy. I mean, really, he's so African. and he kind of, I think he's Nigerian, and the language is, the accent is very strong, and sometimes you can't understand what he's saying. And we greet each other now. He comes to, he rings the bell and everything. I come to the door, and he'll be going. He goes, "All right, mate," like that. And I go, "I'm goer," like that. And he goes, "What you got for me today, then?" And if he's got some big keyboard to pick up, I go out to the van with him. He gets one end, I get the other end.
Well, you know the story about my Polybrute. Arturia sent it over, and they always send everything via UPS.
Yeah.
And I was tracking it, as I do. Gets to Stansted, and so once it's at Stansted, it should be with me the next day. So it goes to Bury overnight, and then from Bury it comes to me. So it got to Bury, and it said out for delivery 7:50 in the morning. I thought, lovely jubbly, this is coming. I was really, really excited.
Yeah.
3:30, I get a little notification from my app. Sorry, we missed you. I'm like, what? I've been here all day. I've been literally on tenterhooks. I've been sat downstairs. I've been working downstairs, so I don't miss you. What? So I ran out my door, looked out my door, couldn't see. There was literally nothing there. So I phoned up UPS customer service, which is somewhere else, not in the UK, and didn't get much joy from them, other than we can't tell until blah 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 blah. Well, as you know, 2 of the UPS drivers at my local depots are good friends. Unfortunately, they're not on my, on my neck of the, the run on my neck of the woods.
Yeah.
So I phoned one of them up, and he said, "I'll keep an eye out for it. I'll have a look." I said, "What do you think's happened?" He says, "What's happened is because UPS drivers in the UK anyway are salaried.
Yeah.
So they're on a fixed wage.
Yeah.
There's no incentive for them not to deliver. So the driver's gone out there, and he's looked at his watch, and he's thought, right, it's going to take me half an hour to get home. Fuck it, that one's going as missed delivery." And he said, and then he phoned me back, and he said, "I've just driven past the petrol station outside the depot. He's parked up in there, your driver." Yeah. "What's he fucking doing there?" He said, "Don't worry." He said, I'll see what I can do." So the next day, I get a call from the depot, because I kicked up a bit of a stink on via email. Get a call from the depot and said, "Yeah, we've got it. It's out on the lorry again. Happened again."
Oh.
Yeah, now twice it's pushing.
Yeah. So I messaged my mate, and he said, "Fucking hell." He says, "They don't make us look good, do they?" He says, "Let me see what I can do." The next thing I know, it's 6:30 in the evening. There's a knock at my door. Yeah. It's my mate. He's knocked off his shift. He's gone into the depot. He's signed for my parcel. He's put it in the back of his car. Oh. He's driven 25 miles from Bury to Stowmarket with my thing, and then he's got to go the other side of Bury St Edmunds to get home. Bless him. But you shouldn't have to do that.
No, you shouldn't have to. But
should not have to do that.
Good, he did though.
But yeah, this is the thing.
There are lots of really good drivers out there. I mean,
yeah.
Brilliant, Richard. We knew. I mean, he would do things like when we gave up the shop. He knew where we lived, and if it was for the new buyer of the shop, he'd check it there. If it was for us, because there were still parcels going for us, he'd just bring it around. This is for you, isn't it? Yeah. Thanks, mate. You know. No.
And the companies don't realise how good that is for them to do that.
Yeah, I mean,
because it'll make you want to use them.
We saw him on it because when we went to hand the keys in of the house, and he was parked up in the centre of Pocklington, and we had a quick natter to him. Said, "This last time you'll see us, we're off," So we're a bit of a catch up.
Yeah.
Right.
It's funny because I mean the drivers that come here, they know that under pain of death there is always somebody here.
Yeah.
And I've had it where, like, Fiona's been out doing the shopping or something like that, and the doorbell goes, and I'm on the bog, and I'm like, oh, fuck it, and all the dogs are kicking off and everything like that. I go, tough, right? And then I'll come downstairs, 2 or 3 minutes later, and the doorbell goes again, and it's the driver because he knows I'm in there.
He knows you're there.
And he goes, he's doing something. I'll go and sit in.
Yeah, he's
yeah. He goes, oh, fajitas again. Jeez, on bread. And he'll sit and wait in the van, and then come back 2 or 3 minutes later and ring the doorbell again.
That's brilliant.
And I come to the door, so I never get missed delivery.
I got to take these dogs for a walk. Yeah.
Right.
See you. Catch you soon. Cheers.
Take care.
See you later.
Bye.
Cheers.
Yeah, you got to get a good. I think if you forge a relationship, it's like with anything. I always do. I did it once at Schiphol Airport. Was it Skip? No, it wasn't Schiphol. It was Heathrow. We were flying to Schiphol, and do you remember? Oh God, when was it? About 20 years ago. There was a massive snowstorm in February, and it literally just shut the southern half of the country down.
Vaguely, yes. Yeah.
So, me, Jackie, and my mate James and his missus from work decided we were going to go for a long weekend in Amsterdam. So, normally we would fly from Norwich because there's direct flights from Norwich to Amsterdam every day. It's half an hour flight. It's a piece of piss and it's nice and cheap. However, we left this last minute, so the price was quite expensive. So, we decided we'll fly from Heathrow. That was cheaper.
Right.
So we were going to fly out on the first thing on the Friday morning. So I said to my mate, come over Thursday, we'll get a takeaway, we'll have some tea, because the flight was like 6:30 or 7 in the morning or something. So we'll have some tea, and then we can just sort of lounge around. If you want to catch a couple of hours kip, you can, and then we'll leave nice and early in the sort of like 2 o'clock in the morning, take a nice leisurely drive down to Heathrow. It'll be golden. Well, Thursday night it starts snowing, and we're like, oh fuck, okay. So we had the takeaway, and we looked at our watches and thought it's like 10 or 11 o'clock. So that's going to add a few hours on with the snow. Let's make a move now, and we can just drive slowly. So we're driving slowly down, and it's my mate that's driving because he's got the car, and we're coming up to the M11, just outside of Cambridge.
Yeah.
And there's this bit on the A11 where the road it's a very gentle rise, and then as you get to the top you sort of come over and you see it kind of just drops down, and as we came over there was this wall of red lights. So James panicked, he put the brakes on far too hard. Cars like this bangs into the central reservation at fairly low speed, and we come to a standstill, and we get out and we look, and he's slashed the front tyre by a good sort of 4 or 5 inches, just gone clean through.
Yeah.
So, long story short, we get stuck in the traffic all night, stuck in our vehicles. We can't get out of there. We can't get the AA. We phoned the AA because I'm an AA member, or was an AA member, and they said, yeah, we'll come out to you, but we don't know when we'll get to you because like everybody's breaking down because of all this snow and all this, whatever. We're on the phone to KLM, who are saying, yeah, your flight's on time. Actually, everything's flying out of Heathrow on time, despite the weather. But just get here when you get here. So by the time the AA got to us, it was about 9 or 10 o'clock that morning. We'd missed our flights. They sorted the tyre out, got on the road, and we got to Heathrow probably about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So we get to check in, and the lady at the check-in desk says, like, yeah, we'll try and get you on the next available flight, but there's a lot of people who've similar circumstances have missed their flights, and we're trying to get everybody in. So we get into this kind of it wasn't the gate area, but it was anyway somewhere, and there was the KLM desk. And there's all these people, mostly businessmen, shouting and screaming, oh, I want to get on the next flight. And they're just giving it all that. And I just sort of went up to the desk and smiled nicely and spoke softly and calmly. I said, any chance you can get us on the next list? 4 of us, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, well, we've got to get our priority members. Are you a priority? No, I'm not a priority member. Okay, well, look, we'll keep an eye out. And if we get something, I'll let you know. So one flight comes, goes, we can't get on that. Next flight comes and goes. And there's one more flight, which is like at 9 o'clock or something in the evening. And every time we got up to the desk, I just treated them with respect. I kept my voice down. And it was unlike anybody else that was there, that was shouting, getting frustrated, angry. And even though there were people there that would have, by the rules, would have jumped the queue in priority, they were their flying club member or whatever, she stuck us on that flight. And it just shows if you're calm, rational, polite, it gets you so much more than if you try and shout and demand something from someone. So it pays to be nice. But it does pay to be a cunt when you want to be, when it absolutely deserves it. But
yeah, no. But if somebody phones me up and they're hounding me for some bit of gear, and they're just giving it this and this and this and this, and I need it, and it's always the same. You go, all right, well, look, I'll try and prioritise this machine for you. You prioritise it, and then it sits at the fucking front door for 4 weeks. I got one there now. It's on pain of death. He needed it done this week, right? And it was finished on last Thursday. And contacted him and said, right, ready for pickup. Oh, brilliant! That was really good, because I only dropped it off yesterday. I mean, yeah, you wanted it back quick. It's done. Still there.
Yeah.
You think, but it's Fiona. And she goes, she just makes a little note in her books. She goes, just in case. And so if somebody says, oh yeah, I need it really, really quick, blah, 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 and she'll look, she goes, well, you didn't fucking need it very quick last time, did you? So fuck you. And it goes to the bottom of her list.
Yeah.
And it's the last thing I see.
But so, when I worked in retail, somebody would have a problem. If they came up to the counter and said, look, I've got an issue, I'm not very happy. But if they spoke to you reasonably and politely and vented their frustrations, but in a polite and respectful way, I'd bend over backwards for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
If they came up to me and started calling me everything under the sun and threatening me with this and I'll have your job and blah, 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 fuck you, mate, I'm not going to help you. Or I'm going to help you, but really, really slowly.
Begrudgingly.
Yeah. You're not going to get any special treatment. You'll just you'll get the very basic. But if you are genuinely nice, not people, mistakes happen, things go wrong, and you get upset. I get it. You might have bought something and it might have been a present for someone, or Christmas was the worst one. Because people would buy stuff and then they wouldn't bother checking it. They would just wrap it up and give it to someone for Christmas, and then that person would get it. And unfortunately, it's faulty or it's broken. And I get it. That's embarrassing for you as the person that gave it. Blah blah blah. But if you come up to me and start shouting all the odds about how I ruined somebody's Christmas, you're not going to get much from me. If you just come up and say, "Look, I bought this for somebody's Christmas present and it was broken, it caused me a lot of embarrassment and I'd like you to do something about it," then yes, I'll do something about it. But don't, I've been hauled over counters, or attempted to be hauled over. It's difficult to haul this fat ass over a counter. But people grab me by the lapels because they brought in a lawnmower. This was a classic. He bought a Flymo lawnmower for his, he told us it was his 90-something-year-old mother. And it was faulty, and what were we going to do about it? And my first thing was, well, why are you buying a lawnmower for your mother? You should be cutting her grass at 90 years old. Jesus Christ. So he got short shrift. But there's all sorts. People, wankers. Wankers! Came here for a shoot at!
The only one that I really have trouble with is when I get customers who have had really, really bad service from a tech and are already, the heckle's already up with me because I'm another tech. And I had this, it was a few weeks ago now, but I had this with I think it was something like a JP 8000 or something like that. I take the keyboard in. It's in one of those, those soft cases,
Mm.
and just need the keyboard redone. It's all a bit intermittent and everything. I said, yeah, no problem. We'll get that sorted for you. And then he turns around and he said, but could you please be careful because it is a plastic case. So when you're working on it, can you treat it with respect and be delicate with it? I went, thanks for the heads up because I hardly ever make any profit because I keep breaking all the keyboards I'm fucking working on. That is him. And he goes, oh no, he says it's just that the last tech I took a keyboard to and he broke it. I went, what? And he didn't fix it? He says, yes, he did fix it, but I had to take it back for him to fix it where he'd broken it and everything. I go, oh, okay, fair dues. I said, I tend not to break them.
Mm.
For fuck's sake, it's like, be like me being a petrol pump attendant. I accidentally keep setting fire to the cars. I don't know how it's happening. Fuck's sake.
Putting diesel in the petrols.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, admittedly, I got the sense from the guy that he was a bit OCD about things anyway.
Mm.
And that's fair dues. So I go, look, I said, it's all right. I'm not going to break it. Bless him.
Indeed.
Mm.
So there you go, my dears.
Yep. So I got a new toy sitting on my desk.
Oh yeah.
Right over here. Nice little QX3.
Mm.
Mere $150.
That's not bad.
No?
No, that's not bad at all.
Still got the backlight in it. I mean, I've just done basic, working with the montage. I haven't really tried to do any editing on it, but I don't know. Seems to work okay. I don't know how the disk drive is, but we'll find out when I got more time to play with it.
If it doesn't work, get a GoTech from Chris Poacher.
Yeah. Oh, that'll be happening. Yeah. But we'll see.
My one's still
Yeah.
fine. Yeah.
Yeah, thank
They're
God
pretty
for
robust.
GoTech.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank God for GoTech.
Well, indeed, yeah.
Jesus.
But those disk drives on the Yamaha stuff, so the DX7 Mark II, the QX3,
Yeah.
they're all direct drive. They're not belt driven, so they're much less prone to having certainly the weakest part going. So
Let's see if it works. Just threw this together really quick just to test it out.
So that works.
Good. Works. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Took a little. Honestly, I think it took more time for me to figure out how to get this thing into like multi-mode than it did to multi-track with this.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, the QX3 workflow is pretty good. I mean,
yeah.
they learned a thing or two from the QX1, which is a real dog.
Yeah. I think the only advantage that would have is it had more note capacity, as far as I know.
Yes, it did. Yeah.
But this is still plenty if I'm doing
Oh, God,
little
yeah.
quick little things.
And the fact you've got a disk drive on there, just pop things in and out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I got a bunch of discs too, so I should be all set.
But yeah, those GoTech replacements are very good.
Ooh, 4:45. All right, I gotta pull any in because I got a Wednesday night service we gotta get ready for.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, it's not in here.
I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah, no, we'd be doing it. I'd be doing the songs from here. I'll just hit the play button and go. But no, we've got another building we do our Wednesday nights in, so it's a little more intimate and less formal. So it's always a good thing.
Less Wembley Stadium, more.
Exactly.
Yeah.
More coffee house kind of thing. All right, I might be able to pop in a little later, but we'll see.
Cool.
All right, have a good one.
You too, Justin.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bye.
Night, Justin, or morning, or whatever.
What is he? He's about 6 hours behind us. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Shall we
yeah.
go on it? Well, that new Electron that's come out today is getting a lot of attention, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, I would say so. Yeah, it's not my cup of tea.
No, me either. It's not.
I've always said about those boxes of hieroglyphic buttons and things like that. I'm afraid that's the way I see them. I can't. I don't know. I don't know how much of it. I think it's either menu diving or it's just using your memory, isn't it, to work on sequences of button pushes or whatever it is to create your stuff, and I just haven't got the brain for it. You know, it's simple as that.
I mean, I hear a lot of good stuff about it. I've never even played with one. I'll have a go at this at Super Booth if I can get close to it. But I haven't. It's like last year at Super Booth, we went to the Polyend stand, and they had the Polyend tracker, the Polyend play, whatever else they'd got there. And Ben and I were stood over. I think it was the Polyend play, and we're trying to figure it out. There was nobody there to talk to. There was no instruction manual, so we were literally coming at this completely, blind. Yeah. And couldn't. I mean, we could make some noises, but it wasn't what we were expecting. So.
I mean, you was impressed with it. What was it at Gearfest? The Force, was it? What was that? What was that demo we went up the stairs to? About 5 sets of.
Oh, the Ableton Push.
That one as well. Yeah, I mean, you was impressed with that, wasn't you?
Yeah, the Push 3, because I get that, and the way it works with the software, and I'm dreading if Ableton have any show deals on at Super Booth, I'm going to be so tempted to buy one, because every time I watch a video on it or see somebody demo it in person, I just think, it's just. I get it. I'm beginning to really get the Ableton workflow, so it kind of makes sense. But I've got the Sonicware Lo-Fi 12 XT arriving, I think, on Friday, which is it's sample trek size.
Robbie.
I need to save me one, will you? Because I haven't tried those in years.
You better get here in the next
all right, fair enough.
Day or two. No, I'm going to get some more in.
Yeah, because I can't buy them in the shops here. But
no, same here.
Yeah, no, but so I'm getting that Lo-Fi 12 XT.
Yeah,
and the sample track I found actually pretty intuitive. It's pretty straightforward, and I've heard from someone that the Lo-Fi 12 XT is probably the best thing Sonicware have ever made. So I'm quite excited about that.
Is this just is this just a bigger model?
So they did the thing called the Lo-Fi 12, which was their Liven thing, and then they did another one called the Lo-Fi 6, which was like a limited edition, but only available at Perfect Audio or something, Perfect Circuit. So the Lo-Fi 12 XT is kind of like the Lo-Fi sampling engine, but put into a sample trek body and with extra memory and extra this and extra that. So it's basically a super duper Lo-Fi 12. And the Lo-Fi 12 got a lot of love because it's just that side of crunchy 12-bit that it's really nice. Yeah, it's almost. I've heard some people say that it has the sound quality of like an SP 1200, that kind of that sort of early EMU groove box type things. Yeah. I've never played with an SP 1200. I still want an S2400 from Isla. I still need to give Brad a blowjob and see if he can give me one of those. Two or three. He's
whatever it takes, really.
He's not cheap. But no, it's really nice. I mean, actually, I got the Lo-Fi 6 earlier this year, for shits and giggles. I bought because they've started selling them on Amazon, so I bought one off there, and that's really fucking lo-fi, but in quite a pleasant way. But it's kind of, it's like you couldn't use it on everything unless that was your thing. If you were simply just you're the lo-fi guy, then you'd use it on everything. But you use it once or twice, and then it starts to become a little repetitive. It's nice. It's nice, but it has its zone, and it plays well in its zone. But I do like Sonicware. I think they're very clever people. I must play more with this thing because I haven't really spent a huge amount of time with this just lately. The ELZ1 Play. It's quite a lot of fun. Oops. He says as he rams it against the back of his microphone. I did it again. Fucking hell.
Well, Wacko's got his ELZ1 Play this week.
Oh, it turned up. Nice one. Yeah, they had a bit of QA issues with the screen, or not so much the screen, but the plastic that sits above the screen. My one's fine because when they announced that they'd got some issues, I was like, "Here's mine." No, yours is fine, but it's like the full production models started to have some issues, but yeah, they're all sorted. Again, a company that says, "Yeah, we've got a problem," and it's going, and they're honest and upfront about it straight away. And people tend not to then get angry, which is fine. It's when the company says, no, there's nothing wrong. And then takes forever to fucking sort it. I need to use this as well. Oh, fucking hell, it's stuck to the windowsill.
Oh.
I got sent this for review, which I did a review. It's kind of, it is a guitar pedal type thing. Yeah. But it's a controller for Ableton Live. It's a foot controller. Oh. So you can have multiple loops playing, and then you just set them on and off, and it's got a LED screen in there as well. But yeah, you could kill somebody with this. It just weighs a ton. But it's this little, it's a one-man band, little French guy. Well, I say a little French guy. He's probably quite a big French guy, but he's a little business. It's all USB powered and everything. Yeah, it's very good. But I need to strap that to my keyboard stand so it's there. I can just use it. Aye. So many toys, not enough time.
Any idea how the Super Gemini's doing these days?
I keep hearing
few issues reported, wasn't there, and things.
Yeah.
That's not unusual with any machine now.
I've heard. Oh, who is it? Somebody that I think might be in the PSN Facebook group or something, but basically saying they're on their third. They've had to send 2 back. So yeah, it's a
lot in a box.
It is. You just wonder, did they bite off more than they could chew? Because the Super 6 was like, it was brilliant and everybody loved it. But was this a step too far too soon or something? I don't know.
I think a lot of manufacturers just get to the point of selling too soon. Normally because of finances.
They've got to get it out there.
Yeah, that dictates when they release it, and sometimes they're just not ready to, but they can't afford not to.
Yeah,
and they're sort of like, well, we'll just have to roll with it when they come back, sort of thing. We'll have to hope for the best. So
there's a story that I can't tell, unfortunately, not for another few weeks yet, anyway. But It's kind of, it's about a company that wanted to produce something, and they're quite a big company, and they wanted to produce something, and decided eventually that they couldn't deliver what they wanted to deliver. And so, because they'd spent obviously a lot of time and effort in R&D on this thing, they then decided to scale it back. And this was way ahead of them even announcing it to the world. But they scaled it back and delivered something else, which was an incredibly successful thing for them, and continues to be so by all accounts. However, now they're in the position to deliver the original vision. So, I think the difference is that this company is not like George at UDO. It's not like just a handful of people. It's a basket full of people. Still not huge, but able to sort of say, let's R&D something and get to a point, instead of sort of going to the world and saying, we've spent, I don't know, $500,000 on R&Ding this, and we now need to get this out there, and then deliver something that isn't quite right or faulty, or is still in beta. They were able to sort of say, okay, well, we haven't told anybody about this outside of the organisation. Let's dial it back, but let's do something that with what we've done that we can deliver, that isn't going to be awful. So it's interesting when you hear. I sort of in a slightly privileged position when I hear a lot of these stories, and I know a lot of people get sort of pissed off with companies or corporations and stuff, but when you actually hear the reality, it still amazes me how many people think that synthesizer companies are big operations. They're 99% of them are completely the opposite. So there's. It's like when Kim, when Kim comes on the show the other week talking about Bukes. You think Bukes, every Bukes book sells incredibly well. They've got a heck of a reputation.
Yeah.
But this new one, I mean, I said to him weeks ago when we were talking about getting him on the show and everything, it was all very hush hush. He said, we're really nervous about this one, because if this doesn't work, things could get very dire for Bukes. And I said, this thing is, you've got no worries whatsoever. So it was no surprise the other day when after 2 hours they reached their target and they're still going and going and going. Yeah. But Bukes is about 5 people. 4, Kim, Mike, Diane, Natasha, maybe one more, and everyone else is freelance. Like the author of this one, Joe, is freelance. Everyone else is freelance. So there's like 4 or 5 people at Bukes, and they produce these wonderfully high quality books. But it's just 4 or 5 people, and if this one didn't work, it would have been the end of Bukes. End of.
Yeah.
Joe with a capital E. I had to ask beforehand, because I've known Joe online. We've been friends online for years, always banter and stuff. But I just thought that it was just an affectation. The Joe with the capital E at the end, and then it dawned on me. I thought, maybe it's Joey. Get it, Joe E.
Yeah.
Rather than Joey. Joe E. Joey. Oh, that's clever. Oh, that's, and that would fit with the guy that I kind of know online. And before we did the interview, I said to Kim, I said, "Is it Joe? Is it Joey?" He said, "What?" No, it's just Joe. Okay, fair enough. So,
okay.
Blimey, they're at €40,000. Was it 40,000? 29? What? Oh, sorry. Wagyu was saying what they're at the moment on their thing. But is it 40,000 or is it 29,000? Or is it $40,000, 29,000 euros, or the other way around?
Well, even that doesn't really equate, does it?
Even that. No, but even so, they smashed it. Absolutely smashed. I got mine at the early, was it? No, super early or whatever.
Yeah, I got that as well. Yeah.
So
29 is the target.
29 is the target. Yeah. I said I got 40. Oh, that's good.
No,
that will it will fly.
That's good for early on as well.
I mean, it's interesting in a way is to, you know, there's always a good reason why the mini mode book will sell, because of the world interest in it, and it's really what to say about the DX7.
Well,
because you know, you go just looking at, you know, the Facebook groups alone. If you pitch the book right, you'll sell an awful lot. But if you want to keep it in the synth community, I think it would be a totally different book.
The problem with the DX7, right, and trust me, I've spoken to people about this because I'm pitching, you know, like I'll write that. The problem with the DX7, unlike the Mini Moog, where the Mini Moog is in terms of its development and the people that worked on it and the people that sold it and the people that demonstrated it, they're known quantities. We all kind of know those names, those people. They're out there, you know, obviously Bob, Herb, Tom Rea, and everyone else that was involved.
It's quite a heavily covered keyboard, isn't it? Already.
But you know, those people are well known. Now, the DX7 had teams of developers, programmers, engineers, all tucked away in a factory in Hamamatsu. And those people,
figurehead for it.
There's literally there's no way of trying of finding people that worked on the DX7, apart from the few people who poke their heads above. You know, so like Dave Bristow and Gary Leuenberger, who did a lot of the voicing for the original. Don Lewis as well, rest his soul. Chowning's still around, but Chowning only came up with the concept and the idea and helped them, but he didn't develop it. And you know, he says in that podcast I did with him, he said, I can't take any credit for the DX7. I just came up with the idea as those guys in Hamamatsu, those unsung heroes that we don't know the names of, those countless people that spent hours programming all this stuff, which was all very new at the time. They're the ones that brought it to life. But those people aren't available, or we don't know who they are, and most likely they're probably dead.
This is a conversation I had with a couple of people about the CS80. That there's no figurehead designer for the CS80. Most of, if not all of the machines that came from Yamaha, apart from maybe the first couple they did, it's very much a corporation-based development.
Whereas a Moog or an ARP.
Yeah, you got one guy with a pencil,
yeah,
bish bash bosh, and he knows everything that there is to know.
Yeah.
You know, with the CS80, it's a team of people. There's people working on designing the ICs. There's somebody else working on or several people working on how it was going to look, what it was going to have, what it wasn't going to have, and all this.
It's a factory thing, you know. It's a corporate thing. It's not a few individuals. You know, you could pull out. I think Yamaha themselves. I mean, Paul said Yamaha corporate could pull former workers together. No, they really couldn't, because it's been tried. They don't know. It's like if you go to any company and say, "Oh, who worked on that 40 years ago?" They'll go,
well, even if they did, there's a very high probability that the people that were working on it were 40 themselves.
Yeah.
And they're probably long gone.
Long gone, yeah, exactly.
I mean, it'd be the same, you know, with the CS80. And now with the CS80, even if you were to go into the artists that used neck of the woods, they're a bit sparse on the ground. I mean, Michael Jackson's gone, Vangelis has gone. You know, it's sort of like, key players. Right, Steve Piccaro's still going. But Steve Piccaro's covered the 80 in, was it with Robert Rosen or somebody. But anyway, it's been covered, you know, and it's sort of like, well, there isn't
you did
any
some stuff with Arturian, didn't you?
Yeah, you can't fill a book.
No.
I think another issue is, you know, I mean, the DX7 went through, you know, a few model changes, didn't it? But
yeah,
there's sort of, I don't know. I suppose there's only so many photographs you can take of it as a model of synth, and then you're almost relying on people using it, I suppose, or whatever.
But it's like any mass-produced piece of equipment. If you went up to, I don't know, Russell Hobbs and said, who was behind the design of that kettle? They couldn't tell you.
No.
Because it's all done by committee and everything. And
it's
that's
interesting, Wacko, talking about, like, you know, when Nick visited the showroom in Japan and they had the GX1, but it wasn't working, right? And I remember talking to Dusty about how, was it very late 90s, early 2000s, Yamaha skipped everything. All the spares and everything that they had there for the DXs.
Yeah. Well, Manny will tell you the story of, you know, when he was restoring Reinhold's VP1, it needed a new left-hand side end cheek, which was all plastic and smashed up.
Good luck.
Exactly. I mean, considering I think the estimate is they built between 9 and 15 of them, you know, the chances of getting the spares. It had 2 dodgy voice cards and a few other bits and bobs, and there was just no way that they could, you know, they were, you know, looking at all sorts of different options. And Manny said, look, you know, I know someone at Hamamatsu, I could reach out to them, you know, just give it a go. And so he reached out to them and they said, look, we don't know, but we'll have a look and see what we've got lying around. And it took a while, and they found in a box in the bottom of a cupboard, underneath all sorts of other things, was Yamaha Corporation's last remaining VP1 spares.
Yeah.
Thank you. Which included 4 voice cards. I think it was 4. An end cheek, or it might have been 2 end cheeks.
Yeah.
And a couple of other bits. And of course, Yamaha, they didn't know they'd got this.
That's why it hadn't got skipped.
Exactly, they didn't know they'd got it.
It was there. Yeah,
exactly. It was just sat there. So I believe how it went down was that because Yamaha have got a VP1 on Innovation Road in their museum, and obviously they would want to hang on to anything just in case their model broke down. I think have they also got one in Berlin or LA? Anyway, so negotiations were, and it was a process that they had to negotiate a deal that, you know, to see if Yamaha would, and in the end Yamaha said, I think they said, you know, you can have 2 of the cards, because I think Manny was asking, can we have all of it, because if this goes wrong again we want to be able to service it. And they said no, we'll give you 2. I think that was the case. They got them an end cheek as well, but basically they got everything to restore the VP1 to full working order, and that was just purely by luck. I mean, the only other option they would have had was to find another VP1 that somebody was selling and hope that it was faulty in some other way, that they could get it for a decent price and cannibalise it. But yeah, I mean, even with the VP, I mean, Yamaha have got on their website, they had when it was 40 years, which was about 5 years ago, 40 years of Yamaha synthesizers. They did some stuff on their website, and they quoted one of the DX7 designers, as in he didn't design the internals. I think he just designed the external, you know, the casing and stuff. Yeah. And there's a nice little piece in there about, you know, why they used the colours they used, and why they used membrane buttons and not, you know, actual buttons and stuff.
Yeah. And
that's all that Yamaha seem to have, you know, I'm sure they would have put more if they'd got it. It's just they don't seem to have it. But I mean, I'm working on a documentary, not I'm a consultant on a movie that's being put together as we speak about a certain synthesizer or a certain instrument, and the only reason that's going ahead is that, like Moog, like ARP, the people that are involved were like a handful of people, and we know who they are, and thank whoever you want to thank, 90% of them are still alive at the moment. So they're there for interviews, and they're there for information. But with anything that's kind of, I know, like Wagyu said, when Roland did the whole boutique thing, they dug up info on a few people that were involved. And we know who designed the 808, and we know who designed, some of the circuitry in this or that, but those people are dead. And many of them, it's a Japanese thing as well. I think, it's sort of like they do something and that's it, they move on, and there's no kind of emotion really in there, or not often.
Yeah, we know this thing that Yamaha had about, he's always looking forward, never look back, and all that sort of thing. And I can't remember, somebody said but that's the Japanese way of looking at things like that. And I went, no, hang on a minute. I think Japanese people are pretty much up for traditions that go back a while,
Yeah.
With samurai and all that, all that sort of stuff. They embrace all that, but they won't do it with the technologies. But,
yeah.
But I think, it's like, they've done this ANX engine. It's got them halfway there. You can get some pretty 80-ish kind of sounds. But the problem with recreating a CS80, it's not the sounds. You've got to recreate that keyboard, and the only way you can recreate that keyboard is to make a keyboard that big and that heavy. There's no way around it. It'd be like putting a stylophone keyboard on a piano. It's not going to be the same thing.
No, you're right. I mean, that keyboard, and it's the same with the DX1, as you know.
Yeah, the way it's balanced and the way it reacts. Yeah,
I think what we're going to see is, I think there's something coming down the line.
Yeah.
I know there's something coming down the line that I think, the more I think about it, I think will actually represent, in terms of playability and expressivity, if that's a word, if it isn't, I've just made it up. Yeah.
How about expression?
Yeah, that too.
That too, yeah.
It's just a derivative. I think that it will represent a much more, or a much closer experience in terms of performance and playability. Maybe not so much in the sound, right, but that level of expression and interaction that I think is going to be closer to the CS80 than the one that we tend to hold up there right now, which is the Hydrasynth.
Yeah. Are we talking about a keyboard now?
Yeah. So the only reason the Hydrasynth is frequently compared to, or is frequently called the CS80 of the 21st century, is because it's got poly aftertouch. Let's be honest, poly aftertouch in the ribbon.
Yeah.
Because it can also do sounds that are very CS80 like.
There's a nod to the 80 about it. Yeah.
But lots of people are like going, oh, the Hydrasynth. And look, don't get me wrong, the Hydrasynth is a fucking brilliant synthesizer. But I'm not disrespecting it in any way, but I'm just saying people are holding it up as being like the 21st century CS80 because it reintroduced poly aftertouch to the masses, and it's got this lovely ribbon control. Oh, that's very CS80 like. And it's got a bunch of patches in there that when I play them, I just think, oh, that's just chills. That's definitely a CS80 thing.
Yeah.
I think what's coming down the line, there's something coming down the line that I think will actually be a much more authentic, how shall I say, It's not going to. It's different to the CS80, but I think it will be more of. It'll be more. It'll share a whole bunch of DNA in terms of the way that you can interact with this.
Without it being the weight of a small family saloon.
Without it being the weight of a small family saloon. And, yeah.
So how affordable will this thing coming down the line be?
Unfortunately, at the moment, I don't actually know.
I mean,
that's the one thing.
Does it look 1, 2, 3, 5K?
It's going. I would say if it's anywhere close to the price of a Hydrosynth Deluxe, I would be absolutely. My head will explode. I don't think it's going to be that. I think it's going to be much closer to the likes of
the Super Gemini. Then, 3.5, is it, or
at the very least?
Okay,
if not more. Because again, the Super Gemini, I think, is more akin to a CS80 than a Hydrosynth, because not only has it got polyphonic aftertouch and a ribbon controller, but it also has that dual engine nature to it that the CS80 had, and it's analog, whereas the Hydrosynth obviously isn't. But I think that I think minds are going to be blown.
Did you think it would make a nice retirement present?
Yeah. If everything that I've seen and heard so far, it is going to be, it's going to be. I think it's going to be a moment. I think it's going to be a moment.
Well, it's nice to see that that people are stepping up to the plate. Because for a while it looked like the only way that this was ever going to happen is I would have to get off my arse and do it.
Yeah.
And I haven't got the funds and everything else that's involved to do it. So I'm glad somebody else is having a crack at it.
What I'm really liking is for some years now we've had really good analog synthesizers, genuine analog synthesizers that have taken everything that we've learned about analog synthesis, all the bad stuff, dealt with it. And now we've got analog synthesizers coming out of the wazoo, or the wagyu even. But we've got Prophet 5 Rev 4s, which are beautiful. I mean, they're beautiful to look at, beautiful to play, and they sound amazing. And it's as good as any Prophet. It's a worthy version in the lineage. We've got that OBX8, which is again is a gorgeous thing. We've got the Super Gemini. If we're going to look at digital, we've got the Hydrosynth, we've got the third wave,
C15,
and the C15. Yeah, I mean, again,
absolutely,
digital.
Absolutely love that,
isn't it? Yeah, I mean, it's such a beautifully built thing, as well as
this really furniture. I mean,
it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
So we've got the community, the manufacturers and the developers, the clever people have got it down. They're doing really good stuff. But if you took, say, I don't know, an OBX8, a Rev 4 Jupiter 5, a Super Gemini, maybe there's one or two others out there that you could put in there. They're all kind of, well, maybe not the Super Gemini so much, because the Super Gemini does have this thing that I'm going to say that they don't have, so I'll discount that. But a lot of these analog synthesizers, they're just kind of rehashing what we've had for many years, but they're just doing it in a modern, reliable way, rather than an unreliable way where components will fail and things go out of tune when they get too warm.
They were basically providing something where they would fill the holes that digital wasn't able to fill. And you had to use old analog to do it, and it wasn't a very good premise. And now those holes have been smoothed over.
Yeah, and we've sussed it.
And now it's time to move on.
Now it's time. Well, where do we go? Because we've got sound engines of all varieties. We've got genuine analog.
Yeah.
We've got wavetable. We've got FM. We've got all sorts of things. We can do all of these sounds, but what about expression? And I think we're starting to see. The Hydrasynth, I think, kind of kicked it off. And I know there were things around beforehand, but not many. But the Hydrasynth came out and just said unashamedly, "We're polyphonic aftertouch, motherfuckers."
Yeah.
And the world was like, "Oh, now we get it."
Yeah.
Here's a ribbon controller that's not just a little thing like this on the steady. No. It's not just a little thing that's like an afterthought on the left-hand side of a keyboard. I'm looking in your direction. CS1XA and 1X. It's a full-on ribbon controller that goes the whole width, or most of the width of the keyboard. Then you get things like the Polybrute that don't give you the polyphonic aftertouch, but give you the ribbon, give you that morphe thing. We're starting to see more and more keyboards thinking about expression, about the interaction. Then you get of course, the next step was Osmos, with that incredible keyboard, and to a similar extent, the Roly.
Yeah.
Here's something, and maybe the Roly it's not to everyone's liking. Similarly, the Osmos isn't quite to everyone's liking.
Yeah.
I mean, you know this. You prefer the Roly over the Osmos now.
Yes. Yes.
Now we've got the M8X with its lovely kind of weighted, but also this beautiful polyphonic aftertouch system that really is wonderful. What's next? But I think it's expression, and the way that we connect with the instrument as a sonic device rather than a knob twiddling device.
Yeah.
How can we now play these things with emotion, with expression, with articulation, and physical modelling? I mean, physical modelling is a great thing. With the Osmos, that a lot of that is physical modelling. I don't think that it's necessarily the next step. I think we can do all of this with analog. We can do all of this with regular digital. It's just about how you implement it, and some companies are going to do it really well.
Well, it's like, you see, the thing that
D-beam.
Yeah, this thing that me and Fiona worked on, we designed. I think we spent about 3 nights on it. It wasn't, we're not super serious about it, but we just thought about it because we go, well, what would you do if, right? And what we came up with was, like you say, the Roly isn't for everybody. But when it comes to expression via motion on a keyboard, there isn't anything that can do as many things as the Roly can. Even the Osmos can't do what this can do, right? But again, not for everybody, and it's not an easy thing to learn to play. And it was Fiona that turned around and said, well, is there a way of making it easier to play? And we went down that road, and we came up with an idea of literally a clip-on keyboard that goes on the rise, where you can play it without having, where you're using actual keys.
Gotcha.
Right?
Bit like the old Commodore 64 keyboard overlay thing. Yeah.
And then you said, right, well, look, one of the things that we would have trouble with is the glide.
And
then we went, well, we'll just have a glide control, because if you push the top and do it, it will do the same thing. And she goes, well, and the keys things here is, you can have the keys, but the keys will move forward if you want them to. If you want to go up the keyboard. But it gives you a standard keyboard where a keyboard player could come along and actually be able to play the Roly straight away, sort of thing.
Yeah.
There'd probably be a certain amount of getting used to it, right? And so we looked at this. I mean, most of this we could 3D print. Yeah, there might be something. Might be something to look at. And it's all like, yeah, could do something with this. This came out with all, because because this was starting to make noises now, and it was like they've kind of done it. But after playing that, and I'm going, no, it's not the same. It's not the same. And you could get these 5 dimensions, but from a standard configured keyboard, which I didn't think would be possible. But I don't know. But it might be something worth looking at if that feckin' Carvera ever turns up.
Yeah. So it's, I mean, you see lots of companies, especially small, sort of indie companies, trying to come out with the next groundbreaking design that will allow for incredible expression.
Yeah.
And they all, it's almost as if they sit down and say, right, what do we have? We have, this Western piano style keyboard that we've been using for decades and decades. Let's bin it off. But they bin it off, and as soon as they do that, they've made a rod for their own back, and also they've put off a whole bunch of people who have, that's all they know. And this is why I think things like the Osmos and the Roly are. It's probably why they are as popular as they are, is because they take the traditional concept and keep most of it, but try and expand upon it. And I think I really like the Osmos, and if money was no object, I'd have one. And if space was, I'd have one. But because I think it's amazing what it can do. But like Ty says, when he talks about it, it's just like it kind of leads you always seems to lead you down the same road sonically. You're doing those kind of Middle Eastern duduks or whatever they're called. It kind of
so many sounds on it are very just plinky, for want of a better word.
And look, it will come. Somebody somewhere will tame the Egan matrix and make something that normal people can understand and come up with.
I'm there.
Sorry?
I'll be there.
You'd be there, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Absolutely, no problem.
That's the thing. I mean, they've got this wonderful interface. Now, let's see what people can do with it. But, try not to get sort of stuck in a thing. It seems like, I mean, because when Ben and I were playing with it at the at Super Booth last year, we were just coming out with either, we were channeling our inner Hans Zimmer with the the big, and you could just modulate it with just, or we were doing Middle Eastern or Asian fluty, bowed. It just, after 10-15 minutes, you think, God, this is amazing, but God, can it do anything else? What else can I do? What can it do? Anything that I've never heard before? I don't know. It's, and I loved it. I came away thinking I'd love one of these. So, it convinced me. But yeah, it's that trying to get into that. All we were doing, we were just flicking through presets.
Yeah.
And it's the same with it was the same with the DX7. It was the same with the VP1. It's the same with the FS1R. There's such an absolute ball ache to program and come up with something. You can jump on this thing and come up with 100 different sounds, one after the other, no problem at all. But you sit down in front of an FS1R or a VP1 and try and come up with something new and different, and Egan Matrix is exactly the same. You'd be there for ages trying to, because as soon as you just turn one thing, that thing that you kind of had just disappears. You've just fucked it up.
Well, this is why buying a new synth is not like buying a new car, because you've got a rough idea of what you want from the car, and you're going to use it in exactly the same way as you used the old one, going to precisely the same destinations and back again and everything at the same speeds and all the rest of it. Most musicians, when they buy a new keyboard, they want it to present them with something new that's going to, because musicians are always looking for something new and different and more exciting than the experience they had before.
It'll make them stand out from everyone else.
In their music, because they just want to be able to be better, and it'll give you different functionalities. It'll give you different sounds, but the sounds still fall into the same categories all the time, and you end up playing what you played on the last keyboard that you had, and not really doing it. Sometimes you get a wisp of inspiration from something that it does, but it won't be that many things. And you go, is it really worth spending blah 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 pounds to get those 3 tracks out of it?
Yeah.
It's so new gear always has a mountain of expectation to climb. Anyway.
Yeah.
What's that? Kent's mum's chin.
Talking of mountains to climb.
Yeah. It's
fucking hell! They're all piling in now.
Oh yeah,
Jesus!
It's a memory grind with hair.
Well, I'm going to pile out and see if I can get the camera to work. The what's it, camera? Okay.
All right, done.
All right, buddy.
Cheers, Keith.
Sorry, cheers, Andrew. Might see you in a minute.
All right, mate.
Rightio.
So you've come to right the world.
No, I've just come to talk shit.
Same thing, mate.
Oh, right, okay.
Same shit, different day.
Yeah.
So you guys talking about Rolly and Osmos. One thing that's special about it also is sound effects, sound design, and pads. Amazing for those.
Do you know what? There's not many pads on the Osmos that I actually liked.
Did you go through all of them? Because they're like, what, 200?
Yeah. Okay. I went, and it was one of those really disappointing things of going, no, not that one.
I mean, let's be fair. The Ega Matrix programmer guys were lazy because it's hard to use.
Exactly.
But some of the sounds are beautiful in there.
But as Ty said when it came out originally, was like we're going to hear, should I say, not see. We're going to hear a lot of those sounds everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it'll be a DX7 moment,
One of the new Peter Gabriel songs has Osmos on it for sure. I heard the patches.
You can hear me. I can't hear you. Okay.
So it's going to be another DX7 moment, because people will go through those presets and everyone will like pretty much the same ones.
That one.
And then
it worked.
Hey.
And then it'll be it'll be over everything. So
Ben Jordan did a short episode on programming Ega Matrix, and he came out with some interesting results. But it is super nerdy. You just you got to put the time in. It's not
unfortunately. If you want I say if you want a successful synthesizer, you've got to make it easy to program.
Yeah.
I mean, the DX7 isn't it's not an Egan Matrix, that's for sure.
No.
But it's still not super easy, and it was still
fucking shitload of sounds available for it.
Yeah, exactly.
The Equator on Rolly is, not the easiest thing in the world to program either. It's
not.
So,
I agree.
Yeah. At least there was a bunch of people who were prepared or quite happy to, and probably found the DX7 just it's a fucking piece of piss. I don't know what they're complaining about, but people like Bristow and Leuenberger, they got it, they understood it, but even they would just take sounds and then just tweak them, and they'd think, oh, that sounds a bit like a trumpet. Let's keep tweaking it until we can get it kind of sounding like a trumpet, and then they learnt by the same way we did. When we first got a complicated synthesizer, and we didn't, they learnt just by trial and error. But they were the first people to do it before anybody else got their hands on it, and so by the time those sounds got into the production models, then they were the standard. Gary Leuenberger he takes great pride in the fact that he created that electric piano sound, because had he been on royalties, he'd have been a fucking gazillionaire. But,
even going back to the Fairlight, most people just use the same sounds over and over again. Even though it's a capable synthesizer, they just use the factory presets.
Well, everybody just wanted fucking orchestra hits, didn't they, back then?
Yeah.
There was only people like Gabriel who actually went out and built
Recorded
their own
that.
libraries.
That was a great video. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. I built my library, but not for the Fairlight. But I built a huge library for the Akai's massive library.
Yeah. Yeah, but you see, a lot of musicians, should we say, in the limelight, were, they suddenly had access to money. They're given these machines. They're going to use the presets because they haven't got a fucking clue how they work. And just get on with it. Well, and use the tight trousers to get it to number one.
Look at Prince. Look at Prince actually having the time to do it.
Yeah.
Prince was an absolute preset whore. If Prince barely programmed a fucking thing. He found a synthesizer. He found a sound on the synthesizer that he liked. He wrote a fucking song. End of. And you can go through a ton of Prince's material and go, that's a DX7, that's E piano 1, or that's that bass sound.
Or he later like the same presets on top of each other, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, Love Sexy is just D50 all the way through. Yeah. So he and I know this because I've spoken to people that worked at Paisley Park, and they said, he just liked presets. If he liked a sound, he just used it. He didn't care. Nobody cared back then anyway. It's only in the last sort of 20 years that people go, using presets, that's boring. I don't get this whole preset snobbery thing, but the best of them were using presets, and you should not be ashamed to do so.
Well, a lot of the preset snobs aren't playing music that much. They're just about the presets and making new ones, right? It's like, if you're so busy making music, who has time to make all the goddamn custom presets in the world?
I mean, it's fine if you take a preset and you think, actually, the attack on that, if that attack was a little bit softer, that would fit my composition. Yeah, tweak it, that's fine.
Yeah. But from scratch, it's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
But 99% of Michael Jackson, Prince's record buyers wouldn't care where the sound comes from.
They don't give a fuck. Yeah,
no, absolutely.
It's not the sound; it's the song. Yeah, absolutely.
It's the notes you play them when you play them.
Yeah. No, it is the sound, but how it got there doesn't matter. Yeah. They like that sound. They like that song.
I think a lot of the time, people that program synths, that actually create their own sounds, they spend such a long time learning how to and getting used to the machine, that they treasure that knowledge, they treasure that they've done it, and they think that anyone that hasn't been through the same thing is somehow cheating. That's what they think. But the truth is, as you said, I mean, Prince was an exceptionally gifted musician, and he'd just bring up a sound and not go, does it work for this song? He'd go, I like that sound, let's write a song with it. And he was unusual in doing that, and he'd just skip through all the stuff and bang out however many, hundreds and thousands of songs he had in his archive at the time of his passing. So he was unique, but there's no shame in using a preset. There shouldn't be, nor should there be in, if you happen to want, the way I tend to work is I will craft a preset for the song or for a thing that I'm working on. That's part of my workflow. But I don't care if someone else does or doesn't. It doesn't matter. Whatever works for you.
Well, you know when people say, Vangelis only used presets, right? I can tell you.
There's bollocks, though. He has a CSAT.
I know, but this is the fact, right? Cold hard facts about the CSAT. Those presets on the front panel,
shite.
But they sonically cover everything that the fucking instrument can do, right? You can go to that front panel and you can fiddle, right, and craft a sound for hours, and you'll get something that's very slightly different from at least one of those presets on there.
It's a Guitar 1, Guitar 2, the most popular, right?
Exactly, and they use the most elements on the front panel. The rest of them don't use so many elements, and no matter how you mix it about, what Vangelis would do is he would, when he's crafting the sound, is to have its envelope or whatever fit the speed and timing of the track that he was going to use it on. And that's all. But any sound you do, it's either going to sound a bit brassy or it's going to sound a bit like Guitar 1, 2, or or Funky 4 or whatever.
Thing is, this isn't a million miles away from what guitarists do, right? Because there are some guitarists that will pick up a 6-string acoustic, nylon or steel string, and it's their sound. They'll learn to play it and they'll do whatever they do. And there'll be others that will go out and spend a fortune with different strings, and they'll play around with the bridges, and they'll buy another guitar and another and foot pedals and amps and amp heads, and they'll do all that stuff just to craft the sound themselves. Now, it doesn't change the fact that at some point you've got to be putting some music out there that people want to hear. And there's a lot of people in our side of the industry playing keyboards who focus so much on dazzling with their technique, they completely fucking forget about the performance and the emotion. They're so busy showing off.
It's all about shredding.
It's not. No, it's not about shredding.
Of course,
it's really not. It's really not. But if you can shred, then fine. Find a place to put it in. But it's people get hung up on these different aspects of what we do. What?
He's eating refrigerators.
Fucker.
I hope you bought enough for everyone.
Yeah.
I swear, every time, not that I eat these frequently, but every time the missus buys them, there's less in a packet than there was the last time.
Well, she's eating them as she's coming into the room.
No.
Right.
I used to go into the co-op, the local co-op store, where they have their own little bakery, and they do sausage rolls fresh every day. They're puff pastry sausage rolls, and they've gone from about 5 or 6 inches long. I bought some the other day for the first time in about 6 months, and they're like little bite-sized things. And I'm thinking, what? What the fuck? Same price, a third the size.
And they arrive in the store in a box of frozen ones, and then all they do in store is they stick them in the oven and reheat them. Because that's what my daughter does 2 days a week. She goes in at 5 o'clock in the morning, and she basically opens a whole bunch of cookies, sausage rolls, donuts, also, and they all come in boxes, and they just put them on trays. They put them in the oven, put it on for however long it's supposed to be on, and then pull them out again. Stick them in bags, label them up.
Taco Bell does big bags of food they reheat and repackage.
Yeah, it's just all reconstituted.
Yeah,
reheating.
Like prisons have the same kind of food delivery.
Because she came home when she first got that job. She came home and she brought 2 or 3 bags of cookies or donuts, and she said, "I made these," and she was like really proud of it. And being the the loving, caring father that I am, I said, "You made them, did you? Tell me, how did you make them? What was your process? How did you measure your ingredients?" "Oh no, I put them in the oven and turned it on." "Oh, you didn't make them. You just warmed them up." "Yeah, but I did it." "Oh, if it makes you feel better and you get paid for it, then hey, yeah." So, bless her. But that means that we get a constant supply, which is probably very bad for me. We get a constant supply of freshly cooked cookies and donuts and.
Oh, hello.
What are they? No, they're not mini eggs, are they? Or are they?
Jordan almonds?
Are they mini eggs?
Almonds.
Oh
God,
no!
Nah.
Suck them until you get the sugar off, and then spit the rest out.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's what my missus does.
Normally at the dogs. Don't you?
Sucks it until she gets all the sweet stuff off. So I cover my dick in chocolate.
Those mini sausage rolls sound perfect for dog treats, Kent.
That means.
Oh yeah, well.
Oh! Hang on a minute. I'm about to get very excited, very upset. Hang on. Oh no! Sorry. Football.
Did they lose?
No. Well, so we're currently 6th in the league, which means that we're in the playoffs, and there are 2 teams that could potentially catch us, and those 2 teams played each other tonight, and so I was desperately hoping for them to draw, because that's the best outcome. So if one of them wins, they keep up the chase. If they draw, they're both pretty much out of the race, but fucking one of them won with 12 minutes to go. So we're okay, but yeah, it mustn't make us slip up. Anyway, yeah, sorry, football. Oh, where did he go? He fucked off again. There you go. Oh, fuck. In that, shake all about.
Oh, dear, it must be dizzy.
Yeah,
we had
Culture
the
of
same.
Ghosts. Whole one.
Same. Robbie, we had the same this weekend because we wanted Bristol to do bad so that Harlequin stayed in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And Bristol normally aren't wonderful, so it should be all right. And they went out and they won 81-14.
81. That's Jesus.
Yeah, almost a point a minute.
Bloody hell! Yeah.
They were playing.
That is a point in a minute.
Newcastle. They're playing Newcastle, and Newcastle might as well have stayed in the fucking coach in the car park.
Indeed.
You know? And of course, they've gone up and they've pushed Harlequins down into 6, and it's like, oh, fucking hell, right on the edge now.
So we're currently 6th in the league on 72 points. The team below us, Hull, who won tonight, are on 69 points, so they're 3 points behind us. Now, we've both got 2 games left this season. If those 2 games, in both of those 2 games, we perform the same. So if Norwich win both and Hull win both, Norwich are fine. If Norwich win one and Hull win both, I still think we're fine. What are we, 7? That put us on 75. That would put them... Yeah. So, yeah, we'd still be fine because we've got a better goal difference. But you know what's going to happen. You know, it's going to be like 2 games left, and they're against sides. One of them is like a mid-table side. They might as well... They've probably booked their fucking holidays. You know, there's nothing to play for them. Swansea. But Birmingham City are currently sitting in the relegation zone, 1 point from safety. They're going to be fighting for their lives.
Yeah.
And we've got them on the last day of the season.
Swansea, however, the Swans have won the last 3 games. It is the longest winning streak they've had
all season.
For years. Years. 3 games on the trot. It's been years. I think it's been 10 years since they've won 3 games on the trot.
But Norwich are on a bit of a golden streak. We're unbeaten at home in like 10 or 11 games, and we've got them at home, so we should win that one. If we win that one, we should be mathematically in, and then the chances are we could end up playing our bitter local rivals in the playoff semi-finals again, like we did in 2015.
Come on, you Swans.
Meanwhile, in the cricket...
Cricket season's over, isn't it?
Yeah, well over. About 40 years ago.
Isn't it? I know I can't remember the IPL still going.
Do you know what? I tried watching that Formula E.
Oh yeah.
It's like
it's odd, isn't it?
Did they play the sounds, the engines of proper cars out of tannoy speakers around the track, so people can get excited?
No, it's the sound of Scale Electric, isn't it? Going round.
Yeah.
But it is fun. It's not bad.
No, I'm a traditionalist. I'm sorry.
A bunch of Indian guys I used to work with are huge on cricket. They're always talking about it.
Oh, yeah, they will be, yeah.
Well, yeah. No, cricket.
That was always good fun in my last job because most of the developers were either Sri Lankan, Indian, or Pakistani. And they all love their cricket, and they all love to beat England.
Yeah.
So any time, we were facing any one of those, it was always good fun in the office. But yeah, those boys love their cricket.
Yeah.
I love cricket. I think it's great. My missus hates it, absolutely hates it. But I could quite happily sit watching a game of cricket on a nice summer's day, 5-day test match on the beer.
Yeah, 5 days and it could still end in a draw.
And then draw. Who cares? It's not the point.
No, that's not what it's about.
I only saw one cricket game ever. I was in Bermuda for a little bit, and I saw a game there.
Yeah, they play there.
Interesting.
Yeah, cricket is basically, 5 days series is basically about drinking Pimm's and having a wank.
That's it.
That's
and having tea at tea time.
With scones.
Yes.
With cream and jam upon them.
It's a very civilised sport. No, actually, I like all forms. I mean, Test cricket's great fun. I really enjoy it, especially with things like the Ashes and stuff. But all these different versions of the sort of the short form game, T20s, T50, 1 days, all that kind of stuff. I really, because it's proper manic, you know.
Yeah.
It gets exciting. So, yeah.
Indeed.
Yes, I'd love a 20-point finish between us and Ipswich, and then piss them off. I really. Sorry, I'll just go back to football cultural ghosts. It looks like Norwich Ipswich in the semis again, but I would actually prefer a Norwich Ipswich final.
You've got a semi about a Norwich Ipswich match.
I'll get full on with a Norwich Ipswich match.
Well, there we go.
Not just a semi. It's proper exciting, that. 15 years and they still haven't beaten us. Anyway.
You won't turn up at one.
You had to say that, Robbie. You had to say that. 15 years and they haven't beaten us.
Yeah. 15 years.
Yeah. But they might turn up this year and then you're in trouble.
No, we've beaten them. We've beaten them once this year and drew once. They probably will. Although every Ipswich fan I speak to is dreading not getting Norwich in the playoff semis. I can't believe how negative they are about it. They've got this. It's really got into their heads. It's good. Yeah, it's good in a way, but yeah. What is it?
By the way, Kent, love your splash screen for the show. Did you make that, or did you find that?
Oh, I found that.
Do you find that there's most people in the synth community really hate football?
No, it's one or the
It's
other.
a mix. It's a mix.
Tell you what, I can't do it because I'm not. Am I a mod in your?
Yeah.
No. I was going to
You
do
should
a
be.
poll. No, I'm not a mod in your.
Oh.
I was going to do a poll in the chat. How many of you like football? How many you don't? There always seems to be this thing with synthesizers. You're either into synthesizers or you're into sports, but never the twain shall meet.
No, I love playing sports. I just never watch them. I played all kinds of sports growing up, but I can't stand watching them.
I love pretty much all types of motorsport. I'm into the rugby because of Fiona. So
I must admit,
I've never been much for football. Like,
I gave up football for music when my mum and dad bought me a transistor radio. Just listening to that,
yeah,
really turned me on to music, and and then obviously later in life. So I was about 11 when I got that, and then later in life we got a piano from a relative, and it started from there. And say I've never looked back on football at all.
You're not a Hornets fan, then?
No. I said when we moved here, because we had such a massive restoration job to do on the house, give it sort of probably 3 or 4 years it'll take to do, and I'll settle down and go and watch some home games. And the house has never been finished, and I've been to watch 2 or 3 games there when someone's had a spare season ticket, but that was over 30 odd years ago.
Oh, wow.
So I mean, yeah. But I mean, yeah. For me, the one thing I'll sit and watch is cycling, because I've done that for a few years, and things like that. I find that very relaxing, just watching them cycle through hot, sunny countries, which this one isn't very often.
You know when they did the obviously they do the Giro Italia every year, but I think it was pre-pandemic or it was around, anyway. They did a stage through my village that my family come from, and where my dad was born, and I was speaking to my cousins for the weeks leading up to it. They were so fucking excited, and they were sending me pictures of every house and business that was on the route through the village.
Yeah,
was adorned in because the Giro is all pink, so everything was pink. This and pink. There was pink bikes and pink ribbons and pink banners and pink balloons and everything. And they were showing it on over here. They were showing it on Eurosport. And so on the day of the stage that was going up into the mountains through the village, I don't normally watch cycling, if it's on and I've got nothing else to do, but I'm not, an avid thing, but I'm sat there riveted. Like, well, can't wait till they get into the village, and hopefully I'll see my cousins waving, blah blah blah. And just as they came into the village, they cut to a fucking advert break. and when the adverts had finished, they were heading,
gone.
They were gone.
Yeah.
They were up beyond the village.
I do like me some Festival of Speed once a year, though. I must admit.
Oh yeah, the Goodwood thing. Yeah, that's
especially watching the old vintage ones over in your race.
But you know that chicane at the end before the finish line. Whenever I drive that on like Gran Turismo, I'm always having to like really wind it down for it because it's quite.
You do? You have to wind it down.
It's a tight thing. But I was watching something, an actual race at Goodwood. It was between.
Doesn't look it though, does it? When you watch it,
it's like huge. I'm thinking they've got like hours to get round.
You know that white Muzzy? It's there every year, and it has to start from the back of the pack, and it always ends up at the front of the pack.
Yeah.
He comes into that chicane. He literally rubs his door handle on the wall entering, so that it's almost no turning has to be done. He just finds that diagonal for it and goes straight, just squeeze it through. But he still has to back off a bit, but not fucking lot. But I think when you're actually down in the car, you've really got to trust it. Otherwise, you'd slow down to 20 to go through it and speed up again.
I was watching this race. It was between. Well, there was obviously lots of cars, but at the front, they were alternating the lead, and it was a vintage Mini Cooper, and a Mark I Golf GTI, and it was an incredible tussle. Like every lap, one would just sneak in front, and
the Golf will have it on the straights.
Yeah, exactly.
And the Mini will have it on the bends.
On the corners, And there was one lap where the Mini was in front, and the Golf took him on that last corner before the last straight before that corner that you then go into the chicane. And then he took that chicane. He went for it and ended up going through the grass. Thankfully, not hitting anything coming up because the Mini Cooper then takes over.
Yeah.
But then by the following lap, it changed. It was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. And they're not going that fast. They're only going like maybe 90, 100. It's not stupidly fast.
Yeah.
I had a Golf Mark I that someone sold me. Didn't tell me it had a Class B rally engine in it. So when I blew it up, when I say blew it up, I one of the valves went, and coming back from Cornwall, I used, I think, 10 litres of oil to get it home, and it was smoking away. Took it into the garage, they took the engine out, took the heads off, and the valves are so big in this thing that they're almost touching. There was a couple of mil. So it's only an 8-valve head, but there's a couple of mil between each of the valves because they were so big. This thing flew. I loved that car.
Yeah,
I absolutely loved it. It was. I got tickets in that often.
I mean, Fiona would go out tomorrow and buy a Mark I Escort, or probably in Mexico. If she was, if I said go on, she would.
My dad's first car in the UK was a purple Mark I Escort. It wasn't.
Christ, she'd have an orgasm if she saw that.
That sort of proper purple. Yeah. But I used to work with a guy at Hospital Radio. He was like 15 years younger than me. He can't have passed his test that long, and he drove a Mark I Golf convertible. It was the dog's bollocks. It really was.
Yeah.
There's me, and I think that time I had like a 1.7 Fiat Tipo diesel that wasn't even turbo. It was a tank. Sounded like a tank, smelt like a tank, drove like a tank. And he had this fucking gorgeous. It was that kind of turquoise, metallic turquoise Mark I Golf convertible. Oh, it was gorgeous. And I thought, how the fuck?
Tiger first seats in that Escort. Yeah.
My favourite old man's car, and the one that I would have at the drop of a hat, was his Mark III Cortina GXL.
Yeah. In
vermilion orange with a black vinyl roof. It was and he had an 8-track in it. Black vinyl seats that you used to get in on a summer's day and leave half your legs behind. Oh, that was gorgeous.
Yeah, my mate.
I really lusted after the Vauxhall VX490.
Oh yeah.
It was just sort of a wolf in sheep's clothing thing. It looked like every other Vauxhall at the time, but God, you could tune those things to go like buggery. They were really twin carbs, really really quick.
Yeah,
and my brother.
When he traded the Mark III Cortina in, he got a Mark IV, and then he went to a Fiat 132 Super Mirafiori with the 2 litre twin cam engine in it, which was sweet as a nut. But within 4 years, that body had just rusted away. It was like a fucking tea bag. Mr. Evans.
Yeah.
Mr. Evans.
Yeah, have you ever driven an E-Type, Jake? Oh, no. God. We had, where I worked, we had this V12. It had been rolled, and we were doing a rebuild on it.
Oh, dear.
And I took that out for a spin. Holy fucking hell. It's like having a rocket engine on a go-kart. It was...
Hello, Mr. Evans.
Andrew's like a Bond villain here with his cat, so...
Yeah. Yeah, and XJ's... E-Types didn't like sticking to the road. I loved the XJS, though.
The E-Types did like sticking to the road if they were set up properly, and the rear axle was what everyone wanted for their custom cars, because back in the 70s, everyone was building custom cars, jacking up the back and doing whatever.
Oh, they wanted the XJ axles for that.
No, they wanted the E-Type axles. They
No.
Yeah. The rear axle was always the E-Type 3.4 E-Type 6-pot axle. The first E-Type axle. It was.
They didn't even have disc brakes, mate. That's why they wanted the XJ6 axle.
It wasn't for the disc brake. It wasn't for the disc because they fitted on disc. It was for the axle itself and the setup, suspension. It was really good. The E-Type rear ends were really good.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, mate.
Yeah.
We'll have to discuss that over a beer one night, I think.
Okay, we'll do
It's
that.
not like the Car Guys podcast.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to have the Car Guys podcast, exactly, yeah. I think you'll find it was the XJ, so... Yeah. So...
Yeah.
Mind you, if you revved a Hillman Imp high enough and then slammed it in first gear, you could rip the engine clean out of the subframe.
The Hillman Imp engine was astonishing. It was used by lots of drag racers. Lots of people put them in bikes. My brother-in-law, John, had one. He called it the Impala. So he used to go drag racing, and he had a huge, long frame. And he stuck a Hillman Imp engine in that, bored it, and supercharged it, and ran it on methanol or whatever it was. Absolutely flew. And then rebuilt it every single time, just about.
It's brass time.
Oh,
it's a lovely brass, isn't it?
Are we talking Cockney rhyming here?
Yeah. Oh, listen to the brass on that. Come on, open it up.
What library is that, Kent?
Pardon?
What library is that?
That would be Contact Zone.
Oh.
I think it's Contact Zone. Let me just confirm for you, good sir. Show me the GUI for that track, please. Oh, when the drive wakes up. Hello. Can you? Yeah, when it wakes up. Come on.
Eileen.
There's much on the Machina Plus. I got a third-party one that was pretty good, but I have to go back and look at the NI stuff. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, because the expression on this, I think it's Brass Essential. I think it is. Oh no, hang on a minute. Here we go. It's Brass Ensemble by Contact. Yeah.
Oh.
It's if I just isolate the brass a minute. Hang on.
Because the brass I used on that Minas Morgul track I did for Hardware Jams, that was a third-party one. But I should probably look at NI and see what they have.
Right, see, when you open the dynamics... No, I'm still hearing strings. What's going on?
That's the problem with a lot of the expression mapping, as I've been finding.
Oh, I see.
Are you using Realm? Is that Realm Reverb?
Yeah, it is the RAM.
Yeah, I love Realm.
I do. RAM is my go-to. It really is. It's my latest favourite, shall we say. I've pulled away from the black hole for a while, but the
RAM was on the Machina Plus. So I use it once in a while. It's great.
Yeah, and the 480 XL I put to one side as well because you have to constantly keep changing it depending on what sound you're putting through it.
Yeah.
Whereas RAM just goes, just put anything through me, it'll all sound gorgeous.
Yeah.
I'm no trouble at all, So
I think it was just two guys that worked on that. It was just like a pet project they had inside of NI, and
it's such a fantastic reverb. It really
took off. Yeah.
Yeah.
RAM.
RAUM.
Yeah. The RAM ones, the bollocks, as they say in
good stuff.
Places. Yeah,
and it doesn't blow up my machine. It's not too heavy on the CPU.
Oh no, not at all. No, not heavy
because you
at all.
quickly ran out of CPU on the Machina Plus. They underpowered it. So.
But when it's quiet, it's really it's the right tone. It's got a lovely just a lovely tone to it.
Is RAM Vangelis enough to use on the CS80?
Yes. Yeah. That's RAM.
Nice.
But if you want the real Vangelis sound, you've got to go and load up the Lexicon 244. You just can't. There's a sound in there that.
Have you tried that one that's a plugin that's pretty cheap? Is that one good enough?
I
forgot who makes it, but it's been on sale a bunch lately. It's a Lexicon replica of the old days, and.
You're talking about the LX, or?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, the LX. I think I've got I've used the LX actually. Yeah, it's fine. Absolutely fine. Yeah. The best one I've ever used is the me and Robbie were trying to remember the name of it the other day. The UAD. The UAD one. It's the nuts, but of course you can't use that on a Mac Studio because there's no PCI slot for me to plug the card into. So, although it's still in the old girl, it's still in there. So, but it will give me access to it if I do want to use it.
Connect them with optical. Use ADAT pipes, light pipes to connect the two machines.
Yeah, I toyed with it. I'm having less trouble with just the one computer at the moment. Without involving a second machine.
Yeah.
So, but a lovely tone on it. Because I've had lots of brass libraries in the past that have been sort of like, you know what? No, they're all right when you play monophonically, but as soon as you do, chords and or triads or whatever, and it really starts to fall apart. But this one, it's a brass ensemble built into Contact, is quite the nuts. But I'm never sure which ones of these are cheap, which ones are expensive, which ones are brass, because I always just buy the collection. I just keep updating that every time it comes out. I've got no idea.
No idea.
You just have too much.
Have you ever tried the Arturia LX24, which is a 224?
I think I have, yes. It was also quite nice, actually. Yeah. I mean, the proof of the pudding would be calling these effects up into the mixer for the CS80's audio track, and then just seeing how they sound on it.
It's the one weakness in the Cherry audio lineup. The reverb's all right. The what's it, Galaxy or something like that.
Galaxius.
Galaxius. They could do with a really good reverb. They really could.
Yeah, but that's the beautiful thing about the plug-in environment on the computer. You just go, put it in. Just turn off the one you're not getting on with, and just dump another one in on that mixer channel.
Yeah, I'd like them to do one because I think they do a fantastic job. But I suppose it's already been done, so yeah.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever done a Rev 1 plugin?
Somebody must have done.
I don't think I've ever seen any Yamaha reverbs.
I used to adore the Rev 1.
I think if anybody has, it would have probably have been UAD.
That's one I'd pay money for.
Yeah, the Rev 1 had...
It was a very cold, very, very cold sound, but you could warm it. There were things, there were tricks you could do with it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of great plugins for FX8. Someone may have copied it for that.
Well, one thing you could always do it was to put an ensemble in front of it.
Yeah, we could do that.
That make
the 5 and the 7 had that symphonic in it as well, didn't they? Had the symphonic effect, which was just gorgeous.
Yeah, it was gorgeous.
I've got a Rev 5 and I've got a Rev 7, but the CE25 that I've got, which is that little early Yamaha FM synth before DXs, it was basically a GS2 engine in a small portable keyboard. That's got the symphonic effect built in, which is just incredible. When you play stuff through that, it's just amazing.
Yeah,
really brings it out. But no, I've never seen any Yamaha reverbs as plugins. Whether they're third party or what. Maybe I'm just not looking hard enough.
They should make a Rex plugin.
Sorry,
a Rex 50 plugin.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
they're fun actually. They're noisy as hell, but they're fun.
What was the reverb I bought that I was thoroughly disappointed with? Really pissed off with it.
As a plugin or hardware?
No, hardware. It's the MIDI verb.
Oh yeah,
MIDI verb 2 or MIDI verb original?
I think it was MIDI verb 2.
There's a 3 and there might be a 4.
It had a very tinny, clanky reverb in it. I was like, oh god! I put an 80 through, and it was like, oh god, this sounds
the
without
quad
the reverb. Yeah. Oh, the quad reverb's sweet as a nut when they work. That is.
Digitech had a really nice, massive reverb that took up the whole processor on one of the algorithms called just Reverb, I think.
Yeah.
And it was a DSP 128 Plus rack, and it was pretty wild. You could tailor the shit out of that thing.
Yeah.
And you open it up, and it was like 8 VLSI processors on board.
Oh mate.
Just for reverb, that was crazy.
I always fancied putting some condensers on an entire roll of kitchen foil. Suspend it in a vacuum tank and use that as a reverb unit. That's got to be simple, innit?
Yeah, got to be simple, that. Yeah.
And so forth and so forth. Yes, that was a lovely preset on the Quadriverb. I say was, I've got it, but it is a lovely preset on the Quadriverb. Oh, sorry about that.
Have you tried the Quadriverb 2 or later, Kent?
I'm trying to remember. I don't think I did. I don't think I did.
I have them all, but I can't remember what they sound. The differences are, but
Yeah. And I'd always been a fan of the quad reverb, the original quad reverb anyway. Although the reverb setting that I have on it was a setting I made. Because if it hasn't got a 14-inch tail, I'm not fucking interested. Turn it up to 79. Oh, God,
it was a nice screen on too, because you actually could see the graphic EQ.
You could actually see, yeah.
Maybe
maybe not so much now. You have to squint a little bit now because it's lost. It's been on nearly 40 years now.
Yeah, it doesn't have that orange glow anymore.
Not quite, no.
Yeah.
It's more of a sort of like. It's a bit like uranium glass. It's sort of like a little glow. So, of course, because it's got that sort of like that dot matrix lettering, it just doesn't really stand out very much. But what are you up to, Robbie? That pensive face. You're doing something.
Screw fix.
Well, it sorts me out. When you can get it, you know. Keeps me
He's
quite
looking
fresh.
down at something.
A game website here called screwattack.com.
What is he doing?
Oh, of course you can't hear it, can you?
No. From here, it just looks like you're playing with VR gloves.
That was the good interpretation.
Yeah. That was the clean one. Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, hello. It's Connor McLeod of the family McLeod.
There can only be one.
That's right, sir. No.
That's rather lovely.
This is the Astra again, yeah? What is this now? Asshole. Go on.
Nope. Can't say what this is.
Oh, for fuck's sake, not another one. You're worse than Mark Gruffalo, you are.
That sounds like you've got something with a lot of keyboardness thing with it. I know what you've got, you bugger.
So it's easy to play because you just play the black notes and it all works, doesn't it? With these kinds of instruments.
What kind of instruments is that, Robbie?
These kind of oriental sounding things.
Oh,
A lot of them play
I
pentatonically, so that's why.
Sounds very interesting. Anyway. When's the release date for this fucker then?
About 6 days from now.
Okay.
Yeah.
It sounds distinctly not keyboardy. Well, I haven't heard anything I dislike.
No, it is surprisingly good.
Damn you, Robbie. Will it be many pennies, Benny?
I don't know. No, not many.
Not many.
Not many penny.
Is it a plug-in?
I can't say.
No.
Hey, speaking of Asian stuff, any word on the ELZ1 Play? Is that back in production, or is it?
Yes, Wagyu got his
He did?
Monday. Yeah.
Oh,
Did he?
Oh, there you go.
what the hell's
I'm
mine?
still waiting for mine. I reckon mine will get here by the end of November this
I
year.
didn't even get a notice about it.
Yeah, but you see, you're not Wagyu.
Apparently. I think I
Yeah.
ordered mine first, too, before him.
You're just a nobody, Andy. You have to wait to the end of the queue.
Big piece of garbage.
They're still only getting through 30 a week or a month, and they're still running into lots of problems. They've had to send one of their guys back to the Malaysian factory to sort out the QC because it's just
Damn.
it's apparently it's really, really bad. They're having no end of problems with QC.
Well, it's not as bad as the Cybertruck, at least.
I saw something today. I don't know whether it's real or not. It's the internet, so I won't say that it is. But apparently there was a piece of computer software back in the 1980s that determined what the most aerodynamic form for a vehicle should be. And it basically looks like a Cybertruck.
Well,
So Elon Musk has basically taken the design of the Cybertruck and said, make it look like this 1980s
yeah, it
interpretation
looks
of what the most aerodynamic.
like the the 110A Stealth Fighter or something like that, all those facets.
But now this graphic, I don't know what I might be, I might have fallen for some sort of internet prank, but this graphic was like it was like a 1980s, like Commodore 64 type thing.
Yeah, low poly models. Yeah.
But the shape of the vehicle was identical virtually to a Cybertruck.
I mean, he's the ultimate thief, so I wouldn't be surprised if he just stole it from somebody. Yeah, so.
Oh, I know exactly what this is. I know exactly what this is.
Well, judging by the sound of it, I say it wasn't made in Croydon.
Well, not the part of Croydon, yeah.
Yeah, well, not that part, no.
Oh.
It's big sounding, anyway.
As Kent said, I've not heard a single thing I've not liked.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
Extremely atmospheric. We love all that.
Can't you get to work on another Kataro type album?
Yes. Yeah. That's the way to go. Surely. got something. Got to get me off playing Hans Zimmer bits. Got to stop doing that. Keep going down the same fucking roads. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Do it.
No, I don't want to do it.
Do it.
No.
Do it.
I'm going to keep my hands busy.
Uh-oh.
This could be embarrassing. Boom. Ah, here we go.
It's all very well for you to play that.
I'm surprised I did.
Curiously, I'm not.
See, I went and did it.
You only done and went and did it.
That's it. I got it out of my system now.
And you went and done did it.
Went down and did it anyway.
Oh.
Oh. I feel
Yeah.
better now. Goldfinger. Damn you, sir.
Fucking hell. What is wrong with
Fucking guitarist is in the shitter again.
In the shitter.
Yeah. Mr. Q.
So according to the blog, they're inspecting them in the Malaysia factory, then re-inspecting them in Japan before shipping. Getting a double inspection.
That sounds like a big delay to me.
Yeah.
Another one.
Let's hope it doesn't get to osmosis proportions being delayed.
Oh yeah, and they have Golden Week coming up too. That's gonna mess up stuff. Everyone shuts down for Golden Week.
Yeah. Live from a Turkish prison.
Coming up to Midnight Express. Yeah.
Nice one, Steve.
It's like the pilot in an airplane. You ever been to a Turkish prison? You ever seen a grown man naked?
Do you like going to the gym?
Oh, mate. I love that film. Yeah. A hospital? What is it? It's a big building with patients, but that's not important right now.
Yeah. Or stewardess, I speak jive. I like the lineup for the hysterical woman. They have like guns, and knives,
like with a big spanner. Oh, I love that film. We went to cinema to see that. Shows you how long ago that was.
Yeah.
I saw that in the drive-in when I was a kid. When it came out.
Well, Andrew, you ever heard anything you don't like yet?
Yeah, now I have.
Wonder if it has any David Guetta 3-note patches in it.
Yeah.
There you go.
What other categories have you got other than these young people sounds?
Young people sounds.
Come on, Ken. It's 80 along with that for Blade Runners. God, if I had £1 for every time I played the Blade Runner end credits, I'd have 12 quid now. Oh, pardon me. Oh. I'm going to have to switch over to tea, I think.
Talking of which, I feel like a cup of tea about now.
Funny, you don't look like one.
Oh.
Why aren't you in front of your M8X? Considering how much it cost you.
700 quid left.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you do a down payment on it.
No, it's just I'm just paying it down, and it's down to 700 quid now. So that's all I owe on it, which is freaking brilliant.
So it's only a few more alleyways to pay it off?
Just a few more alleyways, a few more docks, and that kind of thing. Yes, exactly.
Okay,
Exactly what you said, Andrew.
Because the Range Rover doesn't make any money. You gotta.
They could always sell the Range Rover.
And still, I've not yet quite grown tired of hearing the Range Rover one, but not yet.
Not yet.
It's good once in a while, you know.
Yeah.
Hole in the wall funding plan.
Yeah, they got a glory hole, right? So. Step right up and fund a synth. Step right up.
Once in a lifetime opportunity.
Deliver the off-world colony.
See what you could be doing? Andrew?
Yeah.
Let me some. Is it me? Just me.
I just know the mess that's in there at the moment, so I don't really want to clear it up. So I've been trying to get the GoPro camera to link up to the A10 Mini Pro. So I've got that and the RX 100 and a couple others ready to go. But every freaking cable I try and every way I do it, it just kills the camera if I plug it in via this I've got like 4 different HDMI to HDMI cables, mini HDMI to HDMI. And as soon as I plug it into the back of the ATEM, it kills it. So I'm not quite sure what's going on, and yeah. So I've got cables everywhere: power cables, USB cables, HDMI cables, just bloody cables everywhere. Yeah. So I've got to have a tidy up, and the problem is, if I go in there now, I know I'm going to start, and it's just that'll no, not yet. What a wanker.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and I want to bring up the other keyboards, and I want to bring up the command stations as well. At least one command station and another keyboard.
Right.
So then I've got to get the mixers out, and then I'm just kind of looking at it, going, "Oh, I'm going to start, aren't I?" I'm just trying to put off the inevitable.
Yeah.
Which is a complete rewire. And we all know about those, don't we, Ken?
Oh my God, yes.
And Robbie. And Keithin.
Well, like I said, yeah. I did a little bit in here today, and I think I've managed to get the drive from going to sleep.
Oh, good.
And I've had absolutely no MIDI issues at all tonight.
Oh, that's good. No hangs.
And Cubase has stopped flickering.
There was an update where they fixed it. Did you update?
Yes, I know. Yeah. That's 13.030.
Right, and you installed.
I put that on. It carried on flickering.
Oh fuck.
Oh yeah, no, I put that on a couple of weeks ago. But since I've...
you said now you have no problems, you're going to have some problems.
Yeah, I know. And it's going to go and hang. Yeah, but so far it's been a good go. And it's been on now since 2.
Wow.
And it's been solid, which is technically what I expect from it, to be honest. But yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, I also know I've got a very, very, very complex video edit to do, and I can't afford to change anything on my system. And I updated the Harrison system, the Harrison Mixbus thing, to version 10, which is very good. But
you finally got that on?
Yeah, I got it on. What I haven't got is all the plugins yet. I'm just doing some support with them. But I'm kind of getting to the point where I've got to get this video edit out, and I don't want to do anything which is going to break. So I've been backing up stuff like crazy and making sure I've got everything done. And suddenly the whole, just... when you get that inkling that you need to just make sure so that nothing goes wrong, so you back everything up.
Yeah.
I'm kind of at that point where I thought, I know I'll start backing things up, and it's taken that, along with all the other stuff, has just taken most of the day. So I'm looking at all the wiring and trying to get cameras to work properly. Yeah. I'm just thinking, oh God, no. But StreamYard is set up now for the new live streams. We'll start in May.
Yeah.
For the video stuff, so
I should check the dashboard for that.
Yeah.
Because there's one thing dashboard was it's set to right. Pitch bend range on the roller is set to 48, so that should be full. Yeah, that should be full glide, but it doesn't.
I'll tell you one thing that does annoy me. Really annoys me on the M8X, which is that the pitch bend and modulation wheels don't have full travel, and there's no way of calibrating them. They travel the whole way, but it kind of stops doing anything. So on pitch bend, it stops bending about 80% through the travel either way.
I thought I saw something for that.
Well, I saw there's a calibration thing, but it's calibrating everything but all the knobs and buttons.
Hang on then. Let's have a hooker's butch. Which button is it now? Calibrate touch panel, calibrate rhythm controller. All 12
Yeah.
months.
Calibrate the touch screen, but you can't calibrate those knobs
Oh, that's interesting.
or those wheels, which is a real pain.
I bet you can, because every synth has got a wheel calibration in there.
Yeah, well, I bet you can as well, but I can't find it anywhere on the menus, and I've looked.
Unless
I
they put
thought
it
I'd looked
somewhere
everywhere.
stupid.
Yeah. It's not obvious, is it, Ken?
No, it's not. I'll give you that. No, there doesn't appear to be anything specifically for the wheel.
Yeah. So both the pitch bend. Are you finding that the pitch bend has full track?
It seems to be the full length of the wheel.
Mine doesn't.
Ah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And it's really annoying me.
Well, there is initializable data.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I could just offload everything onto the stick, the whole lot, or dump it across to the PC and then try and initialize all data and then see if that does it. But there's a lot of faffing around. This should just be a really simple, quick boing. Done.
It is a rugby shirt. What's wrong with it? So, it's an Aussie one. Yeah, Qantas, mate. Qantas.
Qantas, mate. Qantas.
I've nicked it off Fiona. Let's have a look. I'm not. Oh, hang on. What's this up here? Oh, hang on. No, that's not time. Oh, there's the effects. Okay. No, I'm not seeing anything. I agree.
No, I think I'm going to do a support request through to Yamaha and find out what it's all about, because it just seems like a really like Robbie. I just assumed there'd be a calibration tool somewhere, or it might be you have to do it up and down when you switch on. I haven't tried any of that yet. But
No, I haven't tried any of that.
It's just a bit annoying.
I just wondered if it was like associated with the wheel, with the wheel is associated with the glide strip. So calibrate the glide strip, and it will calibrate the pitch wheels. Possible, but I can't see why it would. But there you go.
No, yeah, and the glide strip seems to be okay. Although it's very tiny, I still want to get a full length one.
Yeah, it is a bit teeny, isn't it?
Yeah. So
He wants one of these Hydra ones. Nice big long bastard.
Yeah. But I do love playing it. I do.
And it's nice where you can assign it to one sound but not the other.
What? Sorry.
On the Hydra, you can adjust. You can assign the glide to one of the sounds but not the other sound, so you can get that sort of like, additional controls, additional effects, shall I say?
Yeah. The modulation side, performance modulation side of the M8X is still, there are still some puzzles there for me to go and
To be honest with you, I don't think anything is going to be happening until the actual app comes out.
I think so.
As opposed to the token app that you got.
Yeah, which is not the full thing.
Yeah,
anyway.
because that is literally sort of like, oh look, we are doing something in this neck of the woods. This is just here so you can see it and enjoy. Because basically all it is just a preset selector, isn't it? So
yeah, sort of.
When the proper big girl comes out, it'll be a different kettle of fish.
But it is a complete copy of the whole, the whole thing. So you do get all the sounds.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I know what you mean.
I
think I'm going to go and make a cup of tea.
It seems like a good idea.
I think I'm going to go make a cup of bed, actually. It's catching up with me today, so...
All right, done.
Love you and leave you, and...
Oh, you muted yourself.
Catch up with everyone on Friday, then.
Yes.
Yes, see you on Friday.
All right, buddy.
Cheers, buds. Cheers,
What's
buds. Cheers, buds.
Did the Hydra opening peak inside event already happened? No, I sort of, I'm not doing that yet. I will do it. And we'll have the cameras there and have a look and see how much empty space it actually is.
That'll be interesting.
It's going to be empty, isn't it? You know it's going to be empty. It's going to be, a board the size of a matchbox, a couple of ribbon cables, a switch mode power supply, and just a lot of space. Storage area.
Somewhere to keep your sandwiches.
Yeah. Or more patches.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Who knows, mate? Who knows? Well, I'm going to go and make a cup of tea. I may be back. I may not. I don't know yet.
Oh, I see. Keeping us in suspense, huh?
Yeah, keeping you in suspenders.
Again.
Although, I can share this with you because it's only the three of us and no one else is listening, right?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
My wife, because I've been a bit sort of, I wish we could, a bit, I'm feeling quite, spring's here and, the sap's rising. So she's promised me a night of passion on April the 31st. So I can't wait. I'm just going to, I'm looking forward to April the 31st so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, she said I can do anything on that day, anything. So Hot Wheels it'll be. Listen, I'm going to go and get a cup of tea. April the 31st.
Oh.
Say
no more.
Yeah.
Say no more, mate. Say no more.
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Not as good as a wink to a blind man.
What are you doing on the 31st of April, young Robbie?
Nothing.
Oh, ask your missus if she'll on the 31st of April. Mine agreed to it so readily. I just, it's amazing. And he's busy doing something with his carpet, probably cracking it. Listen, I'll be back in a while. Bye.
Goodbye. He's gone. Has he gone? I think he's gone. I think he's gone.
I was just going to show him a picture of carpet, too. He missed out. Crazy bastard.
It's not the 31st. massively long headphone cable, but I never go anywhere with it. So.
I actually managed to go to my front door the other day when I was on a call for work, and because I've got an extension on this, I could go all the way to my front door, and the poor bloke from was it Amazon or something? I answered the door, and he saw me with the headphones on, and that was that. Yeah,
yeah. I think it's been like that for a lot of people since lockdown. It's not.
Yeah.
It's more readily recognisable now than it would have been beforehand.
Oh dear me.
Is Charlie still talking every day, or just once in a while?
Oh no. He's quite vocal. Quite vocal, especially at the foxes under the workshop.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, he sings to them. Of course, they're not going to come out.
No.
No.
Deathly afraid, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the cubs aren't. Like, the cubs, you hear them playing and scrabbling around under there.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
it
nice.
drives Nelly insane. She's growling and barking and jumping up at the fence and then taking bites out of the fence in frustration.
Do you have hedgehogs near you at all, or is that a different area? Is it?
Yeah, no, there are hedgehogs around, but they're a bit thin on the ground these days since that big housing estate went up. So, wildlife gets pushed into the corners, and eventually it sort of like crosses the road and tries to find the next place. So they've probably all gone over to the golf course over the road,
You've seen them around your place before?
Oh yeah, you'd see them out most nights, wandering around. Cats, having trying their luck. Not enjoying it greatly.
No.
Cats normally come off the worst for that.
We had the African four-toed hedgehogs at the zoo, and you pick them up, and they're under their own weight. The spines actually they don't stab you, but they tingle. There's like an irritant on the spines. You can actually feel your hands tingling afterward, after holding them, and then they relax, and then you can pet them, and they're cute and all that stuff. But at first they would get all jumpy and roll into a ball. Yeah, it's a very clever mechanism. It's basically a circular band of muscle that contracts and just like cinching up a bag, and all the spines stand out at 90 degrees, and it's very clever.
Yeah.
Then they relax, and they're just cute little guys.
You
put a bunch of like mealworms on the ground, and they just hoover them up. Just
bless them.
Yeah, cute little guys.
Yeah. Yeah, like, Fiona was saying she would love to adopt a raccoon or two.
Oh, raccoons are amazing.
Yeah.
You just got to make sure they don't carry that the certain parasite that's pretty nasty, because they can get into your brain.
Yeah.
It's called Balis ascaris. There's a certain genus of a parasitic worm that they often carry, and if they get into you, it's bad news.
Yeah.
And these are the things that are actually, you can douse them with alcohol and other kinds of stuff, and they can still survive. We used to dissect the big versions of them in lab, and they said, be careful with your hands, because these have been pickled in preservative for a long time, but they could still actively have some offspring inside of them that can contaminate you. So it's good survivors.
Cool.
Scary stuff.
Yeah, not good.
But we never had a problem with the raccoons we had, so it's fine.
How did it go?
I'm doing. I've grabbed a coffee.
Good man. You're looking a lot more tired than you did last time.
That's because I am.
That's
because, that's because last night I went to bed at, I think it was 3, and then I was up again at 7.
Yeah.
And it's now whatever time it is, midnight. I'm just a bit tired, but I'm alright. Gonna get on with it. Gonna get it done. It'll get done. It's fine.
Yes.
It's fine. I have to say, I'm not liking this back to work lark.
Well, you won't after a break.
No,
It always seems worse.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure I'll get back into it. But
Oh, yeah.
So you still playing your Osmos, Ty?
yeah. I mean, the next, the big project that I can't really talk about. It's going to be all over that. It will be all over it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there one out there that already has a bunch on it that we can hear? What's the?
No, there's nothing out that's I've not used it in anger on anything.
Okay.
And you're gonna have to wait a long time for this one because it's not going to be out until next summer. Not this summer. Next summer, summer 2025. So
it doesn't come out until after the. Instead of it being like you're working on it and they're coming out as you're going along. This is do the whole thing
out.
and then the series comes out.
Yeah, 6 hours all come out. I think it's the summer. It might be spring or summer next year. I think, spring or summer next year. All in one fell swoop.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but yeah.
So do you basically work on
yeah,
leitmotifs, things like that, to go with the program?
Yeah, there will be on this one. On this one, there's going to be a lot of that, which is kind of the stage that really. That's I've got to. So I've got the first 3 rough cuts. So I'm having to watch them and come up with ideas basically and see what sticks. Thing is, at this stage, you can come up with some stuff and it just. None of it sees it through to the end, but it's just kind of get the ball rolling. It's just
yeah.
You can always fall back on the shaker. So
I can almost guarantee I don't think there's going to be much shaker in this one. I have to say, there's not going to be much shaker. I'd say one thing that there is going to be quite a lot of that I haven't used for a while actually is. When everyone was using the big Hans Zimmer drums, and then thankfully they kind of went away.
Taiko drums and stuff.
All of that stuff, and then thankfully it all fucked off, and I haven't used that much of the big drums for a long time now. But in this one, I think it going to need quite a lot of it. But so going back to. Not only old libraries, but suddenly realising that over the years I've collected far too many fucking big drum libraries. And sifting through them to try and find something that's the same but different, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? Just to kind of give it a bit of more.
Yeah.
But so there's going to be a lot of that kind of stuff on it. So yeah. Be good, but as I said earlier, at some stage when I can tell you what it is, I'll take you through the template.
Yeah,
because
cool.
it's a good template. There's lots of really interesting stuff, lots of really interesting libraries going on in there. But the thing is, most. It's 6 hours. It's 6. Oh, in terms of the template, it's 200 and something tracks in the template. Yeah. So
you're doing the individual violas and violins and.
No, I'm not. It's not. It's
combination
not.
stuff.
It's not. Yeah, it's not. Well, no. There's lots of individual stuff, but I'm not. It's not. I'm not doing traditional orchestra for it. I'm not. I mean, there's loads of orchestral stuff, loads and loads. But
it's more of a world music thing.
It's not world music. It's more of a. It's just interesting takes on. It's just kind of. It's not a traditional orchestral template. It's a lot more interesting than that. So and there's a lot of really good synth stuff in there as well. But
you ever do Chinese orchestral stuff?
Do I use any?
Yeah.
I mean, I've got libraries, but no, it's not that. No, it's not ethnic. It's not.
No, but I mean just in general, just to kind of throw them in there and mix it.
Yeah. I mean, occasionally it's
like a
not...
shung or a.
Yeah, I mean, I've done over the years. I've done plenty of that, but yeah, you name it.
The traditional, straightforward.
No, it's not going to be. No, it's not going to be there's no normal orchestral stuff. It's all a bit fucked up. So. In a good way, I hope. Well, I say in a good way. I say in a good way. I mean, they're kind of leaving me to my own devices in terms of to do what I want. Really, I told you. Well, when I did the pitch, I basically almost laid my cards on the table. It was just kind of, okay, if you want me to do it, this is what I'm going to do. So the pitch was, the template that I used for the pitch was kind of 2/3 of the way there, and that's what they wanted me to do. So I've now kind of developed on that a bit more. So that'd be good. It'd be good. I'm just still trying to clear the decks of all the other stuff that's. I can't really say getting in the way because it's paying me money, so I can't really say it's getting in the way. But
it's true to that adage, isn't it? That if you don't want something to happen, it bloody will.
Yeah, no. I just want these jobs. I want these jobs done. So it's all. Then I've just got 11 months of just done that one job. So I don't want this to be getting in the way, basically.
Do you ever get a chance to use like experimental or kind of granular sounds or other weird stuff mixed?
But this is why there's quite a lot of that shit going on.
That's cool.
There's a lot of that going
neuron?
on. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Oh, my blessed neuron. If I can possibly get it on it, the only problem is genuinely, absolute truth. I shit myself every time I switch it on because one day it's just not going to switch on.
The computer's going to die. You got to fix it. Yeah.
It's as simple as that. It's literally as simple as that. It's just and the problem is something is that it's over 11 months. If I switch it on because this is why I think I told you years ago I got rid of shitloads of analog stuff. If one of the sounds from the neuron becomes a thematic thing, and I get kind of 3-4 months into it, and then it falls over on me, I'm a bit fucked.
You got Neuron VS?
Because nothing. Right. I've got a VS. Nothing sounds like the Neuron though. Nothing, and also you can't. To use the little one, you can't.
And you can't do 5.1, but you can do most of the other
stuff.
No,
yeah, but you then have to. I've got to find a dedicated computer to run it on because it won't run on anything even vaguely modern. So I've got to find.
I run on a 4-year-old Intel Mac. It's fine.
Do you?
Yeah.
No. Okay. Well, at some stage.
I run an ugly VSTi with.
Okay.
What am I running on that thing?
Oh well, joking aside, if you do at some stage, we need to talk then because I didn't think you could run it on anything as modern as it. Oh, they're great. I mean, I've got one of those. Do you know? I don't even know it'll be in a box. It's in a box somewhere. But yeah, I bought one of those after the Neuron. But anyone that doesn't really know the Neuron, nothing else quite sounds like a Neuron.
They're great. I love it.
It's a fantastic machine for pads. I've always said it's my.
And it's super portable because I run on a MacBook Air and the little puck and the whatever controller I got. Super portable. It's great.
Oh well, at some stage we need to talk about that then because I've literally just put that in a box for however many years because I was kind of didn't think you could run it on anything as modern.
One showed up on Vimeo, a VS and a Neuron proper showed up on Vimeo a couple weeks ago, and I was like, oh man, it'd be nice to get a proper hardware one. But
it is. It's a beautiful thing, but there is just that fear that any day you're going to switch it on and it's just not going to.
And there's still like 3,500 used, so it's like.
Yeah, and everyone that buys them knows that they could fall over at any moment. But they're nice though. They're really. So that may make
anything can't it really?
No, I know, but that may make an appearance. I've got to keep the amount of hardware used on it fairly low for that reason. It's all going to be in the box. It's all going to be. There's going to be shitloads of changes over 11 months. So I can't be. Most of it's just got to be in the box. I think. I mean, the odd bits will make it onto it.
Do I assume you're not going to use the Colossus on it?
Colossus? Oh, do you mean Maximus?
Oh, Maximus.
Maximus.
Yeah, it's a big thing.
No, it's not. It's not a Maximus show. It's definitely not a Maximus show.
Nah.
It's not that kind of. No, I can assure you of that. There's not going to be a lot of. Yeah, there's not a lot of.
Yeah.
No.
Do you ever bust out your old samplers and stuff? I got my DSS one working last week. It was pretty fun.
Well, Kent's got my DSS one that
really?
I haven't even seen. Well, is it that I haven't even seen yet? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I have.
It was broken.
Yeah, you have.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't seen it. I bought it secondhand and it got delivered by Sasquatch to Kent. And
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I've got my DSM one. Do you know? I almost bought it. There was a DSS one on eBay last week, £750. I almost bought it. I almost bought it. I almost bought it just as a kind of almost between the two of them. You know, like I did with my OB12. I bought two of them and made a bastard child between both of them. I almost bought that 750 DSS one to make a bastard child between the two of them. I may still do because it went straight back up.
Well, I actually found I have a second DSS one I forgot I bought. It has a bum floppy drive in it, but otherwise it's fine. So.
Well, to be honest.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
If there's one thing I can say about if I had to describe the DSS one to you, I would say sticky.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Well, we'll have to see. I mean, I need to see. Have you got it out yet? Oh, we don't.
Yes.
Have you?
Yes.
Yeah, I've got it out. Okay.
Yeah.
Well. Yeah.
Sorry, Ken. I wasn't trying to make more work for you. So.
No. That's cool. No, because it was out anyway. Because Ty asked me to have a butcher's at it and make an assessment, but it was actually not as easy to do. Mainly because of the size of the fucker. I had nowhere to set it up properly.
It's huge.
Yeah.
But it's.
I always used to when I had my first one. We always used to call it the coffin. It was everywhere it went. It was the coffin.
Well, I have one on a stand with an EX5, and all the EX5 is 76 key. The DSS one is about the same length.
I know, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
Anyone that doesn't know, honestly, it is one of the best synths.
It's glorious. Yeah, sounds great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, apart from obviously the DX7, obviously, or DX1 or DX5 or any DX, anything with FM, apart from everything FM ever made. I'm just trying to include Robbie in the conversation because he's looking tired. Oh, what's the matter, Robbie? You're tired.
The DSS one was used in 2001.
Was it?
Yeah.
About 2002.
With the apes going up to it. Trying to touch it.
Well, you know, it's funny. I loaded a sample disc that was an official Korg disc. It had D50 samples on it. It's like, I guess I got clearance for that because it was an official disc.
Of course they didn't. Of course they did get clearance for it.
But there no lawsuits back then. I mean, come on.
They would not. There is no way that Roland would have given permission to have samples, D50 samples.
Or Eric Persson, who made the fucking sounds for it, right? So.
There's no way they would have got clearance on that. I mean, to be fair, when I had my DSS one, the amount of, yeah, I mean, fair enough. They weren't official, but the amount of Fairlight samples that are on it. I mean, Fairlight, you know, they were just everywhere. But yeah.
I'm trying to remember if I remember rightly, there was zero software with this DSS.
No, DSS1 there was an old Mac editor. I'm sure that because you could have it retrofitted with SCSI, and I'm
actually editing with my iPad live. There's a.
Well, now there is. Now there's quite a few. There's quite a few that support.
There's a great one for the iPad. It's really easy to use.
Mm.
No, it's one of those that when I do get mine sorted, it will, it'll earn its place again. So,
yeah.
But, I still need to get. You see, this is one of the shits about this. This job is the fact that that room, the new room that was built 2 years ago, which still isn't sorted, was all going to get sorted this year. So,
not now.
So yeah, well, it can't now, unfortunately.
No.
But that's really you know, a bit shit. But I can't do what I can't do. So.
Absolute.
But yeah. So. But anyway, it'll get done eventually. Hopefully.
Yeah, if you get MIDI Designer on your iPad, there's a DSS1 template for it. It's pretty good. There's a
Well, I've
tab
got
for
loads of
effects
editing
and then
stuff.
2 tabs for the synth editing.
Do you know if it does DSM1 as well? Or is it just
Probably.
DSS?
I mean, they are very similar, right?
Well, the same apart from the resonant filter and the lack of
Yeah,
delay and the.
It doesn't say, but I bet it would work.
Hmm.
It's like the one I have for the 6-track that also works on the Macs, sequential Macs. They have the same brain, and there's an iPad editor for that. It works for both. It's great.
I can't believe you've got a 6-track or a
I have a Max.
Fucking hell. You've got the Max. Fucking hell.
It sounds great though. Without the editor.
Yeah, really.
I think
no,
so.
I'm just going to say that once more. Really.
That was
well, no, really, no. It was one of those. It was one of the few
It's noisy,
synths.
but it sounds cool. So.
Oh, it's just one of the few synths that, you know. I mean, look, I'm the first to turn around and go, oh, it's all, you know, there's so much shit when it's rose tinted spectacles, and you think something's great, and then you go and play it again, and you haven't played it for years, and you suddenly go, fuck, this was actually a bit shit. The Max and the 6-tracks were ones that at the time I really just didn't get. And then and I played them again. Oh God, about 6 years ago, and thought, no, they're still as shit as I remember them being.
Well, put it this way: it's the only real sequential I can afford. That's from that time period. So.
Okay, yeah. I mean, they were made.
I have
they
all
were
the
made.
later DSI stuff, which is great, but I don't have the old.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they were made to a price, but you know, yeah. I mean, they've got sound. They just weren't. They just didn't. They didn't do a lot for me. That's.
But with this editor, it's a hell of a lot better. With the by itself, it needed that computer editor that no longer works. It's an old Mac program.
Yeah. Well, it was all based around it, so it's
Yeah.
Oh,
indeed.
Yeah. Well, I've got to go back to work.
Yeah.
Robbie's even fucked off. He was just. You know.
I think he still isn't over Saturday yet.
No, that's an age thing.
Yeah.
You see, that's the thing. That joke aside, that is the thing. I used to be able to do an all-nighter.
Yeah.
And then get a couple of hours the next day, and I'd be right as rain, and I'd be up and running again. Then I mean, I'm talking 10 years ago, I could do 3 all-nighters in a week would be really fucking pushing it, but I could do 2 all-nighters in a week, piece of piss, no hassle whatsoever. Now, if I do an all-nighter, it's just wow. I mean, it knocks me out for days. There's no way.
The weird thing is as you get much older, it becomes a thing again. And you can be up all night, and it doesn't matter.
That's just called insomnia. Yeah.
Yeah. And you don't need as much sleep again. Mind you, I mean, I didn't go to bed until 4 o'clock last night, and I was down in the workshop at 9, beavering away. But then again, I knocked it on the head about 1. But I wasn't sleepy. Come up here and did some stuff as well. And I'm still going now. Although I can feel it creeping up behind me. Going, you're now going to pay, wanker. So.
Are you back just to say goodbye? Or did you hear the word wanker? So. Yeah.
It's woken up again.
Yes.
No.
You aren't over Saturday yet, are you? Not fully.
I don't know.
Not fully.
I mean, it is gone midnight, and it's been a long day. It's
sort of like you feel the residues of it each night, but
probably.
Less and less each night. Yeah.
No, it did. Normally by Sunday I'm okay, but it took me till Monday or Tuesday to really feel a bit more like my normal self.
Yeah.
But then, I will sit outside a record shop in near freezing temperatures for 12, 13,
I take
14 hours.
I take it you didn't get any kip during that time.
I just closed my eyes, and I don't sleep without my CPAP, so it's just sort of drifting, you know.
Yeah. But I think that you got to then go, was it worth it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Well, there you go. End of story. If it was worth it.
If it was worth it, then it doesn't matter, does it?
Well, I say it's worth it. You know, I spent a lot of money. I got a lot of records.
Yeah, but that's all right. That means
that's what you went for.
But well, yeah, it's true.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. That's if it's
and looking
if it
at
works
how
for
much
you.
they're going for online now. They were not that I'm going to sell them, but you know,
no, I know.
A decent investment.
It's a nice pension. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Exactly.
As long as the arse doesn't drop out of it.
I don't think it will. Not with vinyl.
Oh, that's all right then.
Never has done.
I can envisage the arse falling out of the vintage synth market.
Possibly.
Oh God, yeah.
Well, I think it's actually started. It's actually started.
I tell you what's been a big change for me, and fuck me, it's so I, Robbie. Basically, I've been collecting CDs for forever and a day, and I gave up. I gave up counting when it got to 15,000. So there's 15,000, and I literally just gave up. I just couldn't be asked. And I still get more or less. I still get kind of deliveries more or less every day of them. And since I told you I bought those monitors. I bought those Key 3s, and so I just hooked them up to. So I've completely bypassed the normal hi-fi, and I've just hooked up a streamer to the Key 3s, and then just subscribe to Tidal rather than Spotify, because with Tidal you can get full quality, and fuck me, I do have to say it's kind of it's just made me look at all of these CDs, because I told you the middle room basically it's a listening room, so that's where they all are. And I do just look at them just going, fuck, it's so much easier. I mean, it's still the collecting thing. It's still the having all the information. But with Tidal, they've started doing all the information. It's not all the information, but credit-wise, you're getting a lot more information. And it's made me just look at all of those CDs going, not in terms of getting rid of them, just in terms of the amount of space they take. Simple as that. Just going, fuck. I've got a pair of Key 3s and a streamer, and it's just like I've got more or less, not everything, but more or less everything. Which I never thought I'd say, but
the one thing with like the stuff that I got for a record store day, I mean, there's stuff in here that just isn't available on streaming.
I know. I watched because I watched them when you went through them all. So I saw there were a load there. I was thinking exactly the same. That
and you have to have a physical, copy of it if you want to hear it.
Oh, completely.
What happens a lot of the time is that the stuff that comes out on record store day, 6 months later they'll do a digital version on streaming or something. It's not always the case. But yeah, no, I'm like you. I use Apple Music, and I still, even though I've got Apple Music, I still buy CDs. I still buy where I want to digital stuff if I just want, because I like to be able to own it.
No, I get it.
I've got a NAS drive that's 3 terabytes of just my digital stuff, which is God knows how much I got on there. Like with the CDs, I'd say I buy stuff on CD only when it's like, for example, Pet Shop Boys. So the new album comes out on Friday.
Yeah, mine's on the way.
Yeah,
the Blu-ray.
My Blu-ray's arriving tomorrow.
Yeah,
so that's going to be fun. And then on Friday, I've got the deluxe vinyl, the deluxe CD, and the CD singles. Because I'm a Pet Shop Boys nut, so I kind of got to have that sort of thing. But like St. Vincent, that also comes out on Friday. That I've just bought the vinyl. I haven't bought the CD version. I'll stream that if I want to listen to it in the car. I'll stream it. So I'll only buy the CD stuff if it's either only available on CD or like
you see.
The Now series. You know the Now series.
Yeah.
So back end of last year, they started doing Now 12-inch, and they're doing it by year, starting in 1980. And I'm buying those on CD because they're like $10.99 for 4 CDs, each with about 15 to 18 tracks per CD. That's just incredible value for money.
Yeah.
And I'll just rip those, but all of the CDs they'll just go in a box.
Yeah. You see, I'm the opposite of you, which I'll only buy vinyl when it's only available on vinyl, because there's certain stuff now that they're just not releasing on CD; they're only releasing on vinyl. Yeah. So when that happens, then I buy the vinyl. But I can't remember last time I got my vinyl, kind of out. I can't remember last time I plugged my deck in. So it's but if it's something I really want that's only available on vinyl, like Thomas Finer just did his last album, and it was only available on vinyl. So
no, I'll buy vinyl. In the last couple of years, actually, I've bought less, mainly because I'm only buying the stuff from artists that I really like, rather than going into a shop and just digging through.
Yeah.
And the price has just got stupid.
It's stupid. It is stupid. It is stupid.
And there's a reason for it. And but record store day is one where I get so fed up of people going, fucking record store day, it's a rip off.
Well, fuck off! Don't buy any then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Don't tell me that you've. I mean, honestly, Robbie, you and I got the same. Don't tell me how to spend my money. Have you earned my money? No, you haven't. Well, fuck off. It's nothing to do with you what I do with my money.
Yeah.
And if it's something that gives me pleasure and I'm not hurting anybody, then go fuck yourself, because I don't have to answer to anybody. You don't have to answer to anybody.
No. I mean, I agree that record store day as a concept has succeeded and achieved what it set out to do. It did that a long while ago, and for a number of years now it has mostly been about the majors. Discogs, right, did a feature the other day on their website, and it was what was it? It was like the most valuable record store day releases over the history of record store day, and like it was like a top 25, and of those 25, about 8 of them were fucking Taylor fucking Swift. Because the label the labels just thought, this is the way to do it. Because like the latest album, I was talking to a guy in the queue on Friday night, and his daughter's a big Swiftie, and he said the new album has come out in there's 4 CDs. Can I just say
different? No. I'll tell you exactly what the difference is between all 4 CDs, because I had this rant at someone the other day. Every CD is different. That's it. Every CD is identical, apart from it's a different cover.
Yeah.
And the bonus track is a different bonus track on all 4 CDs, which means all the super fans are going to buy it 4 times.
And now it's the same with the vinyl as well.
That is totally 100% cuntish behaviour.
That's cynical beyond belief.
It's all, it makes all the 12-inch mixes kind of a Frankie Goes to Hollywood back in mid 80s. It makes that look small fry. Because literally the same album except a different cover and the different bonus track is total cuntish. Last
year she did a release, and I think there were a couple of different things, but there were posters. So that was the catch for record store day, was that you had to be in the queue early enough to grab a poster. And we noticed that because what normally happens, certainly at our store, is that you'll have the absolute fucking idiots, me and a couple of others, that will turn up at tea time, and start queuing, and then we're generally on our own until about 1, when a few other guys turn up, and then it's normally about 5-6 o'clock in the morning that the casual people turn up, who might just do it every now and again if there's something that they want, but most of the diehards are normally there by sort of 4 a.m. And we started noticing last year that there were people in the queue that not only did we not recognise, because you do get to recognise a lot of people, it's usually the same people, not only did we not recognise them, but they did not look the type.
Yeah.
And you get talking and say, oh, what are you after this year? And these people, all of them was like, the Taylor Swift. Oh, you don't look like a typical Taylor Swift fan, if you don't mind. Oh, it's not for me, it's for my daughter. Okay, so the daughters are sending the parents out, or the boyfriends out, or whatever. And they didn't understand, because I spoke to the owner of the shop afterwards, and he said, we had 10 of these Taylor Swift posters. So the first 10 people that bought the Taylor Swift album that came out that particular year got this exclusive poster that you could only get, apparently, on Record Store Day when you bought the Taylor Swift album. And he said we had people in tears, sobbing, because they just turned up at like 10, 11 o'clock in the morning expecting to just rock up and get one, not realising that there's idiots like us that would turn up. I mean, obviously none of us would buy the Taylor Swift one, but it's just
an
so
ad last night for
cynical.
Taylor Swift releasing a special album with clear vinyl.
Oh yeah, and they're doing exactly the same with the vinyl as they're doing with the CDs. They're releasing different versions with different covers and a different bonus track on each, so that the diehards will buy 4 versions of the CD, 4 versions of the vinyl, and the vinyl is going to be like £40 a pop. So you're automatically looking at 160 quid for the vinyl, probably another I don't know what the CDs are going for, 15. So that's another 15, 60. Yeah. And then there'll probably be a cassette release or something.
There is cassettes on cassette. Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah.
So
you see, the biggest problem I have more than anything else, because I don't really have a problem with Taylor Swift, apart from the fact that she writes shit music. Apart from the 2 albums that she did in lockdown, which are really good albums. They are really good albums, but everything before, not my cup of tea. Everything since, not my cup of tea. But of course, I did buy this album, and guess the one that's just come out. And hey, guess what? It's back to shit. I mean, it's just. And
who was it?
I'm waiting for the special Taylor Swift wax cylinder. That's what I want to get.
Yeah. Was it Pitchfork? Or there was an online website, like a magazine website, that published a review of the latest Taylor Swift album the other day, and withheld the name of the reviewer, because the last time that they didn't give a Taylor Swift album a favourable review, the reviewer got death threats.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. I know.
That's like Rotten Tomatoes and movie reviewers are getting busted all the time for stuff like that.
Fucking hell.
I know. It's the world we live in at the moment. I know.
Yeah, it's bonkers.
But what do we know? Fuck all is the answer. We know fuck all. So.
But let's say I still haven't listened to any of this stuff yet, but there's some really good. I mean, this I'm looking forward to, the soft sale one, which is a double album.
Do you know what? You're going to be really frustrated with us because we don't live far from Blenheim Palace, and they're playing Blenheim Palace as part of the Nocturne series.
Oh right.
And we're going to see Crowded House, and but yeah, it's Crowded House, Turin Breaks, and someone else. But I can't remember.
Do you know? I only really know one song.
Oh, Turin Breaks, great band, band.
Painkiller.
Yeah,
that's the only one I really.
Honestly,
love that song.
check them out. They're really fantastic. But on that evening there is Heaven 17, the soft sell. There's Heaven 17 opening, which interesting. That would be nice. Soft sell.
They're great.
Soft sell main act, but then in between. And when I say this is in the same league as me for Elton John, and I can't even remember a fucking name. Who's the woman? M people.
Oh, Heather Smalls.
I honestly, I would rather stick my head in the oven than listen to her fucking grating voice. And so Pitt was there going, "Shall we go?" And I was going, "Well, the thing is, when Soft Cell last played, there wasn't a bone in my body that really thought, oh, I need to go and see them. Heaven 17, the same. They've both done tours that I could have gone and seen and chosen not to. Yeah. But it was the Heather Small thing in the middle that just went, nah. Because at Blenheim as well, you can't escape. Once you're there, no matter where you go, even when you get food, you hear it. Yeah. So I will not be able to escape her fucking voice. So we're not going.
Yeah. When you've done for me, I got that on Record Store Day.
Oh, fuck off!
It's one of the worst album covers ever.
Albums,
but it's a really good album.
Yeah. Whatever. Skip. Yeah, move on.
No, I like that one.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
I thought you'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
You like OMD, don't you?
Love OMD. Oh, yeah. Great.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
And this is the one I think. This is the one actually, quite surprisingly, this is the one that seems to have shot up in price over the last few days.
Oh, yeah. Amazing song.
Yeah.
Are they just remixes?
It's a mini album, so it's like 8 remixes, all originals. They're not new versions. They're not new mixes. These are all mixes from back in the day. So
no people were harmed in the making of this album.
Well, the thing is, I've probably got all of them on CD because do you remember when?
Oh yeah,
my god! How many years ago did Propaganda do that? Of the first album, they did that box set with how many CDs was it? Fucking 4 CDs or 5 CDs of that album with all the remixes on. So.
Apparently, I think there are some on here that haven't been released before, but most of them have. But yeah, it's got it's got the German 12-inch edit, and it's got the 13th Life mix, which is probably the most popular 12-inch mix, and the, Abuse, which was the other one. That seems to have.
Yeah, I can understand why. That's worth having. That's definitely worth having.
Ultravox Lament, 12-inch mixes. By Stephen Wilson. So.
Oh, is that from because that's coming out later?
Yeah, it's a preamble.
Yes.
And this one that was almost top of my list. Prefab Sprout.
Oh, which one's that?
Lions in My Own Garden. It's
okay.
their debut single.
Yeah.
But, I love.
I'm a big Prefab Sprout.
And of course the obligatory Bowie.
Yeah, Bowie I could kind of take or leave, really.
That's a preamble to the box set that's coming out later this year.
Ty, how many Elton John CDs do you have?
None.
Had to ask.
I'll tell you what. I'll have to pop over and visit, and I'll bring.
You won't.
I'll bring my Elton John 5.1 collection over for you.
Yeah, good, and they can go straight in the bin. Pip's son bought me. Actually, do you know what? I've just realised I've told a lie. For Christmas, he bought me an Elton John CD for Christmas because he knows how much I fucking hate him. So my Christmas present off her son was an Elton John CD. So I own one, and because it's a present from him, I can't just chuck it in the bin. So
what is
it? It was whichever was his exact words were. It was wherever the cheapest one I could find was, which is, it was the one. Did he do a duet with someone during lockdown or something?
Yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
It's that one. Yeah, of course I haven't listened to it. So it's that one because he said it was the cheapest one.
My ex-in-laws 1 year, so this is many years ago. I was doing hospital radio at the time, and I always complained because whenever I did the request show, So we would have to go onto the wards, and the vast majority of the population of a hospital is old. And so you go up on the wards and you say, would you like us to play your record on the radio later on, blah, blah, blah. And the vast majority of them would say, oh, have you got any Daniel O'Donnell? I'd love a bit of Daniel O'Donnell.
Jesus, Figaro now.
So he became the bane of my life, the absolute bane of my life. And then one year, my in-laws, they used to make a really big thing of Christmas, and I wasn't really into it much, but I had to show the spirit. And they handed me a gift, and they said, and this one's for you. And I opened it up, and it was a Daniel O'Donnell CD. And I wasn't sure whether this was a joke or a mistake or whether they were being deathly serious. So I had to absolutely feign, oh, that's brilliant. Oh, that's great. And the first thing that came into my head was, oh, that'll come in really handy at hospital radio. And it lasted there was about 5 seconds, and then they all burst out laughing.
Oh, thank God for
and
that.
They took it off me and threw it in the bin, and they gave me something else instead, which was fun.
Wow.
Yeah.
Daniel O'Donnell. I tell you who's kind of taken over his mantle, which I never thought I'd ever say. Brian Kennedy. Do you know Brian Kennedy?
I know the name.
So Brian Kennedy in the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, his first album was produced by Tim Freese Green, who had come off the back of all the Talk stuff. And it was a beautiful album. If ever you get a chance to hear it, Brian Kennedy, first album, really beautiful. Then it all went a bit strange. He formed a band called Sweetmouth with the main guy from Fairground Attraction.
Right.
So when Fairground Attraction split up, he formed this band called Sweetmouth, who basically thought it was 1957, and they made this kind of really retro album. And then Brian Kennedy went back to the record company to make his second album, and obviously someone had basically in the record company had turned around and gone, okay, well, you need to sell some records this time. Your first album was very clever, very good, but now we need to sell some records. So his second album went quite poppy, and then from that point onwards, he's basically taken over the mantle from good old Daniel.
God.
And it's just got more watered down until now, because obviously he's getting older. He really is a total parody. Yeah. It's just so middle of the road, and he's got the most incredible voice. And you kind of think, fuck, if he'd carried on, for like the first album, it was obviously not him. It was the record company, and and it's such a shame because the first album, if ever you get a chance to hear it, it's beautiful, beautiful album. But anyway, there you go.
Oh dear.
Anyway, there you go. Look, I am going to go and work. So
I'm going to go to bed.
I think I'm going to go to bed as well.
Well,
I've got a shitty day editing videos tomorrow because some cunt in Hong Kong decides to record a video of him using a piece of software, and he hasn't followed the script, as in he wrote the script but didn't follow it when he was recording. So the script has me saying blah, 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 and it might take 15 to 20 seconds to say this thing, and he's lingered on that screen for 5 seconds. So I now have to edit this video so that there's enough space. So it means all sorts of fucking shenanigans, but yeah.
You see, what I'm saying is retake. I
really want to avoid that because he's a pain in the arse. But he,
just freeze frame him like.
Well, no. Thankfully, it's not that. If it was that, absolutely straight away it would be reshoot, do the whole fucking thing again. This is all screen capture, so he's using an online system. So it's all his screen. So I can, freeze
just
it,
pause it,
and make it look. But then it's just a static screen of nothing moving because we're trying to fit it. So then I have to do time. I have to stretch it and I was going to do it today, but I really couldn't be bothered. Now I've definitely got to do it tomorrow. So I need to
get that iPad app that makes the photos dance.
Yeah,
just have them sort of like fucking like that.
If it
I don't
was up to
think
me,
so.
I would do something to make it look absolutely ridiculous and then send it back. But I value my job because it pays the bills. So
Yeah, fair enough.
so yeah, I need to be alert.
Well, good luck.
Well, I'm taking delivery of a CS80 tomorrow.
Nice. Oh my no, what no, that's Friday. My new box turns up. Get the new little Sonicware thing.
I've got. I think tomorrow I've got that replacement console one thing turning up, and I've got my VL1 controller turning up. You know,
Oh, what Robert?
yeah,
Nice.
Yeah,
Manny's got
yeah.
one. Yeah,
yeah. I got that's
Nice.
turning up. That's turning up tomorrow for my VL1. So that should be good. That should
Cool
get some
beans.
use out of that. Yeah, excellent.
Cool. Right,
Okie dokie, you lovely lot.
All right, darlings.
I'm going to love and leave, and
Likewise.
yeah, good
I'll
seeing
see
you.
you soon.
Yeah, we'll do.
Later.
Look
I
up.
do love you. You know, I do.
Yeah,
I'm
You
not
say
doing an
that.
Andrew. I genuinely do. You know, so.
if I'm straight now, I would, but not saying which one. And on that bombshell.
And on that bombshell.
No.
Okay, I'll go. Cheers, guys.
Take care.
See you later.
See you later.
Bye, darling.
Bye
Be
bye.
good. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye, bye, bye.
Right. Au revoir. If I don't see you before, I'll see you Friday. Not a lot of news,
Indeed.
but
Is there not a lot of news?
not really, no. Because it's
God, not
we're
the naked
like,
maraca dancing again.
we're a couple of weeks away from Super Booth, and most. I mean, there's the Digitact or whatever it's called, the two.
Yeah.
There's the Bukes update, which that'll take. 10
Well, that's 5
minutes.
minutes sorted. Yeah.
Yeah. And I might have. Yeah, hopefully my Lo-Fi 12 XT will be here, so we might take a look at that.
Oh, okay.
If I'm allowed, I'm sure I am. And there's something coming out tomorrow, hardware,
Ah, okay.
which is nice, but it's not terribly exciting. Only because, well, I can't say why, but there is something new hardware coming tomorrow. So
if we stretch it out, the first hour's taken care of.
if that,
Yeah. Maybe I should open up the Hydrosynth Deluxe.
live on air, yeah,
Yeah, live on air, and fix the keyboard while there.
yeah indeed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't think there's anything else. Nope. Have to make shit up.
Or blow up an old Op 2600 with Semtex in the back garden.
We
Doing
could do
that.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Something
do
to
that.
do, isn't it?
Indeed.
We could have a raffle and decide whose we're going to blow up. You've got a choice of 2.
Nice.
Yeah.
Always good. Right.
Ah, yes, indeed, sir.
Oh, there you go. There's my thumb. Will it do the other one? Oh, no.
Why is mine has stopped and all this business gone? Same fucking software, same computer, same everything.
It's a Mac thing.
Yeah.
So if you look at the top of your screen, where the what do they call it? The title bar. I don't know.
Yeah. I got you.
Other end. So careful you don't put your neck out. There you go.
Yeah.
So where you got all the little icons, you got the date
Yeah.
and everything. Is there a camera icon that's got a green box around it?
No.
Oh, okay.
There
'Cause what you
used to be.
Yeah, what you should have is, if you're using your camera, you should have that, and then you need to make sure that reactions is turned on.
Oh, okay.
And
Now,
then-
what I say, let's have a quick butchers at this. That's supposed to be making me look better.
There's portrait
Hockey
mode.
reactions.
Portrait mode, studio light. Let's see that. I've got studio light on, but portrait
Different filters.
and reactions.
No. Nope. Out, lad. Out. Oh well. Oh, well, something else to look at tomorrow.
So what happens if I do that? Oh, I get. Oh,
you're getting balloons now.
Yeah, but I thought balloons was that. Oh, no, that's that.
Oh, right, okay.
So balloons is it 1?
No idea.
Yeah, balloons is 1, and then devil horns twice is.
It's a laser show. Yeah.
Yeah. And 2 thumbs is fireworks.
Yeah.
And then 1 thumb is a thumbs up there, and another thumb is a thumbs up there. No, you gonna do the other one?
Boop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about the wanker hand? That would be cool, wouldn't it? Big sort of like dildo
cock
appeared.
just flops over your head. Yeah.
It maybe it's
the Apple
Cook
missing a
has
trick
version for that. So
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
Oh,
Maybe.
anything is possible with software.
Indeed.
Right then.
All right, guys. Let's see before I see you Friday.
See you guys.
So you lovely lot, look after yourselves and stay
Indeed.
healthy and well and all that jazz.
Yes. All that jizz.
All that jizz.
It's just because Wagyu said digital smoke flying on the screen. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, so you do that, and then you just get a kind of like a glaze happen.
A glaze. Oh god, I'll never be able to look at Donut again the same.
No,
mate.
Or Pip. Anyway, moving on.
Oh well, some of the things that no. She's already disclosed things that make it very difficult for me to look at her.
Yes,
so,
indeed. Right. Au revoir.
All right. Take care, everyone.
Yeah. See you later.
Look after yourselves.
Bye.
Bye-bye.